look like shit. 25 teams.
16 Olympic medalists.
2 America's Cup winners.
2 Volvo Ocean Race winners.
1 World Match Racing Tour champion.
5 days of racing.
10 boats qualify for the final day.
8 in the quarters.
6 in the semis.
4 in the finals.
$200,000 prize money.
That's our Christmas bonus.
Not in my house.
With this level of sailors, we're all here to win.
And we love this brutal format a lot.
Welcome to day 2 of the Star Sailors League final in the beautiful Bahamas. Now, we've had 2 races on day 1, and we're going to chat to some of the guys amongst the 25 teams on the leaderboard here. Diego Negri, Sergio Lambertenghi are winning. We'll chat to somebody in the middle, Jochen Schumann perhaps, and let's go down to the bottom of the leaderboard here. Our Kiwi friends, Craig Monk, 2 times winner of the America's Cup, and the laser bronze medalist from Rio, Sam Meach. And they had a bit of a disaster, retired on the 25th. Let's chat to them now. Craig, tough day at the office yesterday.
Yeah, it wasn't the perfect start for us, but you know, we went out there, these boats are technical, and we had a gear breakage, and obviously didn't finish the first race and tried very hard, capsized the boat to get going for the second race, and then it broke again. So yeah, today we'll be looking for a better result, or just staying breakage free.
Sam, I mean, this is sport, and part of sport is picking yourself off the floor and fighting back. Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're kind of used to it, and sailing is always a lot of breakages, so if you have those at the start of the event, it makes it pretty tricky, but you've just got to go and race every race as normal, and yeah, try and get the job done and catch up a little bit.
Well, gentlemen, I'm a big fan of New Zealand. I know you guys wanted to sail together and represent your country, and I'll be unpartisanly waving the Kiwi flag today and wishing you well. So good luck, gents.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Well, some big names on the bottom half of the leaderboard. Look at that, Torben Grail down there, Caleb Payne, Tonchi medalists, Tom Burton, gold, laser medalist from Rio, Vasily there, Robert Staniak, Fritjof Kleen, 2014 world champs in the Star, Paul Kayard, a legend in the sport, round the world winner, an America's Cupper. And here, bang slap in the middle, Jochen Schumann with Ingo Borkowski. There are 6 teams with about a point between them. Jochen's done 1,000 regattas, 3 gold medals, 1 silver, 2 America's Cup wins, and he's right with us here. Jochen, you've been here before after 1 day of racing in the middle of the fleet. Talk about that.
Firstly, fantastic conditions here, and obviously a very, very unique fleet of so many gold stars from the star class, medal winners from the Olympics, America's Cup winners. So it's really tough to sail here, and I must admit we are not super fast yet upwind, so we're struggling a little bit. And yesterday, one upwind, we also picked the wrong side. That made the place 18. So otherwise, whatever you do close to 10, I think is perfect. You will achieve what you need to do, being top 11 to make it to the final day for the knockout series. But it's a long way, so we have 2 races out of 11, and that doesn't mean much what is here. And even we are tied with points with 6 boats. I'm not concerned, and I don't believe that Tom or someone else further back is concerned yet. So there's a long way to go, and I think it's very, very open. We know who are the favorites. They're at the top of the leaderboard, no surprises. And I'm sure some others will catch up, and it will stay close.
Thanks very much. Good luck to you today. Cheers, Jochen. Well, we're down on the dock and the boats are just launching. Some have stayed in overnight. And here the lilac boat of Torben Grail doing well. Robert Scheid, who had that fantastic win in the first race, came out of the line like a bullet, like a robber's dog. Fantastic result. But top of the leaderboard into day 2 is the Italian Navy, Sergio Lambertenghi and Diego Negri, who had a 3 and a 2. Gentlemen, Diego, what a start to your regatta.
Yeah, it was very good. We expected to have a nice start because in this breeze, the guys jumping on the start just last week, maybe they have not so much experience. We just have to think about the regatta, not about trimmings. Boat is fast, and so we had perfect start, both of them, and arriving in the top mark in top 5 and getting some boats, and so finished 3rd and 2nd. It was good. It was good. We are happy.
Super consistent, and it's pretty breezy yesterday, Sergio.
Well, not really. It became breezy during the second race, but we managed. I mean, we have great experience. We had the same setup we had in in the World Championship last April in Miami. So we were quite happy there for our speed, and here, we are consistent. The speed is very good, and we're trying not to do many mistakes because we didn't have so much time for training during the summer. Then it's fine until now it's very fine.
Okay, final question very quickly. Your game plan today, Diego?
Game plan, try to do the same as yesterday. Now, we know how the format is, so the first goal is just to be in top 10. If it's possible to be first or second, to jump already in the second or last round would be better, but we know that the only goal at the moment is to be in top 10 and play for the final.
Okay, gentlemen, good luck. I know you're about to get your boat in and it's all busy down here on the dock. Have a great day.
Have fun down there.
Thank you.
Well, the boats have all left the dock. They are all schmilling around the race area. We are in Nassau Yacht Club with Kathleen Tock, Tyler Bjorn, and we are some 8 minutes towards the race start. We're going to look at the results from yesterday in just a minute, but today the wind is blowing again, Tyler.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. It's still from the east. It may be a little bit lighter than yesterday as we get a little information from the race course, but it's going to be a spectacular day.
Kathleen, looking forward to it.
Well, yeah, even though the breeze is down a little bit, I think the sailors are a little bit hesitant about the plan for races today. It's a lot of energy. Yeah. Couple more hours on the water than yesterday, and that's definitely going to play a big factor in the strategy today.
Okay, well, let's have a little look at the results from yesterday. That is our live shot, our beauty cam from the yacht club. Top of the leaderboard, as we saw earlier, Negri and Lambertenghi. Consistently, the Italians have come out running, and they're starting this regatta very well, as they often do. Then we have Mendelblatt and Fatih, the Americans, who won this event a couple of years ago. Scheidt and Björning. Robert Scheidt, the legend, 5 Olympic medals with Henry Björning, his buddy. They haven't sailed together before. This is the first big regatta that they've sailed together, so that's a nice position for them. Then the Germans, Polgar and Coy, Zarif Prado, Rohart and Ponceau had a great day yesterday, a first in the second race. And then here's an interesting result here with Ho Christensen.
Yeah, well, another great Finn sailor coming in. Can't get more consistent than 2 6s, and he's right in the game. So it's good to see the new blood coming in and showing his medal.
VIP guest with Steve Milne from the UK, and then Aletsa and Mello in 8th. A great result for them. Then the Poles, the stellar Poles, Kuznedovic and Jitski Fantella, Adapovic from Croatia, and then the German team, the Doctors, Merkelbach and Olesen, with another German team, Schumann and Bolkowski, very close on points. 6 teams within 1 point of each other. Taylor Canfield, the past world match racing champ with Struby, Kayard and Revkin, Zabo and Natucci, top winners, Staniak and Klein, past world champs. And then Monin, the match racer from Switzerland with Pascal Rambaud, and then Zbogar, and Beric, then Thompson Mitchell Burton, the gold medalist from Rio in the laser, Australian, with Dog, Palfrey, and so on, and Meach and Monk at the bottom. We wish them well.
Yes.
Now we can fly straight out to the racecourse, where we have our on the water commentators. We've got Bob Fisher out there with Jenny Tulloch. Hi, Jenny. Hi, Bob. It looks fantastic behind you, Jenny.
It is phenomenal this morning, Digby. I mean, we told you yesterday we had showers both in the morning and on the way out to the race course, and we have not at all seen anything like that. It has been beautiful, windy, a bit wavy, and quite sunny out here today. We're roasting now.
Well, it's hot, but then, this is, after all, the Bahamas. You couldn't expect anything more than this, and you got it right on now. I think this is perfect. Perfect for starboat racing too. Absolutely.
It's absolutely what we've come here, I think. And as you can see, the boats behind us are all getting ready to start. I think we have about 7 minutes to the warning signal. We saw them all doing some upwind runs earlier, and now the entire fleet basically has gathered back towards the committee boat. In fact, the only boat going upwind right now, I think, the French sail, Xavier Rohart. We were just talking about the French earlier.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're in the lead at this particular time, and that's strange. I didn't think
they won the race yesterday, but the Italians are in the lead. But they won the last race so commandingly.
Yeah,
it was amazing.
Well, they shouldn't be there.
No.
have no rights. I mean, there's all these good guys that are here, and they should be further up the list than they are.
I think what Bob means is the fact that Xavier is at the top of the leaderboard for the entire Star Sailors League is amazingly impressive. I mean, they did just win the event in Miami. They did quite well at the Worlds last year. They did not win here, though, last year. That was George Szabo. That was the Americans who won both the Swiss event and this event last year, which I thought was really impressive to be able to take 2 of the big wins of the league.
Yeah, well, you know, any of these guys could win this. They are all-powerful sailors, and that's what we've got to expect, that someone comes out of the blue and does it.
So who's your money on?
Oh, my money's gone. My money's gone. It was on Augie Diaz, and look where he finished. He's only 2 from the bottom of the pack.
Money on the current world champion, I guess. You're right. I might have had money on Torben Grail, the boat just behind us, the purple boat, and they are, I think, right down there with Augie as well. They had a very difficult day yesterday. What about you guys in the studio? Who are you thinking, at least today, who are you thinking is going to do well?
Jenny, my money is on the Kiwis, Sam Meach and Craig Monk, who had an appalling day yesterday, and I'm waving the Kiwi flag as I should do. I must ask Bob. Bob, your hat, you've got an SWS something YC. What is that?
It's the Southwest Shingles Yacht Club.
What does that mean?
Oh, well, it's a particular yacht club that's open only to a few people. And yeah, I was one of the early members.
Okay, I think that means you hit a rock around the Isle of Wight. Very good.
Oh no, nothing like that.
Okay.
Nothing as simple as that. No.
Okay, well, so Jenny, roughly how long to start? What do you think?
I'm thinking about 5 minutes now. We haven't seen, 5 minutes to the warning. We haven't seen anything from the race committee yet. But we know that they did say about 10 minutes ago that they are planning to go on time.
Okay.
And it's beautiful. I mean, the conditions, what we've seen so far is about 13 to 15 knots, and it's been pretty steady. I think we were expecting it to be from the east, and what we are reading on our boat is like 97 degrees. So yeah, if I was to guess, I'd say we're going to go on time.
Thank you very much, Jenny and Bob. We'll let you reset and get into your commentary positions. Really great to see you, the sun shining. And now we can have a little review, in fact, by Jenny Tulloch, of the action that happened yesterday.
The 4th edition of the Star Sailors League Finals brings 25 teams from 17 countries to compete in the waters off Nassau to battle it out over 5 days of racing.
Yes, they tacked away to the right-hand side.
A living legend, for sure.
A living legend, yeah.
Exactly.
On day 1, race 1 saw a commanding display by Brazilian legend and 5-time Olympic medalist Robert Scheidt, along with crew Henry Boning. As the teams got used to the light wind conditions, it was quite a tight battle between Americans Mendelblatt and Fati, the Italian team of Negri Lambertigni, and the Brazilians, ultimately holding tight for the win.
A win for Robert Scheidt and Henry Björning.
As the breeze and waves built for race 2, 2 Brazilian teams and the French drag raced up the course.
But it's the French that round first. Polgar and Coy take an inside line.
In fact, Xavier and Pierre Alexis have overtaken George and Bruno into first place, and that was slick sailing.
The number 1 seeds took their first win of the event.
So I'm quite happy now because the speed is there. We see that we are competing with the good guys. We are not in front, but we are there. So day 1 is good.
But it was ultimately the Italians with a 3rd and a 2nd who took the day.
We have just to think about the regatta. All these guys, of course, for the first 2 days, they have to think also about the steering, about the trimming. And that's the little advantage that we have in the beginning. But I'm sure that next 2 days, some new guys will be in the top 3. I'm sure about that.
There's a similar forecast for day 2. Let's see if Diego has it right and if the younger Olympians can rise to the top.
Well, there it is, the Blue Peter, and the just under 4 minutes to the start now, looking at the committee boat for race number 3 of the Star Sailors League final. Sparkling conditions in the Bahamas to the east of New Providence Island and Nassau. And there, I think, beyond the bow of the committee boat, we can see Robert Scheid standing up with number 1 on his bib, just having a look, and the Paul Kayard, bow number 11, just testing the line there. And so we are in for an absolute treat. Now we have Loué Habib, our on the water commentator out there. Loué, you are our eyes and ears, getting the feel of the hair, the wind in your hair, and we've got 3 minutes to go, Loué.
Yes, Diggers, absolutely. As Jenny and Bob were pointing out, we've got 15 knots of breeze. It's a lot flatter today, and sparkling skies, probably not so many squalls. Let me just tell you, from 9 to 13, that's the drop zone. Those boats are those teams are just 1 point apart. Remember, it's the top 10 that go through for the qualifiers into the final round. And there's just 1 point separating those 4 boats. So it's definitely, yesterday was all about just getting off and seeing how it was working. Today, 4 races. This is a business day. This is definitely a work day at the Star Sailors League. At the moment, the setup is about a mile long beat. A lot of boats milling around the back of the committee boat. So they like the look of that. Earlier on, we saw a lot of boats having a look at the Rose Island side, a big pack of them. We're up the course and seeing whether there's any wind bend up there. But this is classic Nassau conditions for the second day of qualifying.
Well, sorry to interrupt there, Loué, but we're looking at Jochen Schumann with Igor Borkowski, 12th coming into today. Jochen, obviously that legend, 4 Olympic medals, and he's schmilling around, bow 99, just having a look at the start, and now we're looking at the Italians, top of the leaderboard there, and there we have our drone shot. You can see down the line between the 2 orange flags, 1 on the committee boat and 1 to the top right of our screen, and there you can see an overhead view of what is going on from our live drone shot. First time we've done that on the Star Sailors League. Looking good, well done guys.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Well, 1 minute to go, Loué. We got a bit of audio from the race committee boat. That was fantastic. So we're right into thick of the action here for an exciting 4 races. Sharon Burke, the race officer, tells us she's definitely going to run 4 races because there's great breeze today, and maybe it'll die off a little bit tomorrow and the day after, but this is looking cool. And there's our drone shot, and you can see the line up. There are a few boat lengths behind the line with 30 seconds to go. Loué, we're going to come back to you just to talk us through the start a little bit. Loué.
Yes, indeed, and it's definitely looking like who's going to be king of the pin here. There's a large ball of boats up there at the pin end, and I think they like the Rose Island side, looking for lifting pressure. We're coming into the last few seconds before the start of this race, about 10-15 seconds to go. The most forward I can see the gold star of Zabo in the middle of the pack there. Zabo is the most advanced boat. He's going to be very close to being over. And that's it. They're over the line at the start, and fantastic start there from Zabo. I can also see Burton and Dog popping out there in the middle. So a great start there from the laser gold medalists from Rio. In my opinion, Zabo and Burton had cracking starts in the middle, but will the left pay? Back to you for some stats off Virtual Eye, Digby.
Thanks, Loué. Great stuff. Good looking start. Just looking at Virtual Eye, it looked like somebody was over the line. We're not quite sure. We'll have a look at a moment. We're on Virtual now, and we're seeing in the middle of that line, Negri and Lambertenghi had a really super start right in the middle as they head upwind. But as you say, Loué, left-hand side, the pin end, was bunched up. Kathleen.
Yeah, it was interesting. We definitely had some people over on the boat end of the line. We saw Torben Grell there, and also Taylor Canfield. Yesterday, there were some shifts that made the right side favorite at the end, but it was surprising to see them there. I think they might have just been looking for some clear air, and we also saw the Argentinians start down at the end of the line on port tack. I'm not sure if that was a timing issue, but it'll be interesting to see how they pan out on the right-hand side.
Well, in our picture, bow 88, we're seeing the match race world champ from 2013, Taylor Canfield. He's a Virgin Islander, a US citizen with Mark Struby, one of the founders of the Star Sailors League, and they're off into clean air, as is bow 19, and that is Tonči Stipanovic with Ante Šicić, our Croatians closest to us. So the Croatians in super air there.
Well, they're definitely getting clear air and have a nice sort of forward speed, taking a little bit of a chance by going out to the right side alone. There's only 2 of them, but they're going to have their own little race going at this point.
Well, the drone is giving us a lovely bit of crossing action at the bottom of our screen. I can't quite see who that is. I think it's a Gold Star. I can't quite see who's doing all that ducking. Look, whoa, 1, 2, 3, 4 boats right behind, just ducking behind, look like...
it's one of our American teams.
One of your American teams, okay.
Well, at this point, I think you just really want to get straight line speed. You want to try and get a little bit of separation.
All right, back with our Croatians. Tonči Stipanovic, Ante Šicić.
They had a tough day yesterday, and this is not Tonči's first regatta.
Nope.
He's one of our newer teams, but they're down at the bottom of the leaderboard, a little bit unexpected given his experience in the boat.
But
Today
you can also see Torben, the nice sort of purplish boat. He had a pretty rough day, and I heard he was pretty loud, but he had a better start today, and he seems to be getting some clear and have a nice line out to the left.
So as we push into the pack, you can see the lilac-coloured boats, bow number 9, with the Brazilian flag, Torben Grell, another legend of sailing, 5 Olympic medals, around the world win, and here he is, smashing away. There's no one to windward of him. It's looking really tasty for Torben and Guillaume de Almeida. Guillaume is a doctor and cruise a lot with Torben, and in fact he's a dermatologist, just out of interest.
You can see him covered up right there to keep his face out of the sun.
Skin, and that's why he does it. He takes the sun particularly seriously. But you see left-hand side, Virtual Eye is giving us all the boats, Louis, all the boats going left at the moment on Virtual Eye, looking great. Louis.
Indeed, Digby. I mean, we've got 23 of the fleet over on the left-hand side, and you can only think that they think that they're going to get some lifting pressure off Rose Island. Time will tell. I mean, as you say, Stipanovic over here on the other side, he needs to do something different. He got a 19 and a 20 yesterday, so he needs to absolutely nail a couple of races today. So we're pumping our way up the course now. So we're getting in a good position at the top mark. Interesting to see Burton and Dog coming off that line so well. I had a chat with Dog at breakfast this morning, and he said we didn't do an awful lot wrong yesterday, and we got absolutely thumped. They had a little bit of issue with the boat apparently, but he, that guy knows his stuff, and to say they didn't do an awful lot wrong and got thumped just shows the class and quality in this fleet. But give us an idea on Virtual, who's leading over on the left-hand side. They're about a kilometre away from us, Digby.
Okay, it's showing George Zarif with Bruno Prada in the lead. The Brazilians with Polgar and Coy just behind them from Germany. And then the Italian Navy, Negri and Lambertinghi in third. Then Scheid and Björning with Tom Burton, the laser gold medalist from Rio, just 26 from Australia. And he's sailing with Andrew Palfrey, whose nickname is Dog. I don't know why, actually. I have asked him. We'll find out tonight. Maybe Bob Fisher knows that. But anyway, Andrew's been coaching the Artemis America's Cup team for a while now. 2 times Etchells world champ, and a great star crew back into this class for this special event. VIP guests. And there they are, up into 4th place, waving the flag for Australia. And I'm just trying to find my Australians down in 19th. There are my Kiwi friends.
Yep.
At least they're not at the back. They're having a better day so far, Kathleen.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some shuffling. We can already see that on the leaderboard. We've got some people who've moved up into the middle of the pack. Yesterday, they were saying that it was really hard to get stuck in the middle of the fleet, in the middle of the course. And I think that's why you see some of these guys over on the right-hand side, the Argentinians, the Croatians. it might not be the best place to be in terms of breeze, but at least they've got clear air and they have the ability to make the tactical decisions that they want. When you get over in the big pack over on the left-hand side of the course, the guys who are leading the race get to make the decisions and dictate to the other sailors. So over here on this side, we're looking at the Croatians, about 19 right now. They've got their own lane, they've got good pressure, and they're going to keep going fast in that direction.
Now they're coming back into it, aren't they?
Well, what's going to be interesting is, of course, they want some clear air. They want to have a nice lane. Again, going to the right, it's a little bit risky for sure, but according to the wind readings that we're getting from the race committee, the wind's pretty steady, about 110 degrees. So if it keeps steady, then it's all about.
Who's that boat? Is he the leader?
Well, Sharon Burke, the race officer, is going to run 4 races today. She was pretty determined because, as we mentioned earlier, the wind may drop off a little bit. But she said that yesterday the wind was oscillating a great deal, which made it a very tricky day for all the sailors out there. But it kind of looks a bit steadier today.
Well, we don't have as many sort of rain showers coming through. So when you do have those sort of wind conditions and you have a rain shower that sort of comes to one side of it, it'll pull it. But you can see, these guys, they can see this coming. They've been looking at the weather in the morning. They have their own little briefings, and when they see what's coming in, they can make that adjustment. And some of them made a little bit better adjustment than others.
And yesterday the shifts weren't coming very fast, so there would be one long big shift to one side.
Okay, well, we're looking at Tonči Stepanovic and Ante Sičić from Croatia, bow number 19. Tonči, Rio Games silver medalist in the laser. We have the podium from Rio in the laser, as well as a few other medalists. 16 medalists in total, 16 medals here. An amazing turnout, plus a couple of America's Cup champions, around the world winners. It's really cool. And Tonči sailing with Ante. And funny enough, I was on our little ferry boat this morning with Ante, and he was telling me he was sailing with Ivan Gaspic, another Finn sailor in SSL Finals in Nassau a couple of years ago.
Well, he's our Croatian crew, I guess, that comes in and just represents.
That's it. Happy days. So they are waving the flag for Croatia and playing their own cards here. They're dictating their own destiny right now in some clean air. But over onto the left-hand side, Diego Negri, Sergio Lambertenghi, tacking onto port ahead of Kayard and Revkin, and now they're about to engage with Zarif, Prada, Staniek and Clean, Burton and Palfrey in that little pack there. Right of screen, Italy, bow number 3, the Italians, overall leaders coming into today, and they're engaging now with bow 95, which is Vasily Zbogar and Zombor Berec, who are together, and looks like they're just about to pass ahead on starboard. Nice!
Wow, it's
nice
bumpy
by
out
the
there
civilian. Fantastic. So the Italians having to duck just behind. So that's putting the Slovenian right up into the lead.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, it does look pretty bumpy out there, but like we thought about today, some of the guys that got handed to them yesterday, they're going to be coming out strong, and you can see some of the guys that were on the bottom of the leaderboard really putting in a good performance this morning.
Yeah, I think some of the sailors are more comfortable with the race course. They're more comfortable with their teammates. And today, as we mentioned, the pressure is down a little bit. But we also noticed, you saw that there is bigger chop. And sometimes when you have less pressure and more chop, it's a little bit difficult condition to sail in.
Yeah, they're really favoring that left side when you look at the old screen.
Okay, well, that picture giving us the group of boats, the main clump of the fleet over the left-hand side of the track as they head upwind, and it's all going on there, all tight and together.
Now, if you're looking at the screen right now, you see yellow stars and silver stars, blue stars and red stars. In this star class, if you have a gold star, it means you're an Olympic champion or you're a world champion. A silver star is a continental champion, and also a blue star is, I believe, Tyler, help me out here.
It's district. I mean, it just shows you have a little bit of a pedigree to you.
And you'll notice how many gold stars we have out there on the race course today.
Yeah,
there's a lot.
Yeah, there are a lot. And Kathleen, you are 6 times snipe national champion in the USA. You're a great crew and great tactician. And here you go. And I should just say, Tyler represented Canada in 2012 Olympics in the Star. And you sailed the first SSL final with a Kiwi.
With a Kiwi, Andy Maloney, who he was great. It was a great experience to be one of the VIPs or having one of these kids. So I have a little bit of experience of what it's like for these new guys. But you know what? They're so good. They take on this challenge and they adapt so quickly. As you will see, I'm sure you're going to have some of these VIPs stepping up to the plate today.
Okay, well, the best VIP result so far has been by George Zarif from Brazil. And he was 4th a couple of of years ago.
2014. He's only about 22 years old at the time, and sailing with Henry Boning, who is crewing for Robert Scheid today.
Okay, so George Zarif, he's back. He was fourth at the Olympics in Rio this year in the Finn, so he was pretty gutted about that because it was on home turf in front of
the opportunity of a lifetime.
crowd, and fourth his first games, but he's going to go back into the Finn and have another crack at it. And we also have another Brazilian Olympian, Robert Scheid. We just saw his yellow cap there in the picture, a 5-time Olympic medalist. He was back into his laser in Rio and he came fourth as well. Another gutting result. It's terrible. You're just off the podium and just out of the medals. And he would have made history, Robert Scheid. But we understand that he might have another go at another Olympics. He's 43. You know, we've seen him in a 49er since Rio. And here he is. He won the first race yesterday. And he's doing a superb job today.
Wow, that's a tight fleet. That left side is coming in. Some guys, they look like they overshot the course in stitches. The guys that went right seem to be actually doing quite well, coming across in first. And here you go. Step up to the plate, boys. Looking good.
Well, Lue, interesting on Virtuali. Stepanovic and Sičić are heading across ahead of Grail and Diomeda, and they are looking fairly tasty at the top of the leaderboard. And Virtuali is telling us that Negri and Lambertenghi, Grail and Diomeda are the next two. So over to you, Lue, just for a second.
Sure, Stepanovic is trying to put out of his mind all these star world champions and saying, I like the right, I'm going right, I don't care if they all go left. But I tell you what, we're going to have one hell of a bum fight at this top mark. They're coming in like an army, Digby. It's to me, looks like just a solid line, and I would say just about the entire fleet at the moment is going to make that ley line on port with a few boats coming in on starboard. So I wouldn't mind betting we're going to have one hell of a top mark rounding here, Digby, with about, I don't know, 300 metres to go, maybe 250 metres to go. And Augie Diaz yesterday had a terrible day, and I said, Augie, what went wrong? And he told me, he said, I just couldn't get round the corners. And he's about to go round a corner, and so is the entire fleet here. And I have to say, the right-hand side now is looking really smart. And once those guys tap back on the starboard, they're going to be going into a pack on port. So hold on to your seat. Fasten your seatbelts. This is going to be one hell of a top mark.
Nice one, Lue. Thank you very much. We're looking at a drone shot now, just over the top. Back to our live cam there. They're tacking away within that cone right onto the top mark, the first top mark rounding. And it's a pretty intense first race. Now we're going to see who is coming out on top, and it's looking like Stepanovic and Sičić, who have played that game perfectly well, playing the middle of the pack. They came out right, didn't they, to start with, tacked in and up the middle, and they're in their own lane, and they're going to nail that top mark rounding. Grail and Diomeda looks like they've come out top of the pack that went left, and they're looking good, but as Lue said, it's looking interesting for the guys on the right who are now hitting the ley line and are about to tack over towards that mark.
Yeah, very interesting. There's going to be a lot of losses and gains here, especially for the boats who are on the right. They're going to have the right of way coming into the mark, and you've got a whole armada of boats coming in on port tack, which is the tack that doesn't have the right of way. So I think some of the boats on the right are going to make gains, and we'll see some very interesting roundings.
We're going to hear a lot of screaming, I think, as you come into the port, because it is tricky, and you have no rights coming on port.
And the fleet is so close right now.
Look at it.
Well, great drone shot there over the top mark as they round. Oh man, Grail and Diomeda have just squeezed inside of the Croatians. What a great result for Grail, and then the Italians in third position. Lue, you're right there. Talk us through it.
Yeah, we had Torben Grail there at Diomeda coming in on port, and I wouldn't mind betting there was a little bit of bullying there on the Croatians. The Croatians are happy with their result here. Grail desperately needs a good one here. He had two shockers yesterday, and the fleet going round now, there is no daylight whatsoever. The entire fleet is passing that windward mark within 30-45 seconds of each other. First to jibe off early, and I beg your pardon, that's not a jibe off early. That's Xavier Roja and Ponso having to take a big duck there, and that's put them right at the back of the pack. And also some good sailing yesterday from Polgar and Coy. They're at the back of the pack. Canfield Excuse me, I tell you what, it's so exciting this. We've got early jibers as well. So the Croatians and also Negri and Lambertenghi jibing early. But there you go, Alessa, the Argentinian, he stayed hard right and he's in third spot. 22 years of age, a rookie, and an absolutely fantastic achievement. Look at that, third place for the rookie Ozella, absolutely superb.
Well, Louis,
a lot of boats jibing, Digby.
Sorry to cut in there, Louis, but the whole fleet round in just a minute and a half and there. Oh my goodness, Jochen Schumann hitting the mark. He's going to have to do some turns there for the great German sailor, so he's coming back round, doing his turns, and he'll go round that mark again. And I saw earlier the Swiss match racer Monin, he got into trouble just underneath that mark, and there's Jochen Schumann doing his turns, and that's going to damage him in this race.
Yeah, these mark roundings are absolutely, they're incredibly difficult right now because the race course is much shorter than a lot of the star sailors are used to, so the boats are coming in a lot closer than they normally would.
Correct.
And Igor Gorkowski shaking his head a little bit, you know, a little frustrated at that. Not fantastic crew work by the Germans, and we saw Jochen earlier today, 12th going in the middle. He's happy with that. He's the consummate professional. Let's see how they battle their way back from the back pack there. Burden and Palfrey there as we work our way forward in virtual eye. They're not having such a great day. Merkelbach and Olesen there, Polgar and Coy, Rohart and Ponso, as Louis said, not doing so good. Szabo and Natucci back there with Diaz and Bolton. Meach and Monk having a better day today, the Kiwis, as we move two distinct lines going forward.
You know, it was really interesting. The majority of the pack came up the left side of the course, but at the women's mark, we've had the fleet split from one side or the other, which is very interesting.
Well, when one of the rules of thumb is if you come up the right side and you do really well, or you lead the pack, well, there's usually you go down the same side. You know, you have to be careful of the current or the tide that makes some type of advantage. But you can see that a lot of the guys are going onto the right side down, and then we'll be interested to see how they come down to it.
One of the comments.
Sam Meach, Craig Monk, our Kiwi friends there. VIP guest Craig, 2 times winner of the America's Cup with Russell Coots, and Sam, bronze medalist in the laser. Just helming this star for the first time. Their flag flying, the black colours of the Kiwi fern there, the silver fern, and he's neck and neck there with Natucci and Szabo, the defending champions who won this event last year. So look, the Kiwis are ahead of the chance. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, George Szabo and Eduardo Natucci, they had a rough day yesterday. We're used to seeing them up in the top 3 usually in an event. But we had a lot of, as we said earlier today, a lot of good sailors towards the back of the pack. And it's no surprise, I think Meach has a great crew on board. And I think yesterday, having such a rough day has really given them the energy to go all forward today.
Well, there's a lot of pride out here, you know. As we saw in the quote from the Argentinian sailor, this is one of the best fleets he's ever been in. Sailing against champions that you don't really get to have a chance to compete against. And then so when you have a chance to give it to them,
very unusual to have so many medals from different disciplines.
Well, Battle of the Superstars is how I see it.
Battle of the Superstars, I like that. Good. So, Eduardo Natucci, the great crewman from Italy, there with George Szabo.
He's rocking the Converse high tops. Nice look. Fashion and fast.
Fashion and fast, there you go.
Alright, well, Szabo is a legend from San Diego. Light breeze, that is where he specializes. He managed to outside everybody. He's grown up with these Zephyr breezes of San Diego. And there he is, George Szabo. And he's probably one of the most successful SSL stars in the 3 to 4 year history of this. He's won 3 events, so here he is, hammering away, and it's not all going away right now.
Well, and George has also sailed with different crews in all these SSL events and always come out very close to the top. And here he is repeating a performance with Eduardo Natucci from Italy.
Well, he is neck and neck with Augie Diaz and Arnie Bolton. So look at those guys. They are side by side, bows 2 and 4. We've got the umpires and the photo boats all hammering downwind to get a good view. It's lovely champagne sailing conditions. 2 American teams right next to each other, 2 gold stars
Yeah, these two have been racing together not only in the star class but also in the snipe class, and George is also Augie's sailmaker, so they're often out there training, but they're also just die-hard competitors as well.
Yeah, it's good to see. That's a nice little battle, and they're staying close to each other.
Yep.
They're obviously way over on the right side of the course, looking up. It would be interesting to see how, when the cone gets tighter, how are they going to fare? Is there a little more advantage on the right side? It'd be good to see.
One of the comments from Luca Modena, the coach here at the SSL yesterday, was a lot of teams were getting stuck in big packs downwind. We saw that in some of the finishes, and once we saw Zarif and Prada go to the the left-hand side downwind, and they made out. And I think that's why we saw the split today. We see fewer boats going down the center and more boats getting to the edge.
You want more maneuverability because the waves are pretty. We got some pretty good chop out there. You want to have the ability to scoot, to bear off or head up, just to keep the momentum down the wave. So you want your own lane.
So we're looking at Robert Scheidt with the number 1 on his bib, his customary yellow hat, with Henry Björning also gunning the yellow. There he is, Henry by the mast, Henri. And they are right next to the Argentinian, Aletsa. Robert Scheidt.
How's that as a battle? You know, for the young kid to have a chance. So both South Americans, you know, he grew up hearing a lot about Robert, and now here he is battling it out the same race course. It's neck and neck.
He's going to love
even
that.
A little bit ahead. That's going to be a memory for him.
Okay, great pictures from the water today. A little less breeze than yesterday, but it looks good. A little less swell, so we're perfect. And that is Facundo Aletsa from Argentina with Frederico Melo from Portugal. A very young team getting together for this, and I mean, Facundo's
22 years old.
22. I mean, he's the youngest here, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's actually come from before the fin class. He was in the 420, so that's an odd combination. Whereas his crew actually came from the laser class, which is the single-headed boat. So very interesting combination. 2 different hemispheres sailing on the boat together, but sailing well in this series.
Nice to have an Argentinian with us. We've got quite a few nationalities. I think it's about 17 nationalities here from all over. Good contingent from Germany and the USA, and all over the place. 1 Italian team, I believe. And right now, the Italians in 2nd place. Negri and Lambertenghi bow number 3. They're having another spectacular day so far.
Well, they're always so consistent, these guys. You know, as we talked yesterday, I mean, they probably have the most time in the boat, the most practice, so it's almost expected. They seem to always do well in the first part of the regatta. Now it's just going to be interesting. Can they keep it up, and then can they actually finish it off at the end of the week?
Feels like tighter racing today. You know, there was more breeze yesterday, more separation, more spread, but a minute and a half, 90 seconds around that top mark. That's pretty tight, eh? 25 boats.
Well, it's only 1 mile, so it keeps it sounds from what we get with the race committee, it's a very consistent breeze. It's not going to be a big shift, so then it becomes really just boat speed, straight line speed that you can get. These guys, they all sort of went out to the left, so there's not going to be much difference, and now they all just stick together, and it's great. I mean, that's great racing. You want that. You want to be close. You only have to win by an inch, and that's all you need.
All right, I'm with you. Now we see the great compression as they come down towards the bottom gate, and there are some really good battles. Duos battling away there. Right at the front, Grail and Diomeda in the lilac boat. Bow number 9, neck and neck with Diego Negri and Sergio and the Lambertenghi. And I wonder if they're going to go around the same mark or separate at the bottom gate.
Yesterday there was a comment that the marks were very close together, and that's why we saw the boats rounding the 2 separate marks. I think today the marks are going to be a little further apart, and that's going to make the decision about which mark to round a little bit more difficult.
Okay, well, so far the top 3 going for the same side as the looks like the Croatians, Stepanovic and Sicic, heading around just in front of Mendelblatt and Fatih, and just behind them the Argentinian. I think Robert Scheidt's in the mix as well. So big ball up there, Louis. Talk us through it.
Yeah, obviously fantastic again by Negri Lambertenghi, but you know, the way they're going to make the quarterfinals. They've got one eye on those buy spots for winning the qualifiers or coming second. But the real battle is going on in the middle of that fleet, and look at that pack going round the bottom mark as we speak. There, in there is George Szabo and Eduardo Natucci. They scored a 24th yesterday, which put them right down the pack. But you've got to remember, after 4 races, we get a discard. So they would be discarding that 24, hoping they can keep discarding that 24. Fantastic to see the Kiwis back in there, Meach and Monk. And we saw them going out this
turn.
morning.
Sorry, Louis.
Yeah, penalty
Italians
turns. And
doing
that
a penalty.
is, oh my word, that's Zabo. Beg your pardon. Yeah, that was a come together, I think, with Polgar and Koi diggers.
Okay, well that's going to do quite a bit of damage to the Italians and see them drop down in this race as we were bigging them up, so they just rounding, and that is bad news for them.
Yeah, that's a really tough place to do a circle because as you can see right now, the Americans are to leeward of the Germans. They don't really have an out here. They have to keep going that direction, and they've got all the boats to windward, stealing their breeze. So they don't have great angle, and they don't have a way to get out of there until the boats to windward of them tack away.
Yeah, and there's a big wash in there with the waves the way they already are, and then all the boats going through just makes more wash. Hard to get the old boat going again, and with the wind the way it's going to be from all the boats to windward just makes it difficult. But there, you know, Zabo, he's hardcore. He'll probably pick it out.
There they go, tacking away onto starboard, bow number 2, the Americans, George, Zabo, Eduardo, Natucci, the defending champs, the winners here last year, and the top prize money around $40,000 US. Very tidy Christmas bonus for George and Eduardo. It's an American-Italian duo there. George, a past star world champion, and a very respectable sailor.
Well, that leaderboard, sure, other than the Italians up front, that leaderboard is just completely reversed from yesterday, with Grail up top, Payne, the Argentinian Mendelblatt still being consistent, the Poles now up in the 7th, Scheidt, Diaz. This is a big change from yesterday.
Yeah, and you can see that they're pretty much split across the course right now. As we mentioned earlier, we had most of the fleet playing the left side of the course, and we've got everybody split, which will make it very interesting, again, coming up to this windward mark. But everyone here has got to have their, as we talk about, their own lanes. When we talk about lane, we mean clean air. When you're close to other boats, the wind on your sails is disturbed and you don't have a lot of velocity.
And that second leg is always a little tougher because now all of a sudden, if you're in the middle of the pack, you don't really get to choose exactly where you go. You're kind of dictated a little bit by the leaders, and then sometimes you get tacked on and you don't have your clear, so even though you want to go left, you can get forced out right. So there's a lot of decision making to go on.
Well, Tonci, Stepanovic, Anticic going great guns there from Croatian, the pair from Split.
This summer they actually put some time into the boat. Tonci won a medal, but we saw him this fall participating in the Eastern Hemisphere Championship in Split, and they came in 2nd place.
Well, there's a lot of pride out here too. I mean, if you get a chance to come out, how often are you going to get to race against Grail or any of these guys, unless you're really a hardcore star sailor? You get to come here, you get to actually compete, and let them know who you are and rub shoulders.
Yeah, and they're also trying to get points to come back to the series again. In the Star Sailors League Finals, we invite the top 12 sailors in the world ranking, and then we have VIPs. And these guys, the more points they acquire by doing more high-level events, it makes it easier for them, or it's never easy.
Or justify them to come.
Gets them into the regatta for next year.
Yeah. Well, our youngsters here, Aletza, just 22, with Frederico Melo from Portugal. And they're right in the middle of the fleet here, and they're having an absolutely fantastic race. Race number 3. If you've just joined us, this is day 2 of the Star Sailors League final. It's our 4th ever final in the Bahamas. We've got a 5-day competition, 25 boats out on the water, and they'll all race each other during the first 4 days. We're hoping to get 4 races in today, and they're all trying to make the top 10 cut into Saturday, where we have the quarterfinals, and then the semis with 6 boats, and then the final with 4 boats, and $200,000 US prize money. So a lot at stake, and
a lot to go. I mean, we always look at the results, but it's only day 2, so I don't think there's any real strategic way of there's 4 races, 4 individual races. Just get some results. Let's look at the leaderboard later as a racer, and then maybe take a little bit different tomorrow.
This is race 3. Now we estimate that they'll do around 11 races against each other over these 4 days.
Yeah, and we talked about them possibly doing 4 races today. When you think of a football match, when you think of a tennis match, they're not doing their sport for 6 hours in a row, and that's what these guys have to do today. They're out there for a very long day, and 6 hours.
Well, they left at 9.
Exactly.
Right? They left at 9. They're not going to be until 4. right? Hydration is going to be key. Nutrition is going to be key, and just physical exertion. Some guys flying in 14-hour flights. Dog coming in from Europe. Monk coming in from New Zealand. All these guys. I mean, there's so many factors in here that you don't think about that really take a toll.
And they have to do it all week.
And they have to do it all week, exactly. And then you got the distractions of being in the Bahamas, the casinos and all that. So you have to be a little, some of the guys are out.
Some of the guys have been more lucky in the casino than they have been on the race course.
I wouldn't know.
I wouldn't know, no, certainly not. Now, interestingly, Arnie Boltins with Augie Diaz having a better day. It wasn't such a great day for them yesterday.
Yeah, at the first mark, they weren't doing so well. They ended up going up the right side of the course, and they've really come from, at one point they were 25th, which is last in this fleet, and now we're seeing them sitting in 5th place. Yesterday, they had a hard time not just getting off the line, but when they came to the mark roundings, I'm not sure whether they were aggressive enough, but Augie had a hard time positioning himself, and kept asking him what his strategy was for today, and I think it was not to do what he did yesterday.
There's a lot of changing up going here on the leaderboard when you watch where Scheid is at this point. I think Zarif he looked to be a lot better coming into that leeward mark, but it seems that he's fallen back. So I guess there's it'd be interesting to see, is there a little change out there.
Well, furthest left up the track, miles from our camera boat, is the Italian Negri and Lambertegui, pulling out a very nice lead over that pack behind them. They had a nice downwind leg, and there they are right at the top of the screen with the yellow lead line. Kayard and Revkin, look at that, coming towards this side. Zabo and Natucci, Mernin and Rambo, Canfield and Struby, Polgar and Coy. Interesting, they're going for the right, but Kayard and Revkin looks like they're about to cross ahead of the Germans, Johannes Polgar and Marcus Coy. Paul Kayard, another legend of our sport, around the world, Volvo Ocean Race as it's now called, winner. And there they go.
Star World Champion.
Star World Champ.
Olympian.
We're looking at here George Zabo and Eduardo Natucci Bow, number 2 with 88, which is Nick Thompson, the British laser sailor, 6th in the laser at Rio Olympics with Steve Mitchell. And there they go, they're in the mix today. And Nick never sailed a Star before, one of our VIP guests, and here he is, right next to Zabo and Natucci, the defending champs in the Star specialists, those two.
Yeah, and I think for sure Nick's going to get some great help from Coach Stevie Mitchell, who's another veteran of the Star class, crew, coach, Olympian. Again, these guys, they're all top. It's hard to say who's better than the other because each one has got his own little pedigree.
Yeah, you mentioned him also being a coach, and I think there's quite a few crews out here who are helping out younger sailors who actually are professional coaches,
exactly.
And that makes all the difference on the water.
Well, talking of one of the VIP guests who had a great day yesterday is Jonas Christensen. Jonas. He's the Great Dane who had that fantastic battle with Ben Ainsley in the 2012 Olympics, and they were tied on points, and Ben won the gold and the Great Dane Jonas won the silver, much to the delight of the 6,000 people watching on the bank there in Weymouth, including myself, which
on
was
home
rather
field.
cool.
On
so
home field.
Jonas here now for the first time with the Star Sailors League, and he's sailing
in 6th place
with Stevie Mill, 6th place coming into today.
Well, he was in 6th place coming today. He had 2 sixes yesterday, and he's in 6th place right now.
Whoa. Well,
but that'll get him into the final day.
Wow.
Yeah, and exactly.
He's
That's
got to be really happy
That's
with
all
that.
you want.
He's a class act, isn't he, Jonas?
Yes.
Yeah,
amazing.
He's a great guy. I mean, he works hard. Canada as a Finn group have been teamed up with the Danes a lot in the training. He's just a team player. Even though they're 2 different countries, they all share the information. They work hard together. What happens on the water stays in the water, and on shore, he's just a great guy.
Yeah.
He was making a comment how warm it was here today, and I said, well, anything's warmer than it is in Denmark right now. So I think a lot of these guys who've come over from Northern Europe are very happy with our Bahamian weather.
Well, who isn't?
Who isn't?
And if you're watching in the northern climes around the world, I'm sure it's a little chilly right now. I know it's really cold and raining back in the UK. Snow where you are.
Snow in Montreal, where I'm from, I can tell you.
Here I'm sorry to say it's absolutely glorious, isn't it? Absolutely
Did
glorious.
you remember your sunscreen, Digby?
Oh, absolutely, yes. We're commentating from the Nassau Yacht Club, our hosts for the past 4 years, 4th time we've been here. marvellous yacht club. I absolutely love it. Very warm welcome, and it's a great place for all these sailors to mix. It's very, you know, everyone's in the flip-flops and everything, and it's
very homey.
Very unusual kind of regatta this for the mix of fleets. But out here on the water, it is battle, and we're looking at Robert Scheidt, and now we're looking at Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertenghi.
Wow, they're good.
Yeah, and as we talked about yesterday, these guys have been performing so high the last couple of years. They spend a lot of time on the water training together. Sergio lives in Torbole, the top end of Lake Garda, which is famous for winds and famous for sailing, and Robert Scheidt also lives there. And they've been putting the time in the boat, doing races all around Europe, but they're always coming in second place.
Well, there's Negri and Lambertenghi with a 44-metre lead. Looks like over Grail and Diomeda, who are paying off on the left-hand side as they look up the course. Stepanovic and Sitchich falling back a little bit, perhaps lacking a tiny bit of boat speed or manoeuvres, but they were in a great position on the first leg. We're on the second lap of the course, heading up to the top mark, and they'll have one more leg down towards the finish. But again, compression within the cone. The Italians right in the middle of the pack. They've got the mark right ahead of them, and the rest of the fleet behind them. So very comfortable position for Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertenghi as we pull out and we see that cone and we see how far we are from the top. Let's join Loué out on the water. It's going to be less tight on this second lap, second mark rounding of the top mark, Loué, but at the moment Negri and Lambertenghi have nailed it.
Yeah, indeed, Digby, we're up at the top mark. An interesting observation, we've got a different wave pattern today. At the moment, the wave pattern is coming from the Rose Island side across the course, and I think you might see a lot of boats jibing to get onto those waves. So the early jibe could be on, and that's what caused a bit of the chaos last time. The pack that went left up to the Rose Island side, they don't look as well advanced. Negri's come over to the right-hand side to cover. The boats are coming in on the right-hand side. Good recovery by Szabo and Natucci, by the way. They're back in the mix here on the right-hand side. But as you say, the Great Dane racing with Stevie Milne, he's having a fantastic time. He also races Dragons, which probably helps him. But this is his third race in a star. That's it. And he's done 4 Olympic campaigns. He is one hell of a sailor. But right now at the moment, Leza is giving him some serious things to think about. He's pinning him in on the mark there, and I don't think the Dane is going to be able to climb up here. So I wouldn't mind betting there's going to be an argy-bargy between Leza and the Great Dane here at the top mark, Digby.
Well, Loué,
nice lead.
So Loué, we're just looking at your shot from the camera boat. The Italians heading around the top mark to the spreader. Little photo boat having to get out of the way. And as we widen out, there's quite a lot of traffic up there. The lilac boat of Torben Grail, Guillaume Diomeda, then our Croatians.
Good for him.
Just heading around in third place. So very nice. Oh, we're back with the drone.
Look at the bumpiness out there, and it's really interesting to see. I mean, we thought it was kind of light, but you know, I think the bumpiness really takes a toll on some of the teams. You know, and like we said, we have 4 races today. Those kind of conditions are going to make, you know, it's going to be harder to drive the boat. You got to keep it powered up, keep it going through the water. Being bumped around like that as a crew, you know, the water's going to be splashing. You're going to be hitting all the time.
Yeah, you can see there's a very close rounding back in the middle of the pack. We saw the Italians get through and Torben Grail get through, but in the middle, all the boats are converging. You heard the yelling there, and that's where some rules of pertaining to rights come into play. We might see some circles. You can hear the yelling right now.
Good.
But that just tells you how close all these boats are together.
Oh, and looks like Paul Kayard doing some turns. Loué, we could hear quite a lot of noise coming from the fleet and the photo boats, a lot of traffic. Paul Kayard doing his turns right now, Loué.
Yes, there's definitely some new language lessons going on up here with the boats we've got. Obviously, I can't possibly say what some of them were saying on family television. But yes, I would say that there was a few exchanges of words, shall we say, at the top mark. We're down to the business end today, Digby. We got 4 races today, and by the end of it, we're going to have a fairly good idea who's in the pecking order. So loads of racing still to come.
I'm sorry, I'm going to disagree with you there, Louis, because this is race number 3, and by the end of the day, we won't even be halfway through the qualifiers. So there's a lot of racing to go, and I guess we'll start to see the shape of the leaderboard, but there'll still be a huge amount of opportunity.
Well, I think what you're really going to see is maybe the top guys are going to start establishing themselves in 1, 2, 3, but it's going to be that sort of 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 guys, maybe the 13 coming in. I mean, like we had in their first series in 2013, going into the last day, there were 10 points between the top 10 to 20, so there was lots of room and opportunity to come in.
Well, Burton and Palfrey just going around the top mark. Merkelbach and Olesen with Jochen Schumann and Igor Bukowski back at the fleet. They haven't managed to gain from their bottom mark penalty, so they're having a bit of a shocker in race number 3. And virtually we're looking at Staniak and Clean down the pack, Canfield, Struby, Meach and Monk are Kiwis. A slightly better result than yesterday, so they are up into 19th. Good for them, waving the Kiwi flag today. Rohart and Ponsos, Bogar and Birch, Zali from Prada. And virtually we're just flying over, also with the drone, towards the middle of the fleet now, the middle of the pack.
Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertini are Italians in first place. They've got a pretty substantial lead right now, as well as Torben Grell and Guillermo de Almeida. And they can actually, not saying they're going to stop working, but they can play it a little bit more conservatively right now. Those guys are in a place that nobody can really pass them from the back, and so they also want to conserve their energy.
Exactly.
They just want to make it into that final day. So although a win is great, I think we're going to see them scaling back on this downwind. But it's going to be, as we mentioned, those boats back there in 7th place, 8th place, and that's going to make a big difference in who gets into the final day tomorrow.
Yeah, and there's a big fight, or a good solid fight of 4 boats went on the right-hand side with the Brazilians, Diaz, the Croatians. It's close, and each wave is pretty key.
Look at the colour of that water; it's absolutely lovely. From the top down, it's just aquamarine and completely gorgeous. And you can see the bottom; it's pretty shallow out there to the eastern end of New Providence Island, the capital of the Bahamas, Nassau. And here we are in Nassau Yacht Club, chattering away, and all these sailors just about 4 miles from the yacht club. Negri and Lambertenghi extending their lead at the front of this pack, and the Italians again in another regatta coming out firing and leading the
there's
regatta.
Some really good fights going on. In their left-hand side was Zarif and Prada. They have 4 boats right down the middle with Payne Kayard. They got a little fight, and then you got right up here with Mendelblatt and the Croats. They're just coming right through, fighting out for. Who knows? You got the other side with Krasnitsky. I mean, there's a battle going on throughout the whole race here.
Okay, a lot of little duels going on there. And there's Shime Fantella, Antonio Adapovic, another Croatian crew, doing a nice job heading down towards the finish. This is the 4th leg of race number 3.
Caleb Payne from the United States sailing with Ian Coleman. And this is the 2nd SSL event for this pair. Caleb won the bronze medal in the fin class in the Olympics, and he's excited to get back into the boat, and he's got a great seasoned crew. Ian Coleman has done an Olympic campaign with one of our top U.S. Star sailors, and they're looking well downwind.
Caleb with the VIP, bow 92. Caleb just helming away, using his body, getting into the rhythm there. Really nice transition into the
Well,
start.
I think that's key, the rhythm. That's a perfect word. Is they're getting used to the boat. They're getting into rhythm. They're getting the feel for the boat. And, again, with the wave conditions that we have, that's exactly key what you want to have. You want to get into that rhythm of the waves and then scooting down, keeping your speed.
Well, our drone shot looking
clean,
at the
having
German.
a tough time. That type of view in front of you.
Yeah, few boats. We're getting a good view down the racetrack towards the finish. You can see Nassau in the back of that shot. We're looking from east to west now as they head towards New Providence Island and the finish line. Quite a spread. Big gain again from the Italians, just extending their lead to over 100 meters. Lovely job by the Italians. Mendelblatt and Fatih having a good old duel there. And who's that right behind them? I'm not quite sure. It might be the Croatians, I think.
Yes.
Right behind them. Kuznijevic and Jitski.
Palin's made a little bit of an extension there.
Battling away with Grail and de Almeida. And in second place, Brazilians Scheidt and Björning with Grail and de Almeida. Okay, big spread towards the finish line. Let's go back to the committee boats, to our chase boat with Loué. Loué, what are you looking at?
Well, I tell you what I can see, Digby, and I can see the whole fleet on Port Jibe. And Bob Fisher on the boat was just pointing out the first 3 boats at the top mark are leading this at approaching the finish. So I think we might have had a wind shift, Digby, and you know, it looks like all the boats are on the same jibe. We're not seeing too much jibe activity. So in my opinion, we've had a bit of a wind shift over to the Rose Island side. You know, we're in a foot race now. It's still exciting because these guys, you know, the brakes are off. They can be ooching, pumping, and you know, and I can just see Polgar there, the man mountain. He's absolutely doing his best to get past Medemblatt and Fatih. There's a nice little battle going on right in front of us here between Medemblatt and Fatih and Polgar and Coy. But yeah, I think we had a wind shift over to the Rose Island side, Digby. They're all on the same jibe.
Okay, thanks, Loué. Well, here is second placed Björning with Robert Scheidt on the helm. And these guys...
They've passed Grail at this point. We didn't see them in the top 3 at all during this race. And it looks like they've just had a spectacular downwind leg.
Well, as expected with Scheidt, he's so good in all these conditions. And I think from the report from the race committee is we're getting a little bit of a lighter breeze right now. It's gone down about 4 knots. So all of a sudden, your whole technique of pumping changes. So it's not going to be as easy to be aggressive. You have to be nice and delicate.
Look at Robert there on the helm with Henry.
Nice angle.
Robert always moving, always looking around. He's one of the most alert sailors I've ever had the pleasure of watching and talking about, ahead of another Brazilian legend. Look at that. In that picture there, you've got 10 Olympic medals just on the Brazilian teams.
Yeah, and the sixth sense that Robert has is pretty sweet. As well as Grail, these guys, they just feel the wind. They know what's going on. They sense it. They look back. They have they've always got their next move.
Well, look at Jonas. Jonas has come into this from Denmark, bow 94. He's worked his way downwind. Beautiful downwind speed. Jonas Høgh Christensen with Stevie Milne. But here on the finish line, it is the Italians, Negri and Lambertenghi. Thank you very much. Race number 3 in the bag, and very cool, calm. They were sitting down there taking it easy as they go. So Virtual Eye can give us a little look about what... Oh, okay, we're going to spin back live. Oh, big bunch up now for second place. At the moment, to the left of screen, it's Robert Scheidt with the yellow hat, Henry Björning just ahead, but right behind those, a really great battle for second and third place. The other Brazilian crew on the lilac boat, Grail and de Almeida in the middle of that pack. Høgh Jensen on the far side.
Coming in on port tack with no rights.
No rights at all.
Just enough to, all right, the Croatian got him in there.
It is the Croatians, and I think, did Høgh Jensen get him?
That's going to be close. You know, we'll see on the leaderboard here, but it's all, so many times you come to a finish like that, it's just that last little wave, and you can just make up 10 feet and get them.
Well, millimeters there between second, third, and fourth, as the rest of the fleet
the Polish guys are right up there. Here
flying
come the
through that finish line. One of the American teams just at the bottom of our screen. We're looking at the Polish, who are we looking at there, bow 90? Is Facundo Aletza, the Argentinian, Portuguese crew, the youngsters having a great result.
Great race for them.
Looks like Great Britain coming in with
Caleb Payne, neck and neck. Those two through that finish line. Then another duo coming through, looks like Augie Diaz with Arnie Boltins and Polgar and Coy, I think. So just to explain, Virtual Eye will be a little bit delayed from the live shot.
Well, what a spectacular finish there.
Wow, how cool is that?
Race committee.
Well, George Szabo and Eduardo Latucci getting the better of that one ahead of Xavier Rohart, Pierre-Alexis Ponceau. more drama as they come through. There's Meach and Monk, our Kiwis, getting through the finish line in a much better state than yesterday. They had some boat repairs to do yesterday. And Robert Staniak, Fridtjof clean, just ahead of Hobart, Merkelbach and Klaus Olesen, the Germans. So the majority of that fleet across the line within 2 minutes. As we look at Taylor Canfield, the match racing champ from 2013, with Mark Struby, one of the founders of the Star Sailors League, then Tom Burton, the Australian laser gold medalist from Rio with Andrew Palfrey, and our match racer Eric Monin with Pascal Rambaud, and Jochen Schumann with Ingo Lukowski. At the back of the bus, very unusual place for our German superstar.
Well,
Jochen with
with
his familiar cap on, bow 99, not going to be happy with that, but he's a cool customer. He's been here before. He's done countless regattas. I would say the number of regattas that guy has done is probably into the thousands. I mean, he is that experienced. So he'll take it with a cool, calm head, and we'll see what he does into the second race today. So Lue, the whole fleet finishing within 3 minutes. Quite an exciting lineup for second, third and fourth. I can confirm from virtual eyes result that Scheid and Björning were second. Ho Christensen and Milne hit third spot with the Croatian Stepanovic. In fourth with Sipčić and then Grail and Diomida. In fifth with Kuznirovic and Zitsky. In sixth position ahead of Mendelblatt and Farty. Lue out there, a very exciting finish.
Yeah, indeed, Digby. You know, just seconds separating the boats going through the finish line. I think we did have a wind shift there, which made that a bit of a foot race, as I was saying, towards the end. But some great racing. Talking of Ho Christensen and Milne, they were very happy with their speed yesterday, but they said they weren't getting off the line too well. And I think you know, they could be the dark horses, Digby. We could be seeing a lot of them, I have to say. And at the moment, they're going extremely well. Another very impressive performance by Facundo Alessi and Federico Mello. You know, an incredible performance. Maybe a little bit lighter today, and you know, certainly they're giving away.
Lue, I beg your pardon. Yeah, I'm sorry to cut in because I think we have Diego Negri on the line. Diego and Sergio. Diego, give us a little wave. Diego, give us a little wave if you can hear me. Diego Negri, it's Digby here in the committee back in the yacht club. Diego, give me a wave if you can hear me. Okay, it's not with Diego, so I'm going to pass this back to Chris. 1 second. So they don't have the microphone yet. We're going to try and line up a little interview with Diego in just a minute. They're going to hand them the microphone. And we'll come back to the studio just for a little second. Woo! Okay. Well, I thought that was Diego. I was told that was we had Diego on the line.
You just weren't speaking Italian.
It was Italian, exactly. But we'll hope to chat to Diego in just a second. Now, these guys, we've had second results from Italians in many regattas over the past, including the Star Sailors League, and they often start very well. Kathleen.
Yeah, they're good going upwind, they're good going downwind, they're good tactically, they've got great speed. Where they falter is on the last day, whether it's a World Championship or one of our SSL events. We saw them in Hamburg this spring. They had the bye for the final race, top four, and they were fourth.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I think the biggest thing I thought was the mix-up from the bottom of the pack from yesterday. A lot of these guys have come up, you know, and sort of change. I think if we get an overall view, we're going to see a little bit different order.
Okay. Well, that is the provisional results from race 3. It's Negri and Lambertenghi up in the lead. Hoping to talk to them in just a second. Scheid and Björning and Ho Christensen with Stevie Milne from Northern Ireland, and specifically happy to be from Northern. Then Stepanovic and Sipčić. Oh, I think we're going to get Diego on the line now. Stand by, folks. read the results. I'm just going to plug myself in. Okay, Diego.
Was good, no?
Hi, Diego and Sergio. Congratulations, super result. You are keeping your position at the top of the leaderboard. A race win. The Italian Navy victorious. How was it?
Yeah, it was great. It was great. Condition is similar as yesterday. We had again a very good start and nice speed. We were not in the leading group, I think, after the start, but we had a good call to go to the left lay line because the boat was a bit crowded and they had to take a couple of times, so we got some advantage and stayed in front on the top mark. Then a great first downwind, coming from second to first, and then once you are leading, I think you get first to the new gas and you can get some advantage. So it was very nice. I'm really happy, but will be not easy to stay on the same level, I think.
Well, congratulations for a super result in race number 3. You looked calm and confident. You almost relaxed going down to that finish line. It was rather good to see, and great to see Sergio smiling.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. We are happy. We are happy. So far, we are having a lot of fun. So I hope you have some fun too.
All right. Thanks very much, Diego.
Ciao.
Good luck in race number 4. Ciao, ciao.
Thank you. Thank
ciao,
you.
mille. Brilliant.
Good little. See, they're always a good little group of guys, right? They're always having a good time.
Phone back to Chris.
It's always happier to smile when you've just won the race.
You
that's
always
for
feel
sure.
good that you know you got one in the bag. It's perfect. You don't have to worry about the first one. It's in the. It's a keeper, and it's a great keeper having a first. Just extending that lead and just feeling good. And they always go fast. They always feel good upwind. They always go fast, like you say, downwind. They're always a little bit of the favorites coming into this thing. They obviously are showing good pace. Now it's just a matter of can they keep it up.
Okay, one of the teams that I was really happy to see up there in the top 6 were the Polish. You see them in 9th place now. They had a really rough day yesterday. They had a 14th place. I think the first race we saw them actually the last boat around the windward mark, and today they moved up to 6th place. It's a great finish. It's just bumped them up into that top group.
And look at the Croatian in 11th. I mean, almost 2 super back races, but a 4. That bumps you up pretty quick.
Yeah, I think Rohart and Ponceau, we see them in 6th place overall, but that 14th, that's going to hurt them. 10, 1, 14, maybe the 14 will be their drop, but it's tough to sail 14 and stay in 6th place.
So, fairly cool to look at the overall leaderboard. That is after 3 races. After 4, they'll get a discard, which is interesting, and we'll see some mathematics working out there. Fairly tight between 5th there and 9th. Not many points between that lot. Rohart and Ponceau in the middle.
11 and 16.
Remember, all of them are trying to make the top 10 cut overall over these 4 days of qualifiers. Thompson and Mitchell up into 13th. Merkelbach and Erlison, Kayard and Revkin in there. Grail and Diomeda have bumped themselves up with that 5th result in race number 3. Canfield and Struby in the mix as well. Rather good to see. Caleb Payne, Ian Coleman there in 18th overall.
Nice 9th place finish in that last race. Really helped them out.
And Burton and Palfrey down in 24th. Just struggling today a little bit. And that 19th result. 19th place in race 3 for our Kiwi friends, Meach and Monk.
I think the dog got the dog got a head injury yesterday. I believe coming off the water, had a little bit of blood coming down the shoulder. So the guy's got probably a little bit of a headache here today, especially with his travel. But there's still so much racing left, and I always go back to thinking about Mateus's first gold medal. After half the regatta, he was sitting like 22nd place, and then the second half the regatta, he comes out with his first gold in '96. So
well, that can happen when you're in such a competitive fleet like this. I mean, it's not unusual to see scores. You look at Grail and Almeida, and they've got a 21 and a 5, and that just is a testament to how high the level is at this race. It's easy to finish up in last place here. It's not fun, but it's easy to do.
Well, nice to hear a bit of Caribbean music to set the scene and set the tone.
That steel band outside is fantastic.
Yeah, yes.
right out on the racecourse, we have one of the most eminent sailing journalists of all time, two of them actually, Mr. Bob Fisher with Louis Habib. Bob is Mr. America's Cup. He's written the book. He's written about 4 huge books on the America's Cup. He knows his stuff. He knows Olympic class. He knows all about sailing. And let's get his views on the racing out here. If we can go out to the committee boat, Bob Fish. What did you make of that?
Well, I thought it was pretty tight all the way, but on the other hand, you could see that the guys who get out and clear air actually make gains, but they were the same 3 at the front of the fleet a lot of the way round. So they were keeping their own air clear, but going the right way.
Okay, well, we can actually hear the wind out there, and you're hanging on. Are you on the bow, Louis? Don't fall off.
But Digby, we're on the back of the boat. It's called the aft Digby.
Very nice.
The bow's the other way. It's up that end.
That's cool.
But yeah, just going on what Bob said, getting into clear air, just that fraction of extra speed upwind turns into boat lengths once they go for the cross. And, there are millimetres in between these crews. When we saw that big pack go off to the left in that race, on the boat here, we've got this fantastic camera that was able to pick that up a kilometre away. But that's just fantastic racing. The only way you're going to see racing like that is in very top class, very good depth of fleets as well. And it was just fantastic to watch. And here in the Bahamas, Bob, it's not a bad place to be, is it?
I think I could find somewhere better, but I'd have a long time trying. But yeah, this really is as good as it gets, and I wish I'd have been able to race it down here, because this is the best racing I've seen for a long, long time. Mind you, I have been watching those America's Cup boats, and it doesn't compare to this. This is yacht racing. This is real yacht racing at its very best, done by people who are the best at it. So we're being treated to a great display of it here today, Louis. I mean, yeah, in perfect conditions too. You couldn't get much better than this. There's just enough shift in that wind to make it interesting, and it means you don't really want to go out too far on a limb. But if you do, you could come out looking rather smart. However, you could also come out looking rather bad, as Torben Grail didn't do too well on that last run, and he was out to the right, and the others were more in the middle, and they came out of it better.
Well, Louis and Bob, thank you very much. We are approaching a 5-minute warning for race number 2 of today, race number 5 overall. So we've got a little bit of time to enjoy some of the culture here in the Bahamas, and right next to the yacht club on the eastern side of the yacht club is Fort Montague. So we're going to play a little feature and find out about one of the forts surrounding this beautiful island.
This is Fort Montague. It's the oldest standing fort left in the Bahamas, but it was the second fort built. So the first fort was Fort Nassau, which is on the site of where the British Colonial Hilton stands. Fort Montague was built as the eastern defense to the harbor of Nassau. And Fort Montague was 2 complexes. So you have the fort which we're in now, and there was a little battery called Bladen's Battery just to the east of the fort, but that doesn't exist anymore. Montague especially was built because there was a lot of fear of attacks from the Spanish. The Bahamas is very close to Cuba and Florida, which was a Spanish colony, and so there was always sort of this fear of Spanish invasion, especially since this was a British territory. And a lot of privateering and pirating actually was based in the Bahamas, and they would attack Spanish ships and Spanish galleons. So the Spanish was always attacking the Bahamas as a sort of revenge. Well, all of the forts in the Bahamas are actually built from cut limestone. So they would cut the limestone naturally and then use a lime mortar mix to build them. Out of our build heritage, especially Montague is probably one of the oldest buildings, especially on New Providence. But before the forts, we have an indigenous history and indigenous culture of the Lucayan Indians, and a lot of their sites still remain, but that's buried in the sand and in the dunes. And this is where the archaeologists go and search for. The cannons here at Fort Montague are quite old and they are spiked. But if we wanted to fire them again, there are methods we can use to drill out the spike and fire them again. But that entails the use of gunpowder, cannonballs, and so forth.
Well, those guns spiked at the moment, but they can recommission them, which is rather interesting. And he had a great view of that little fort there, which is right next to the club. And the sailors all sail past that as they go in and out of the racetrack. Now we are within 5 minutes of race number 5 out on the race course, coming up to 4 minutes, and absolutely superb conditions, as Bob Fisher just told us. And in the studio we have Tyler Bjorn and Kathleen Tock commentating. Out on the water, Louis Habib, who is feeling the wind on the back of his neck and getting the feel of the conditions out there. 3 minutes 30 coming up. A lot of schmilling around on that start line. Wonder if the pin end is going to be so crowded this time, Kathleen.
Well, that was interesting. Clearly that end was favored the last race, but we had some sailors who came out of the right-hand side not looking too bad. As we mentioned before, that there are shifts out there. They're not happening as fast as yesterday were a lot longer. Today, there's more, so a little bit more, so that means there's more play with the shifts going upwind. So it's not necessarily favoring one side so much versus the other. It's about getting a clear lane.
There were 2 boats out there, and not both of them got a favored right-hand side, but it's tricky, and that's a dangerous move. But you know what? Like Bob said, sometimes you try these things, it doesn't work out. Sometimes you look like a hero. So.
And you also have to pick the right moment to tack back and join the rest of the fleet.
Exactly.
Well, we have Louis and Jenny Tulloch mic'd up for this race, which is rather cool. Jenny, we're coming up to 2 minutes 30, and we're looking at Jochen Schumann and Igor Borkowski, bow 99. They had a shocker in that last race, Jen.
You know, they did. I mean, we saw them have that little incident at the top mark where they got stuck on the mark. They had to do turns and then sail along. And they were about 10 boat lengths behind the fleet. And I think just the fact that we saw them catch up that entire distance by the finish line means that they were fighting hard the whole race. They weren't giving up. There was no slacking off in their hiking or in their sailing form. And they absolutely are going to be fired up to try to do something better than last this race. Don't you think, Louis?
Yes. Jochen Schumann is one hell of a fighter. You know, there's no way he's going to lie down, that's for sure. And last year, he got into the finals, which was an amazing achievement. And he did it winning the last race. It didn't actually matter that time, but this guy is capable of taking bullets in this race, so there's no way Schumann's going to give up. Doesn't know the meaning of the word, Jenny.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, last year was his first time ever star sailing. He's got a lot of legendary America's Cup wins, other medals to his name, but he doesn't necessarily have the star experience that the rest of the fleet, or that much of the rest of the fleet does. So I think he's really excited to be back into the boats this year.
Yeah. So here we go. We've got a line up, and it's very, very busy at the committee boat end this time. I did not see the top mark being moved. It's a bit of a shorter course today, by the way, to get these 4 races in. But they're loving the committee boat end at the moment. There's a big queue of people. It looks like, I have to say this, passport control at Miami, Jenny. There's a lot of people trying to get a good start here at the committee boat end.
Absolutely. I mean, it looks like Paul Caird, bow number 17, is the boat that's going to be lined up best to pull the trigger. You saw that huge swell just knock the German boats back really hard in that race, but 3 USA boats actually very close to the line, whereas the rest of the fleet, I think, a little bit too far back. We only have about 20 seconds to the start.
Yeah, very close to start. Can see Canfield in there, Taylor Canfield in there. He needs to pull one out, and this guy knows how to start. And he's in a nice position there in the middle there, and they are off. Here they go, and a fantastic start there.
Clear
Again,
start,
I can
Louis.
see
Looks like clear start from where we're looking.
Burton got that one for me. I tell you what, he is on fire in the middle there. Can he hold his lane, though? Can he hold his lane against this fantastic international fleet? 16 Olympic medalists in there. Zabo again with Natucci. He got away well. And I think, Jenny, you got better eyes than me. That's a Gold Star USA. Is that Augie? I think Augie Diaz has got a nice controlling position on the left-hand side.
I think so as well, but I think you're right. I think it was Zabo in the middle there that's really nailed the start. And again, the Argentinians, the youngest guy in this fleet. He's only 22 years old. That's the boat that's just underneath Zabo. They had a great last race, and they also had a 5th yesterday. So I think doing very, very well for his first time in the Star.
Yeah, for sure. And the Croatians, deja vu. They're going right. As we see the pack split up, there's a lot of boats left, but we've got more boats over to the right-hand side, and it did look like the right-hand side paid during that last race. Breeze is down a little bit, the water's a little bit flatter as well, bit of cloud coming in, and yeah, at the moment, you know, the breeze is definitely down. I would say about 10 knots or so, interesting to see there that I think, yeah, that is Thompson in the middle there, and just looking at his sailing angle, he seems to be a lot higher. He's getting lifted in the middle there compared to the boats on the left-hand side. So it's early to say, but it looks like the boats here on the right-hand side are getting lifted. And Jenny, what about the German teams you see here over on this side? We've got Polgar and Coy. What do you think of their speed?
We're seeing the Germans ourselves on the boat, but I think the audience isn't quite seeing the Germans yet. They're still seeing the middle of the course. We just saw the Italians do a big duck there, so the guys leading overall and also winning the last race, not having the best start here. So it's Croatians again, though, with a very good lead out to this right-hand side. And again, they were leading at points during the last race as well, and they liked the right. I mean, we know the Croatians like the right because actually we had to avoid them coming out to the right-hand side during the last race. But I think it's kind of anyone's game. Torben went up the left last time, and he was in the top 5. Now you can see Torben out on this side with us. So people haven't quite decided where they're going to play on the course.
Well, Jenny, so Jen, Virtual Eye, where you've got a bird's eye view looking top down over the racetrack, and it's telling us that the guys on the left-hand side, as they look up the track, are in the lead at the moment, with the guys on the right with Polgar and Coy bottom of the screen, extreme right. They are slightly behind and down the fleet, but it's incredibly early days, Tyler, in this. You know, I wouldn't really put too much store at this stage in the race.
No, I mean, that was a clear start for everybody. They're all pretty close on the line, and now it's just a matter of straight line speed. Try and get that little edge. The guys on the left-hand side seem to be going well. The Argentinians, again, the young guys, they're right at the top of the fleet here with Zabo. So it's looking pretty good, but like you say, it's early days. You still got a lot of little sort of charging to go.
Okay, well, Staniak and Clean with Ho, Jensen and Milne taking a middle line, which I think is the way to go, I must admit, to cover your options a little bit. And
well, you don't want to be the guy too far on the outside, because if all of a sudden you're too far out and there's a little bit of shift, you lose all your levers. So you have to play it a little bit close. But some of these guys, sometimes they feel like they have to take a little more chances, like the Croatians did in the first race by going way right, and it pays off sometimes.
So bow number 2, USA, we're looking at George Zabo and Eduardo Natucci, looking to be nosing ahead of that little clump at the left-hand side, on the left-hand side of the track, and on their heel is Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Fartee. So 2 winners of this event, neck and neck. The Americans heading out left as they look up towards the top mark, and there is the leading pack with Fantella and Adapovic mathematically in the lead at this early stage of the race. But now, look at that, right across the board, Virtual Eye, no advantage, left or right. No. It's a really nicely set race course, Kathleen.
Yeah, you can see the Germans, Polgar and Coy, far on the right-hand side, and they're only a few meters behind the leaders that are all the way across the race course. So this is star sailing.
Well, it's nice. I mean, it's great. It's a great job by the race committee having such an even course that you can go left or right and still be within the game. So it's nicely set by the RC, and these guys are just going to be battling it out.
Well, two Germans battling neck and neck. It's Johannes Polgar with Marcus Coy. And who's that through him? Jochen Schumann having a better start in this race. Marcus Coy, the big guy, 6'5", 6'6". I mean, he's
seven.
huge.
Giant.
6'7".
Yeah, he's a giant man.
He is an absolute giant, but a gentle giant, which is rather sweet.
You cross him on the race course, he's not so gentle, and I've done that once or twice, and we had a few words. So he's a competitor for sure.
Well, Marcus is ranked number 3 at the moment in the Star Sailors League ranking. He's from Hamburg in Germany. Johannes, or Yo-Yo as they call him, from Munich, and he is ranked number 6. The bib numbers, incidentally, are their best ever rankings for skipper and crew. The skipper with a line underneath and the crew with a little dot on top. So there's a nice format going for the Star Sailors League with a ranking through the year. They compete in all these Eastern Hemispheres and national champs and world championships, and all those points adding up, and the top 12 make it here. And now, Kathleen, you're looking at this incredible view from Virtual Eye. There's nothing in it.
Yeah, we're just seeing the Danish team of Ho Christensen and Millen, and they had a pretty rough start. We see them down here in 24th place after being in the top 6 for all the races that we've had so far. They didn't get off the line, they didn't have a lane, but they're going to have to work their way up.
Well, and I think still it's still so close, right? I mean, as much as the virtual eye is showing us that we're one guy's in last, the other guy's in first, we've got 30 meters that separate these guys. You know, one good shift, one bad tack puts you back, one good shift puts you right forward. Get the clear lane. It's still so close. It's great to see. Payne's doing well. Jeez.
A live shot, and our camera boat shooting right across the course. Our camera boat is working their way up the right-hand side, and they're shooting right across to the left-hand side of the track as they look up towards that top mark. They're just under halfway on leg number 1, and that is the bunch who have headed furthest left as they look up the course.
Well, you can see the majority are now all on port, starting to come back into the cone. So it's really close. Each guy, the furthest left guy, is waiting for the lane to open up. And it's interesting how as soon as they all attack, you see a lot of shifting in the results as far as who's leading, who's not. Payne now is leading the board with Zebo.
Well, bow 9, the Lilac boat with Torben Grael and Guillaume Diomeda. Guillaume just looking behind him, and some crossing action just about to happen. We'll see that live through our live camera, and that was Vasily Zbogar and Zsombor Berec from Hungary, Vasily from Slovenia, just crossing behind Grael and Diomeda. Now, Guillaume Diomeda, he is a physician. He's actually a dermatologist, a doctor, and he's been putting Torben Grael onto a massive fitness program apparently before this, which is rather good for Torben. So he's in really good shape. Well, right behind there is Robert Scheidt with Henry Björning.
Think of this guy. I mean, I'm not going to reveal Torben's age, but I mean, he's competing against kids, right? He's got to go out there for 4 races. That's a hell of a toll, right? We talked about that earlier to go through. So if you want to stay competing, and you know Torben's got a lot of pride in his past and what he's done, that he doesn't want to let some kids come in and take away a bit of his thunder. So putting that little fitness program is not probably hard to convince him to do.
Well, I'm going to reveal his age. He's 56. 56, nice. And the youngest here is 22. And I would guess our most senior sailor would be...
We have 2, the age is 63.
63, fantastic.
Joachim and Augie.
So from 22 to 63, and they're duking it out on the same racetrack. I mean, there are many sports where you can do that, golf and tennis perhaps, but not at this level. This is World Championship, this is Olympic, this is America's Cup level, this is round the world race winning level. This is the Olympic medalists from the lasers, the Finns, world match racing champions. pretty cool.
It's also different from other sports. Not only is it a speed game, but it's a tactical game. It's a chess game on the water, and the chessboard is changing all the time with every shift of the wind. So even though you have somebody like Joachim Schumann, who is slightly older than some of our other competitors, he's got a lot of time on the water in different types of boat, and it also comes down to the speed comes from not just physicality, but the tuning of the boat, how they set up the mast, the tension on the wires coming off the masts, which are called the shrouds. That all takes a lot of experience to get it right and make the boat go fast. It's like having an engine that works well in a race car.
Well, exactly. You know how to put a little bit of an adjustment somewhere on the boat that's just going to put a little more speed, a little more. That adjustment's key. And the kids, maybe they don't think of it so much. They just sort of hammer down and let me go. Where the older guy says, let me just tinker a little bit and just get something easier.
It's like changing the air pressure in the tires depending on the temperature and how hot the tires get in auto racing. They do the same thing adjusting the mast on the sailboat.
Well, Johannes Polgar, Marcus Coy, the duo from Munich and Hamburg.
You know, it's
right
interesting
in the middle of that little pack, heading their way out to the left-hand side. And at the moment they are in about 10th, middle-ish. Got the umpires in the mix as well, and our Argentinian friends. Oh no, it's Taylor Canfield, I beg your pardon.
Yep,
88
Struby.
with Mark Struby, bow 88.
The Italians seem to be a little bit low in this one, so not having a great one, but that's okay. Lots of racing to go, and they're still pretty close within the whole top 5 group.
Taylor Canfield with the blue Virgin Islanders colours.
Now, Mark Struby is an interesting character. He's a professional sailor. He's done 3 America's Cup campaigns, Olympic campaigns, but he was also a professional football player, American football player, and he was quarterback for the team in Orlando, Florida. So he's definitely one of our cross-training athletes.
Well, cool bit of crossing action there, and here into the frame, bow 11 is none other than Mr. Paul Kayard, sailing with Josh Revkin, a youngster, and Paul Kayard, another big name in our sport, around the world race winner. And I don't know how many America's Cup campaigns he's done. It's probably about 4 or 5.
Now, Josh, he's one of our youngest crews and also one of our top crews. Last year, he had a spectacular year. He was 3rd place at the World Championships in Miami. He also is a 2-time Western Hemisphere champion. He's a North American champion this year with Ivan Melleby, a sailor from SSL sailor from, help me out here, Denmark.
Yeah. Yes.
We're missing him at this event because he's moving, but
Norway.
I'm sure he. Norway.
Maybe. That's
Mellaby's
right.
the Viking.
So Josh, he's ranked 4th in the Star Sailors League, and top crew, getting right into it. He was in the first year as one of the rookies coming along and doing such a great job and impressing everybody so much. And I've been corrected on my facts. Paul Kayard, 7 America's Cup campaigns, and he won the Louis Vuitton Cup in '92. And he won the Round the World race in '97 on EF language. So now we're looking at
Thompson,
the Brit, Nick Thompson, who was 6th in the laser at Rio. He had a tough game. It was super, super hard. And he's sailing with Stevie Mitchell, Steve Milne. Sorry.
Like tough games, he came 6th.
Always hard.
It's a
Always
hardcore group out here that we have to...
Sorry, Steve Mitchell. There they go, tacking away. Bow 89. And they're just above Caleb Payne, Ian Coleman. Ooh, that's close. Threading the needle there.
Well, because the race course is so much more compressed, it's just keeping the boys together, and it's just making it that much tighter, that much more difficult to keep your lane, keep your decisions to a minimum. Not too many maneuvers, but as they come into the cone, your opening start to close.
Okay, well, let's head back out to our commentators on the water. We have Jenny Tulloch, Olympic class campaigner, top sailor with top journo Loué Habib. Jenny and Loué, we know you're on the right-hand side. You're nearest Rohard and Ponso and those guys who look to be above the ley line. But mathematically, we are seeing Mendelblatt and Fatih into the lead right underneath that top mark. Over to you, Loué.
Yes, hi there, Mendenblatt and Fatih just tacking for the mark there. Had a chat with Mark Mendenblatt this morning. He wasn't sure which sail to go for, whether to go for the light jib or the heavier one. It was right on the crossover. And Mendenblatt was saying that the top mark is a very technical situation here. We'll maybe speak to Tyler about that a bit later on, but he's saying you can't just go in with a plan. What you've got to do is try and pick out a wave and ride down that as you bear away, just to get that bit of separation. And what you get is, as well as the hull comes out of the water Once that hull comes out of the water, you've got less friction and you can take off. Let's see how they do round this mark.
I mean, I think it's absolutely an incredible fight for third there. You can see USA, Mendelblatt first, Szabo second, and then between the Poles, the Argentinians, Croatia, and another US boat and another Croatian boat is a very, very tight fight for third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like the boat's coming in on starboard there, but they're actually coming on port, tacked onto starboard. Bit of separation, but now it's a right old bum fight. I can see the gold star there of Torben Grail, and my word, how on earth did he push in there on port? Grail has got some minerals, I think is the polite way of putting it. The way Grail got in there was quite sensational. And yeah, it's just amazing. As Jenny points out, we've got everybody coming around the top mark. I have to say, the Great Dane, he's taken a few transoms there. He's lost a few places, but
yeah, we can see somebody just getting stuck on that top mark. Oh, somebody's on the boat.
George Zarif and Bruno Prada. George has fallen into the water.
Or was he falling in, or did they get the keel stuck around it? Maybe he was
dragged the line. Yeah.
He's got his flag out. George Zarif on the helm.
Means he's protesting another boat.
Not happy. They had an issue there at that top mark. George over the side. We'll see what happens there. See if any umpires or juries blow any flags. But wow, Lue and Jenny, a lot of action there, very close around that top mark.
Yeah, very, very close indeed, and we can't actually figure out who was at fault for that. I mean, you can see that George Zarif is not spinning. He thinks he didn't have room at that mark, so he was clearly protesting the boat just outside of him. But in front of them, we saw ISV spin, in fact, at the second mark. I think they didn't have enough room at the offset mark, but they spun. But in terms of what made George Zarif and Bruno Prada hang on the windward mark, we're not quite sure, and nobody has actually taken any circles
left,
for that.
Sorry, beg your pardon. Yes, boom, well spotted. Red flag. Jury having a go. Jenny and Lue, see if you can tell us who is going to do their turns. Let's pan left.
Well, we're watching them point the flag.
Yeah, who are they pointing at?
I think they might be pointing it at George Zarif and Bruno Prada. I think they've decided that whatever the situation was, they must have had enough room and they just hit the mark. I mean, you guys, as we saw on the start line, there are some massive waves out here that really push these star boats around. And I think maybe that some of these teams are just misjudging the roundings a tiny bit and then either hitting with the main sheet or with the main sail, the mark. And then, I mean, as we saw with them, it was the keel that dragged as well. But yeah, we've just got enough swell to really affect how the sailors are rounding.
Yeah, for sure. With all those boats coming in there like that, you know, it's carnage at that top mark, however good these sailors are. Very dangerous situation there with Zarif going in the water with all those boats around as well. But he looks okay. Yeah, I mean, it was a proper bun fight there. We have got a shorter course, which means the boats aren't getting spread out as much at that top mark. So, you know...
well, Lue, we're just seeing the Brazilians settle themselves back into the rhythm. We can show a quick virtual eye replay of what happened at that top mark. We're looking at Zarif and Prada. So quite a few boats right above them.
Well, just putting himself in that position right there, he's losing all the breeze, so there's nothing really going to be pushing the boat forward. So he's going to have that side slip. It's going to start stalling. The boat's going to start passing. As you can see, KR is starting to come in.
And Payne just tacks on his breeze right there.
Exactly. Now you're just losing all the momentum, and then you're just starting
shoving him into the mark.
Yeah. Now you're starting to slide sideways. Not much you can do.
That's me. That was super tight.
Yeah, they tacked him to position. It was going to be really hard to keep their lane. You've got so many boats, they're taking your breeze, and when you lose breeze, you don't have angle to point your boat above the mark.
Yeah, there's no more energy in your sails.
Well, that's interesting. Grail and Dumeda managed to thread their way through there, as Lue said, quite brilliantly. But back to the live shot, downwind. George Zarif on the helm at the back of the boat with Bruno Prada, one of the best star crew ever. Spent 180 weeks, Bruno Prada, at the top of the Star Sailors League ranking for crews.
You know, it's
They have
interesting
a lot on right
when
now.
you gotta have a guy like Grail. You kind of use your influence out there. You know all the kids, just like the Argentinian kids. You got so much respect for some of these sailors that you don't want to foul him. You don't want to sort of push him because he's your idol, and so he just takes advantage. He says, "Excuse me, I'm coming right through here," and you just go, "Yes, sir, go right ahead." Then all of a sudden you go, "Man, I just lost a boat length there. I lost a spot." So it'll be it's interesting to see will the respect last through the whole week.
So that's the way it's done. Well, there's a lot of money at stake, so I'm sure the gloves will be off fairly soon when they start to realise.
Yeah, exactly.
That place could be 10,000 US
It takes
dollars.
one favor to say, "Okay, enough."
Okay, all right. Well, big spread. Still on our first lap of the course. We're into race number 4.
Wow, there's a lot less clumpage out there with the boats. Everybody's trying to get their own lane, trying to get their own clear air. Like we heard from the race committee, it's bumpy. I mean, it looks a little flatter, but there's some big swells that are still coming in from the last 3 days.
And Blat Fatih pulling 36.7 meters ahead of Stepanovic and Sijic, with the Poles Kuznedovic and Jitski in 3rd position. Quite a big spread out between the boats in 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th.
We're now looking at Augie Diaz and Arnie Baltons from the US, and they came up kind of in the middle of the fleet, and they really haven't put the jets on this downwind. We've seen them lose probably about 6 places, and they usually have very good speed downwind. In front of them here we've got, looks like probably Josh Repkin and Paul Kayard. Josh rocking on the bow there.
Well, it sounds like the wind is actually going to be coming down a little bit. We're down to maybe 10 knots as opposed to starting off the day at 13. So your whole technique changes as far as how you pump the boat and what's really effective versus just sort of pumping like crazy if you were on a laser or a fin-like boat. So this one's a little different. As you see, these guys are going to be a little bit more stable, trying to wait for one good wave and then scoop down it.
Well, lovely picture there. 3 American boats in the frame with Augie Diaz sailing with Arnie Baltins from Maryland, USA. He was 4th for those guys, 4th at the Star Worlds in 2014.
Look at that, the Danes moved himself up to the 12th.
Now in 14th position, Meach and Monk. It's great to see the Kiwis. They're having a better day. I'm waving the Kiwi flag all day today because they had a shocker yesterday. They had Jib Halyard. It was the Halyard that blew out in their first race. They had to retire and they came last in the second race. So a shocker for the Kiwis. Boom, and they're up 1 place.
And what a repair job they did. If you saw some of the pictures with the boat fully over.
Capsized all the way over.
That's an impressive feat.
It's not something you usually see on the keelboat.
Not at all.
You never see that.
Well, live pictures from the racecourse. A great battle between Augie Diaz and Arnie Baltins against the Germans Johannes Polgar and Marcus Coy. Augie from Miami. He is around 62, 63, something like that. One of our veteran sailors here.
The reigning world champion.
Reigning world champion, absolutely. Which he sailed with Bruno Prada. And Augie said it was just a magical week. Everything happened for them. So Augie on a roll. He had a not such a great day yesterday, but he's back on fire. Great to see that.
Great to see the Croatians having another great race, as well as the Poles putting halfway through this race almost. But I mean that's good for them. It's going to shake things up, and I guess as a fan of sailing, I like to see it shaken up because I want to see tight racing.
Well, here bow 2 is Edoardo Natucci from Italy, and he's sailing with George Szabo. These guys won the final last year in 2015, so they are the defending champions. The class act from Italy and the USA. George, former world champion, and he's been sailing the Star apparently since he was 3 years old. That's what he tells us.
Born there.
Born on the Star.
Born on the Star.
Last year we also saw George win the first ever Link Grand Slam in Grandson, Switzerland.
Yeah.
And there he was sailing with one of the local Swiss sailors. And it seems
The
George
Duke.
has Americans, he's got Swiss, but sometimes there's a little bit of a language barrier, at least there with the Swiss. And with Eduardo here, and they've sailed together before, and they've got good communication.
Okay. Then,
Polgar.
Johannes Polgar with Marcus Coy. Marcus, crewman, trusty crewman on the mast, rocking and rolling their way downwind. There are It's a free pumping rule for the Star Sailors League. They can use as much body movement as they like, and it's made the Star Sailors League a really athletic sport.
Well, again, like I say, now I think you're looking more for smoothness downwind, and not so much the aggressive pump to get on that wave. Now you just have to keep trying to nice and smooth.
Well,
first one's around. Mendels,
is Mark
17.
Mendelblack with Brian Farty, and almost simultaneously the Croatians, which Stepanovic and Sipcic in a great view. We've got our drone up in the air. Oh, big clump up around the bottom mark there with second, third, fourth and fifth. Lue, you're out there on the water. That's a tight rounding.
Yes, indeed. A very tight round there. Kuzniewicz and Jutski up to second, and they really do need it. I beg your pardon, Zabo Natucci in the mix there as well, and Xavier Rohart and Pierre-Axel Ponso. And nice to see the Polish team coming back in here. They need a good result after an average day yesterday. I hate to hark back to technique, because I'm certainly not a star sailor, but we haven't got as much of a bunch up at the bottom mark. A lot of that's to do with the fact that we have a gate, so they have a choice of going around each one, and the congestion will certainly affect which way they go. But once again, we're looking at a lot of boats going up on the right-hand side. Interestingly, a team that's favoured the right-hand side quite a lot is Oleza and Melo, and they have gone up the left-hand side, the Argentinian racing with the Portuguese there.
Lue, sorry to cut in, but we're seeing quite a few boats stall right at that bottom gate, including Kayard, bow 11, just managing to get round with Hubert Merkelbach.
Having a little trouble on the jib.
Yeah, there's a lot on at that bottom mark. You know, you're pulling on just about everything on board. You're pulling on the rig, you're pulling on the foresail, you're pulling on the main. You know, that it's a very technical moment in a star race at that bottom mark. And if you don't get it right, particularly if you've got company around you, you can stall. And that's certainly what happened there to I'd say Kayard and. Merkelbach. The good doctor, unfortunately, I think he missed an appointment there, but it's nice to see him in the mix as well. He's just happy to be here, Digby, honestly. And at the moment, he's in the mix. He's in that top 10. So good work. But now the fleet are very interesting. We've got quite a split across the fleet. A lot of boats that came over right. Well, 3 of them, and now 4 of them are now tacking over to the left-hand side. So I think we could have a much squarer race course this time, Digby. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Lue. Well, bow 11, Paul Kayard sailing with Josh Revkin. He has Jochen Schumann and Ingo Borkowski champing at the bit behind him. They had quite a wide bottom gate rounding, didn't they, Jochen? Not so great. He got caught up in a bit of traffic, and now he's trying to find his own breeze, heading out to the right-hand side of the course as they look up to the top mark.
Well, I'm thinking it's gotten a little bit lighter, again, down to maybe 10, maybe even 8 knots. And with the amount of waves that you have out there, it makes it really difficult to keep the boat forward through the water.
They've slowed down, haven't they?
Oh, it's tough.
That's our drone view from the top. Australians just there next to the German team.
Yeah, well now the experience is going to play a big role, especially the combination of crew and skipper adjustments. That jib now becomes a very critical part of the driving force going through the waves. Now you got big waves, you got to power through each one. Every time your bow is going to smash against the wave, you're going to be pushed backward a little bit. So you have to really keep driving it. Maybe foot off a little bit, drive. Now your lane becomes very, very small. You don't want boats to leeward of you. So it'll be interesting to see how these guys go. And then if you're in the back, you don't have very many lanes, so you're going to have to put some tacks in. So it's going to probably extend a few, the rich get richer, the poor get poorer.
Exactly right. And we were seeing the poor indeed getting a little penniless there. Burton and Palfrey at the back of the pack in 25th at the moment, and you could see them going really slowly actually, because all everyone's blanketing their breeze, and you round that bottom gate in last position,
and
it's hard
they're
work.
bobbing a lot too, right? I mean, these waves, the camera maybe doesn't give it exactly how big these waves are, but it's like a washing machine too, because now you have everybody coming downwind, making waves against the waves, so there's no real clear direction of how it's going. So it does get a little more tricky, and that's where the experience comes in, that you got to foot off a little bit to keep the power going. If you can keep the power going, you can make a quick little split. Or, as we saw the good doctors, or the boat doctors, you don't have that ability to foot off, then you're just more bobbing, and you just lose more speed and more distance.
And we've got Schumann and Borkowski, the Germans, on the bottom part of the right-hand screen, Diaz and Bolton, Serif and Prada. And they're over there on the right-hand side. They're hoping that the wind is going to shift their way to the right and then they can gain some distance. But right now with Mandelblatt and Fati, they're on the middle of the course, playing slight left-hand side, but they're out in front. They can go where they want. They can tack when they want. So if the breeze shifts, they don't have to wait for another boat. They're free to go, and that's how they gain that extra distance.
Well, it is amazing how much easier it is being up front or being in the top 5, because you have that choice. As soon as you get back 5, maybe to 10th place, you don't get that choice, and then the guys in front of you, they just put a little tack on you. Then all of a sudden, your whole plan of what you want to do for that next beat changes. So it's a whole reconfiguration in the mind. Okay, now what am I going to do?
Exactly. Here we've got Diaz and Bolton's USA 8509. They've had, we said, a rough series. Today, I think they just want to sail conservatively, not take risks at marks. They can't afford to do that. They can't have any OCSs, but they've got to work on their speed. And we saw Augie being a little more aggressive on the start today, and he got a front row start, and it's paid off. It's moved him back up into the fleet.
Well, you just need a keeper. You just need to be top 10. I mean, the top 10, if you can get 12s right on through, that's going to be good enough to get you into the finals or the Saturday race.
And you can see Augie adjusting there. As the breeze has decreased, the sailors have to change the way that the boat is set up. And Tyler can talk a little bit more about that.
Well, it's interesting. There's not much you can do to the rig right off the bat as far as the tuning goes. But, I mean, the sail adjustments are key. What you can do with the backstays. Again, the sails with the size of the main, the jib, letting the jib out just a little bit. You can see the windows in the mainsail, so the crew is looking up straight through that window to see their jib trim. All this kind of stuff is a constant factor that you have to be doing, and you have to be constantly talking to your skipper to say, hey, does it feel good? You have to talk to each other, and this is where sometimes if you're not doing well, some guys, they clam up, they just get a little more frustrated, they don't really talk. You have to keep it easy. That's where another big thing about the crew, get the skipper to calm down. Hey, let's get the boat going, let's get some speed on the boat here, let's catch one boat at a time, move ourselves up, get a better result.
Well, I think that is the mission for Diaz and Bolton's, threading their way upwind. They've got some clean air. They've got Thompson and Mitchell to leeward of them. Zarif and Prada to windward. And look at Schumann and Borkowski, bottom of our screen, banging a right.
Yeah, I mean, that is high risk, high reward move right there. They didn't have an optimal rounding. They were pretty low in the rest of the fleet, and they didn't have much of a choice of where to go. And as we said, I think they're just hoping for a right-hand shift coming up this upwind leg.
Exactly.
And when they come into the mark, they'll also have rights being on starboard tack, but they've got to be with the fleet enough to be able to use those rights.
The other thing that's going to be interesting is you have the guy, Grail, the older sailor, guy who's been around a lot. He's got some really interesting factors to his boat. He's brought his own boat, and he's got some different adjustments that are pretty dramatic that maybe the new guys won't want to do, but he can do some full-on adjustments to the shrouds on the side of the boat during the race. So it'll be interesting to see if he can make that into a bigger factor as the wind changes.
Well, Robert Scheidt and Henry Björning, bow 98, having a nice duel with Tonci Stepanovic and Ante Sicic from Croatia. Gold star on Robert's boat there.
World champion and Olympic champion.
World and...
Oh, no, pardon me, not Olympic champion. Olympic medalist.
Olympic medalist. Closing in. Look, and you get another report from the race committee. Still at 110 degrees. So
really
the wind
steady
is
breeze.
very, very steady. We started at 9:30 this morning, and our first report was 110 degrees, the direction of the wind. So it hasn't been shifting a lot. So it's obviously going to be a strength factor that you have to change gears just because of how much wind there is.
Well, and also because the wind isn't shifting so much, there's not as much opportunity to gain on shifts.
Exactly. It becomes a speed game.
Well, the poles, bow 6, having to tack behind Chime and Fantella. Leaderboard, though, giving the poles third towards the top mark. So Kuznedovic and Jitsky in good shape. Bow number 6, right over. Slightly, it's slightly deceiving because we're as
coming across.
We say, we're looking right across the racetrack as our camera boat, our chase boat, works its way up towards the top mark. And coming into the frame from the right are the Brazilians, Scheid and Björning in 4th position.
You can really see how the waves crashing through, trying to pierce it, and they're not really consistent. You get some little waves, and all of a sudden you'll lose that whole boat down into a wave, and then it comes back up. And again, that is exactly when you need to do some adjusting. And it also, the hard thing about a crew is when you're so low, you don't see. You have to really try to look forward to see what's coming up. So the best crews, they don't need the skippers to tell them to make the adjustment. You can think about it beforehand and just take care of business.
Okay, I wonder if we could just cut to virtual for a second, and we'll get a bit of an idea of how that pack on the far left is faring against the bunch in the middle. Mendelblatt and Fatih mathematically nearest the top mark, and they're beginning to pull out a commanding lead of 60 meters over Stepanovic and Sicic, with Kuzniedovic and Zitsky looking in good shape as well on the left-hand side. Kayard, Revkin, Diaz, Boltins, Polgar, Coy, Zbogart and Birch, Burton, Palfrey in the back there. Now, where did the Germans go? Where did Jochen Schumann get to, and Ingor, Volkowski? They were absolute furthest right. I wonder.
I think they might be just below Kayard and Revkin on the right-hand side.
Okay, we'll see them in a
Out
moment.
of screen.
I wonder if our camera boat, they could find. Okay, they're manoeuvring out of the way. But if we pull out virtually, if we can pull out.
There he is, coming back into the screen.
Schumann and Borkowski, bottom of the screen, tacking over, must be near that ley line there with Zarif and Prada. So Lue and Jenny, quite an interesting little situation here. Zarif, Prada, Schumann and Borkowski, furthest right, nearest to you, steaming in towards that top mark, almost on the ley line. Not sure if they can make it. What can you tell us?
Well, yeah, I mean, with the naked eye, it's very difficult to know if they are above the ley line. But they're fighters, that lot. I mean, we were talking about it earlier, and Schumann he doesn't know the meaning of the word to give up. But with a line of boats coming in here from the Rose Island side, and as we arrive near the top mark, I would say, it's really tight, whether they're going to make that top mark. And yeah, Jenny, what we've got a lovely view here, Jenny. What do you see?
Well, I think we've got leaders still, Mendelblatt and Fatih, and we saw them basically tack off the bottom mark, head all the way to the left, and now they're about, they've picked probably the perfect spot. They're going to come up on port tack, maybe 10 boat lengths shy of the top mark. So they've chosen a spot where it'll be quite easy for them to make that ley line call. Very much easier than Jochen Schumann, who made that ley line call about 1/4 up the race course. He had to tack on to starboard, and hopefully he lays from there. But at the point in time, we thought he was going to overstand if there was any right shift. Whereas Mendelblatt and Fatih, I think probably we'll just see them extend from here based on sailing a pretty good upwind.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Jenny. And the technique there on the mark roundings, getting that extension, getting just that a little bit of separation from the rest of the fleet at the last top mark. So here we go. You can see the water pounding. There they go, up and down a wave there. And Mendenblatt absolutely riding that beautifully. Look at him creaming through the waves.
And
he's put one tack in there. He wasn't happy with that lay, and may as well make it secure, because at the moment there's nobody that can touch him. He's absolutely owning this race, Mendenblatt. Winner here in 2014 with Brian Fatih. And look at the Croatians back up there as well. Robert Scheid also in the mix as well. And yeah, Jenny, we're getting near crunch time at this second top mark, eh?
Yeah, unclear as to what Mendelblatt just did. I mean, he basically just did a covering double tack, and I don't really think the fleet is close enough to have needed that double tack. I'm not really sure what they were doing. I mean, they 100% were not tacking for the mark. It was just sort of a protective move, and I mean, as you can see, he has about a 10-15 boat length lead, so I don't really know why he felt like that was a necessity. But here we go, rounding the top mark, Mendelblatt Fatih. I mean, clearly they've dominated so far.
Yeah, this race, they're definitely owning it. But look at the Croatians coming in here as well. They've got Robert Scheid below them, and this is going to be an interesting one. We've got Kuzniedovic and Jutski just tacking over onto port with the other Croatian team. And there's Zabo and Natucci coming in well. So these guys look like they're going to be a little bit of a leading pack through. Coming through there, that's the Croatian team. Is that Stepanovic and
yes, sir.
And yeah, I think that's Stepanovic. That's Robert Scheidt with Boning round with Zanucci and
then
yeah,
we've got the French, Xavier Rohart. So quite a good little bunch there for second place. We've got about 6 boats all fighting for the top 3 spots.
They are indeed, Jenny, but it's about making the top 10 as well. So, you know, we've got the pack coming in now, and that's where the really good punch-up is to make the qualifying rounds. We've got the Argentinian boat coming through here, and I think that's Caleb Payne. He's having a better race as well. Polgar and Coy in the mix, and also the Slovenians coming in. Negri and Lambertenghi, well, they're not even middle of the fleet on this one, so not doing so well. And Jenny, tell us about the Kiwis here.
Well, I was just wondering, I mean, it's the downwind, actually. I've just seen the Croatians drive off, and they're the only boat that seem to have wanted to put in a drive set there. Everyone else rounding the top mark. A lot of U.S. boats fighting with other U.S. boats. Bow 11, KR dropped back a bit from where he was earlier, only just rounding now. And as you said, Nick Thompson, not having the best day, but not having a bad day either. Just middle of the fleet, just tacking in front of Torben Grail.
Yes, indeed. And there we have, that's the German bow. I think that's, is that Staniak and Clean? Yeah, Staniak and Clean. They're not really having a great regatta here, and they're really going to have to pull something out of the bag. But yeah, it's pretty orderly at this this top mark rounding, unlike the last one. As Jenny was saying, the Croatians were the first to jibe off. Rohart and Ponso have also gone. You know, I think that's a lot to do with the wave angle as well. We've definitely that's definitely a better wave angle downwind. Last leg, Jenny, we're halfway through the day. Fatigue's got to be a bit of an issue, particularly downwind. It's harder downwind on these boats, isn't that correct?
Well, I mean, for the crews, it is 100% harder in many ways. Upwind, they've got their harnesses holding them in, so while it looks like they're hiking really hard, about half their body weight is being held by the harness. And as you can see, I mean, Brian Fatigue, we saw him on that last upwind. He was holding his arms over his head, so there is still a lot of core strength needed on the upwinds. But on the downwinds, we really get to see these guys come into form. We get to see them rocking the boats back and forth, the crew often up on the bow having to balance almost like football playing ballerinas. It's an incredible experience sailing a Star.
It is. We've got a ringside view here, but you know it's really difficult to tell what's going on, even if you come out here and watch it all day. But Virtual Eye have probably got a very good handle on how we're doing on this last leg. Back to you in the studio, Digby.
Thanks, Louis. Well, leading the pack, of course, Mendelblatt and Fatih running away with race number 4. Beautiful sailing by the Americans, the champions in 2014 in Nassau. And then we've got Scheidt and Björning with them, almost neck and neck with Stepanovic, and then Kuznirovic and Jitsky, Fantella and Adapovic. Rohart and Ponso, the Frenchman, the only French crew here today, up there in the mix. Zabo and Natucci, Aletza Mello, Zbogar and Birch having a great race just ahead of Polgar and Coy, and then Caleb Payne and Ian Coleman, and the Italians in 12th position.
Yeah, well, 12th position isn't a bad place to be. This isn't where they have been for most of the regatta, but they'll probably move up a few more places in the next couple legs, but they can't be upset with a 12th. You've seen people be incredibly consistent. They've been consistent. I would say that Mendelblatt and Fatih, the Americans, have been incredibly consistent, as well as Scheidt and Boning. And the Poles are starting to sail a little bit better at a more consistent level. But really, we only have a few teams who've been consistently up in the top 3. So a 12th place isn't really going to hurt Negri and Lambertenghi. We've got other teams that are carrying 21s, 25s.
Well, okay, just behind Negri and Lambertenghi, Torben Grail here, the 5-time medalist, round the world race winner. And there he is, a lot of chat there with Guillaume de Almeida, his crew. A lot of chit-chat going on by Torben, who's getting really fit for the Star Sailors League final in Nassau. And 7 is his best ranking on the Star Sailors League ranking list there, and he's neck and neck with the Germans and Zarif and Prada. Nice to see Burton and Palfrey. Tom Burton, the gold medalist from Rio in the laser, sailing with Andrew Palfrey, experienced crewman there. top coach for the Artemis Challenge America's Cup campaign right now, flying in specially for the Star Sailors League final.
Okay, we've just seen Mendelblatt and Fatih just on this downwind gain about 20-25 meters on the rest of the boat.
Yeah.
And that's pretty incredible. You've got Scheidt and Boning now 86 meters behind them, and our last place boat is almost 500 meters behind them.
Well, look, I mean, when you have a lead such as they had, you have a clear lane. And right when we saw the top mark, once Mendelblatt went around, then there was a big clump of 6 boats, as Jenny said, and that's going to make it. These guys have to battle each other, they have to share that wind, so to speak. So it's not going to be as easy. They're going to have just that little slight speed difference going downwind, whereas Mendels will keep it up at just extent.
Lovely shots as they head down towards the finish. All of these teams working their boats as hard as possible into the rhythm of the waves and just trying to get an ounce more speed out of those huge mainsails. As we look at Ian Coleman on the bow with Caleb Payne just rocking away. Caleb, VIP guest here, taking on one of the most experienced teams on the whole circuit, Eduardo Natucci with George Szabo in that frame. 2 American boats waving the flag.
Yeah, and Caleb is also another sailor from San Diego, one of the hot spots of star sailing in the world and also in the United States. So the star isn't unfamiliar to Caleb. He's grown up hearing the names of Mark Reynolds, George Szabo, so many famous star sailors and Olympians from San Diego.
Okay, good drama heading down towards the finish in the middle of the pack in the 11th, 12th, 13th positions there. Nice to see another laser sailor Thompson with Stevie Mitchell in 14th, having a go ahead, duking it out with Paul Kaod and Josh Revkin. The Great Dane Jonas Ho Christensen with Stevie Milne in 16th, and then our Kiwis in 17th. Good for them.
For a nice jibe.
Nice jibe there. Tonci Stepanovic with Ante Sicic. Our Croatians are hammering away down towards the finish. What position are they in? Let's see. Second, third. Brilliant. Right up there.
Well, these guys are having a great day. I mean, you just look, if they get 2 top 3s, that's going to launch them straight up the leaderboard. And they're doing well. I mean, look, as the Finn sailors can attest, they have such good pumping technique. Just maybe it's not in the star, but they know how to make it. They're one class that they unleash them at around 10 knots and just let them go free pumping. So there's been a lot of training over the last 6 years of how to actually do that, pumping a boat, and obviously these guys' technique is pretty effective.
Actually, in last year's final, they were in 6th place overall, which is a great finish for one of our rookie teams. So here in Nassau, they have experience on the water, and they've put a little bit more time into the boat than some of the other teams.
Yeah. Well, they had a little training camp, so I mean, obviously they want a piece of the action.
Well, out on the water, Louis and Jenny, we can see that Mendelblatt and Fatih are running away with this. There's a fair bit of separation to Stepanovic and Sicic, with Scheidt and Björning in 3rd, Rohard and Ponceau in 4th position, Kuznirovic and Jitsky in 5th. We're looking at the Americans, Mendelblatt and Fatih, as they go through the gate. What are you seeing out there, Jenny?
Well, they're about 20 boat lengths to this finish line. They have about a 15 boat length gap maybe to the guys behind them in 2nd place. So they are, as we said, they are showing their true form. They are doing quite well, and as they approach the finish, they look very relaxed on board. I mean, as they should be with a 10 boat length lead. They're only about 5 boat lengths to the finish line now, coming up to crossing the line, in fact, and you can see he's still working hard actually as we go across the line. Fatih still rocking the boat quite hard as they rock through the finish.
Yeah, and Mendelblatt and Fatih, a good win there. Negri Lambertenghi down the pan. I haven't got the numbers in front of me, but Mendelblatt and Fatih may have started to stamp their authority or at least lead this regatta. Stepanovic, he got a 19 and a 20 yesterday. He's doing so well. And
high fives, Louis.
Next race.
High fives
high fives on the boat. For next race,
nice.
Digby, don't forget the discard kicks in.
After 4 races.
Yeah, we're going to see a massive change in the leaderboard after the next race. But Mendelblatt and Fatih look like they're top banana at the moment, Digby.
Scheidt and Björning just drifting down in 3rd position. And there's Xavier Rohart and Pierre-Alexis Ponceau
Right after the poles.
just ahead of the poles. I would say that was the Frenchman over the Polish. And then Sime, Fantella, Antonio.
The cameraman in there, right by the mark.
There is a cameraman, as you say.
A
Good
frog
spot.
man.
Cool. Okay. Next through, George Szabo, Eduardo Natucci.
A good race for those guys. They haven't had the best series so far, and we know what they're capable of, so that's a little bit more where we expect to see them.
And then coming through, Facundo Olezza from Argentina with Federico Melo.
That's a good. I mean, he's keeping his nose in the game very nicely this time.
Sailing very consistently.
Yeah, very consistent.
Yo-Yo Polgar, Marcus Coy, the Germans. Neck and neck with, I didn't see who was right with them there, I'm afraid. Caleb Payne, Ian Coleman.
Augie.
Coming through, Augie Diaz, Arnie Boltins. And then the Italians, Negri and Lambertenghi. Consistently good. Consistently good. I think that's still enough to keep them at the top of the leaderboard. We'll find out after all the boats have crossed.
If that's like a 12 and that's your first race, that's not so bad.
That's their discard now.
That's their discard at this point, so that's fine. But I mean, look, we're only halfway through the day today. We're going to have 2 more races. It'll be interesting how the wind conditions keep up.
Nice finish for Nick Thompson and Stevie Mitchell there.
And
Just
the
crossing, waving the Union Jack.
Robert Scheidt crossing us right now. Oh, this will be a
Look at this
fantastic finish here.
Torben.
Come on, Meech. Come on, Saint Torben. Whoa, look at him
Torben
squeezing through that line.
That nice little
That was neck and neck with George Zarif and Bruno Prado. Brazilian showdown right there. As some of our back markers start to come
Taylor
through.
and Struby. The dog.
The dog. Now I did ask him before, and I can't remember why he's called Dog.
Well, he's a crusty Aussie who's hardcore. You know, he's not soft like a cat. He's rough like a dog.
All right, that's your theory. Eric Monin now from Switzerland, Bow 91, the match racer. He was, there we go, Dingo. And then Hubert Merkelbach and Klaus Olesen, the Dane, and the German together. The 2 doctors, great characters, lovely, charming characters. And there's a whole bunch of medical, you know, any problems with your back, Dr. Hubert, he's the man.
Oh, we got all the doctors out here, right? You got Almeida, Hubert, Klaus.
Okay, so I think we still have one more to come through the finish line. Or is that, no, Merkelbach and Olesen. They were 25th. They were the final. Woo! All right, so the race officer, Sharon, on the bow of the committee boat, they're going to be setting another race course. That was the second race of the day, and they're going to be doing 4, I reckon. Kathleen?
Yeah, 4 races takes a lot of concentration. As we said, sailing isn't just a physical sport. We've got the tactical games, the chess game, and every skippers are concentrating on every single wave. They're looking around at every puff. They're looking at their competition, and so are the crews. And you can't imagine the mental drain that these sailors experience on a day like this.
I guess the hard part.
Well, to confirm, Mendelblatt, Fatih running away with that one in 48 minutes. That's pretty much the target length of race that Sharon, the race officer, is aiming for. Stepanovic, Šitčić, Scheidt and Björning, Rohart, Ponceau, Kaznedovic, Zitsky, Pantella, Adapovic, Szabo, Natucci, Olezza. Bravo to the Argentinian with Melo from Portugal, Polgar, Coy, Zbogar and Bert Zbogar, Laser and Finn Sailor, Payne, Caleb Payne, Ian Coleman, Diaz and Boltins in the middle there, Negri and Lambertenghi 13th. Okay. Thompson Mitchell 14th, well done, ahead of Kayard and Revkin. Ho, Kristen with Milne in 16th, Grail in 17th, and I'm just seeing where our Kiwis have finished. New Zealand in 18th. Now, I think we have Mark Mendelblatt on the line. And let's patch in to Mark Mendelblatt. So Mark, you're now live. We can just see you hammering away. Very, very nice result. Congratulations. Talk us through it.
Nope. Well, I heard his voice. Yeah, he's got the mic.
Committee boat in, which was good because we sailor set up at the top, got a little gap, and it was one of those races that we got lucky to not have to.
Hey, Mark, do us a favour, would you? Would you sail towards our camera? Woohoo! Here we go. Look, get a bit of live onboard audio here. You can take out the Frenchman on your way. The president, indeed. Hey, listen, congratulations. Now we know you won this event 2 years ago. Do you feel you're in with a chance here to win again?
Yeah, you know, I'm good in the boat, and we definitely won't be satisfied with anything but a win, so we're hoping we're going to be good enough.
And Mark, tell me, what sort of preparation have you put into this championship with Brian?
Week before in Miami, and that went well for us. And other than that, just a little practice down here in Nassau. But we've got quite a few years together in the boat, so hopefully it'll all come back.
Okay, well, we think that Sharon is going to run 2 more races. A lot of racing left in the day. Congratulations on the second race of the day, race 4. You now have a discard, which is good news, and we'll let you get on with it. Do us a favour, give Brian, your crew, a big slap on the back, because that was a superb result.
Okay,
thanks,
thank you.
guys.
All
Thanks.
Right. Thank you. Bye.
Always low-key, calm, simple guy, just great skill.
Okay, well, there is the champions from 2014. Very cool, very calm, very collected.
Yeah,
pretty class act, Kathleen.
Yeah, and well, Mark has had success in numerous boats. He was a very successful laser sailor in the top 5, I think probably 4th place in the last Olympic Games in laser that he did. Any boat that he's been in, from the Optimist at the world level as a junior all the way up, no matter what boat you put him in, he goes fast. And he's just always, he's just calm and collected.
Yeah, he's a natural. I mean, he grows up in St. Petersburg sailing. You know, you got Ed Baird from St. Petersburg, Florida. St. Petersburg, exactly. But I mean, there's a lot of talent that comes out of there. Great optimist program, and when you get that solid base as a young kid, it just projects all the way through.
I tell you, I'm really enjoying today. It's really cool racing out there. Very tight mark roundings. We've got more boats on the Star Sailors League final than ever before. We started out with 15, and it's 20, and now it's 25. So there's more sailors, more VIP guests.
More talent.
More talent.
More surprises.
More surprises,
and more surprises,
exactly.
yeah. So it's actually getting harder and harder for these top guys like Mark and Brian to come out on top here. And we're going to see some upsets for sure. You can't have everybody in the top 10 after 4 days of racing. We're into day number 2 of the 5-day regatta. And there's plenty more racing in the qualifiers. On Saturday, it's crunch time because only the top 10 go through. And then we have 8 in the quarterfinals. Whoever wins the round robins here, the qualifiers gets a bye into the finals. So then we have the quarterfinals and then the semi-finals and the finals with 4. Now, we're in the Bahamas, we're in Nassau, the capital of the Bahamas, and there was a really nice opening ceremony at the government house where the Prime Minister was there and all the politicians and the sailors, and there was a presentation, and it was quite a posh do, and the Star Sailors League even stumped for jackets for all the sailors just to make everybody look very classy. Here's what happened.
Ready? Thomas. Oh.
would like to say how delighted we are to have the Star Sailors League back in Nassau. To those sailors who are repeat visitors, we say welcome back. And to those who are here for the first time, we are sure you will find that the experience here in the Bahamas will mean that in future years we will be saying welcome back to you also. Thank you.
Show you how. It's time to set your spirit free. I want everybody to follow me. If I jump up, you jump. If I wind up, you wind. If I shake up, you shake. Follow every move I make. If I jump up, you jump. If I wind up, you wind. If I shake up, you shake. Shake.
Well, great scenes from Government House. Out on the water, Bob Fisher, top sailing journalist in the world, the man who has written the book about the America's Cup and everything, with Jenny Tulloch, our presenter. Jenny and Bob, some fantastic racing going on today. The mark roundings incredibly close, Bob.
Incredibly close, and frankly, it's the best racing I've seen for a long time. And I've watched a lot of America's Cup racing of recent date, but this beats the hell out of that. This really is first-class yacht racing, and you can't get any better than that. I mean, these are the top guys at it too, and you know, this is a pleasure to be out here to watch these guys. It really is, and I'm surprised there aren't more people out here in boats watching it, because there ought to be. I mean, this is the best, isn't it, Jenny?
I think absolutely. And in terms of the number of Olympic medals, I mean, you guys were saying earlier we have 16 Olympic medalists. We have 31 Olympic medals amongst the fleet, just 6 of them being won in Rio recently. So it's not only legends of the star class, but it's I mean, just behind us here, George Zarif, not really a star sailor. He's a fin sailor in the current Olympics for Brazil, but sailing with him, Bruno Prada, who's the current star world champion, but he has 2 medals in the past in the star class. It's phenomenal to see these guys all going to head and actually get to be sailing in conditions like this, where it's warm water, good waves, nice breeze. I mean, you couldn't ask for more if you were out there.
And there's just enough in the wind to make it difficult too. That's what I like about it. You know, anybody who goes out on a limb could come out looking good, but it's just as likely to come out looking dreadful.
Well, we know yesterday they were talking about the current. I think Diego Negri, they won the day yesterday with a 3 and a 2. At the end of the day, asking him about the current out here, he seemed to have it nailed. You know, he knew exactly when low tide was, which I think was 1 o'clock yesterday, so it's going to be about 2 o'clock today. He sort of knew which side he preferred based on the tide. I think today the majority of the fleet thought it wouldn't be an issue because it would be windy, but actually we're seeing it die a bit more than expected. It's sort of only 9 to 12 knots instead of the 15 to 17 we're expecting. So do you think maybe they're factoring in those situations?
I don't know. There are huge shifts in it too. You can see those, and you know, you got to tackle those. And some people seem to get them right, and some get them horribly wrong. But there's enough in this to make it interesting racing, in the shifts, that is.
Speaking of gold medalists, we just got a little wave there from Tom Burton. I know you guys were talking about Andrew Palfrey Dog, who just coached Artemis Racing's RC44 team to a win last week. But they're all really excited, and you can see actually all the boats now returning towards the start line, which I think means we're expecting to have a start soon. So we'll go back to you guys in the studio, Digby.
Thanks, Jenny. Well, let's have a look at the overall points after the racing today. After 4 races, the little red number is the discard. And of course, at the top, Negri and Lambertenghi with a slightly better count back than Scheidt and Björning on equal points, 6 points. Mendelblatt and Fatih clawing their way up into 3rd place. Rohard and Ponceau in 4th overall, and Ho Christensen with Stevie Milne in 5th. Great job by the Great Dane, Polgar and Koy in 6th, Kuzniewicz and Jitski from Poland in 7th, and bravo to our Argentinian VIP Aletza with Melo now up into 8th, Stepanovic, Sicic in 9th, Zarif Prada there in 10th, and as we go down into the bottom half of the leaderboard, Thompson Mitchell looking fairly good, Diaz, Boltins, Kayard, Revkin, bit of work to do. Schumann and Bulkowski from 12th into today, not going to be too happy with that. They've had a 25th and a 21st.
Yeah.
Pretty shocking day so far for the great German. Canfield and Struby, they're in there at 21st. Staniek and Clean, 2 20th today. They're not going to be too pleased with that. And a 19th and 18th for Sam Meach.
They're moving up
today. They are moving up.
At least they got their jib going.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest drops that we've seen today was actually Zarif and Prada. They came into the day in 5th place, and they've gotten an 18th and 19th in the first 2 races today. They can't afford another result that low in order to stay up on that top 10 in the leaderboard.
We are looking at the committee boat. Sharon Burke, the race officer for all the Star Sailors League finals so far in the Bahamas. Just there on the foredeck. You can see her with that yellow, probably a little handheld compass, just checking things out. They've reset the course, I believe. They've been moving the top
sounds
marks.
like the wind has gone a little bit right at this point, so it's about 120 degrees, 150 degrees on the board
we
there.
can actually read it, which is rather good. Course 4, windward lured,
1
nautical mile. So the same distance, the wind has shifted from 90 to 115. And they put some
results
top
up
5
there. Okay,
results,
very
top
cool,
6.
very cool.
Okay, great stuff.
We're about 5 minutes away from the warning gun right now.
Oh, from the warning gun.
Yeah.
All
no,
right.
and it's going to be interesting to see. Now it's, you know, look, we don't usually, these guys probably all have coach boats when they're out in the water during the races, so you're getting replenished with liquids, you're getting your power bar of choice. Now there's one guy out there, I don't know what he's doing with all the people or all the teams, so he can't really service everybody. So all of a sudden, I think the hydration factor is really going to come into play. That's where you start thinking just a little less crisp, a little less sort of making that quick decision, and when you make a decision just a little bit late, it makes a big difference on what your lane's going to be. So it's going to be interesting to see how this factors in.
Well, we understand that the next race start will be in approximately 9 minutes. Sharon, we understand, has just texted us and said about 4 minutes to the warning signal. 35 miles from here is a marvellous tourist attraction with sharks, where you can go swimming with sharks, something I would never ever do, but let's check it out now.
The Exumas are an archipelago of 365 keys and islands, just 35 miles southeast of Nassau. There, you can swim with the sharks. Key sharks are nurse sharks, and adult sharks are commonly 7 to 9 feet long, although they can get as big as 14 feet and weigh between 200 and 300 pounds. Here, at the Compass Key Marina, sharks are used to being fed and enjoy swimming with the visitors.
Was that you down there, Tyler? Swimming
Yeah,
with the
swim with the
sharks?
sharks. I've done it before, and I'll do it again for sure. It was a good time.
You survived.
I survived. They didn't take a bite out of me.
And yesterday we saw. Oh, here we go. Guns, horns blazing.
Looking for the 5-minute flag soon.
Yeah, and then again, this is going to be good. The wind has gone a little bit at right. It's gotten a little bit softer, and I think the big factor here is that it's still going to be a sea state that's going to make these guys work a little bit harder. Maybe not so much physically, but more so with the adjustments of the jibs or the main and making sure the boat's always going full speed.
So just that was a little 1 minute to the 5-minute gun.
Yeah, warning to the guys saying, "Hey, we're getting ready to
yeah,
go."
A little 1 minute warning.
Yeah.
So we're coming up to 5 minutes, and we're looking at Robert Scheid, Henry Björning, the yellow caps. Robert, the legend from Brazil, 5 Olympic medals. We're listening to the race committee boat now, about to hit the 5-minute gun.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Boom, 5 minutes.
Oh, there's the
There's
star
the
flag.
star flag.
There's the star flag.
A bit late with the flags.
A little bit late. Now these guys are
You'd
gonna
be surprised how
looking-
tough it is to do race committee work. To get the flags timed with the horns, and that's one of the reasons in sailboat racing we have both the audio sound and the visual, the flag. Because sometimes you
point.
might be at the other end of the line, you can't hear the sound.
My bad.
There might be waves,
Yeah.
except you'll be able to see the flag.
But
So
it's
it-
all flag predominant, right? If you
Exactly.
don't hear the
That's
flag,
right.
the flags are what the key, and
But
that's what you go by.
The sound is secondary. It's always
Yes.
about the flags.
Also because the sound takes longer to carry.
Carry.
So
Indeed.
sometimes the sound is off.
And sometimes they have the flags on both sides of the line. It's not an easy job for sure.
Okay, Diego Negri, Sergio Lambertenghi, 6 points, top of the leaderboard, into race number 5.
5, 4,
Sails
3,
flapping. Here's up to the 4 minutes.
1,
And it is impressive how, that is a huge main, and the noise it makes when you're luffing just to sort of get closer to the line, holding back a little bit, you can't hear anything. So it's one of those, become observant, especially on the crew side.
Well, one of the jobs of the crew also at the start is actually to get the time. A lot of these sailors, they have compasses on their boat that also serve as a timer. So you have to press the button at the right time, and it's hard. Sometimes your skipper's tacking as you're trying to get the time set, and that's one of the reasons why we have a couple horns before, so everyone can get on the same page.
Well, Negri and Lambertenghi, bottom of our screen, nearest our camera boat. There, Rohard and Ponceau. Just dropping down there. We've seen the pin end, which is the other end of the line. Very busy today so far at the previous 2 starts, particularly the first start. Second race I thought was very even, because halfway up it was left and right were absolutely dead.
Well, Sharon's done a really good job of setting the course properly, and that it gives a little bit maybe more to the pin just to keep the leverage of when you finally tack over to port, as you'll see. But these guys, they've done a nice job of just spraying themselves out and trying to keep it even.
It's not the longest start line in the world, is it? Very tight, actually, for 25 of these boats.
Well, I was talking to Augie Diaz yesterday, asking him about that. Is it crowded on the line? He said he actually felt like there was plenty enough space, that the sailors, because they are at such a high level, they know that they need room to get off the line. When you're competing against less experienced sailors, they come in, they tuck up underneath you, not giving you enough room to bear away.
Get in there close.
But these guys, they find their spot early, and they're able to maintain the spot because they have the skill.
Mateusz Kuzniewicz, Dominik Zitsky, our Polish crew, just looking around, trying to decide where they want to be on that start line.
Yeah, today they've had a very good day. They had a very rough day yesterday at the back of the pack, but I didn't think they would be out of it, and today they've just improved with every race in series.
Well, my theory is with these guys is they don't sail a lot during the year together, that it just every day is just a little bit better, a little more ramped up, and you'll see, I bet you on Friday they'll be right in the mix, as they already are, and keeping within the race and going into Saturday with some steam.
Well, Jenny Tulloch out on the camera boat. We've got just under 2 minutes, and we're looking at a wide shot of the boats all just hovering pattern, waiting to attack that line. Jenny, talk us through it a little bit.
Well, you're right. I mean, the guys definitely bunching up towards the race committee end of the line this time. We saw the middle of the line last time worked out a bit better, but I think there's a proper fight now for the race committee. And we know there was that 5-minute delay from when they wanted to start. I think we've seen a big right shift out here. The windward mark is much, much closer than the last two races, which means the start is really all important. So if you know there's a right shift, you know the winner mark is very close, you're happy to be at the race committee line as long as it doesn't go back left after that.
Yeah, there we go. And I tell you what, looking at the flags on the race committee line, I've put my glasses on, I can see properly now, and I reckon we've got a big righty. I would say that we are going to see some boats heading over to the Rose Island side, which has probably opened up. Saw Stevanovic, the Croatian, having a look at his Windex just now, and he came over this side. And looking at that Windex, I would say, put it this way, I think that the Rose Island side is going to work. Jenny, what do you reckon?
Well, we've got 30 seconds to the start. You can see the Brazilians, I think that's George Zarif actually going for the double tack at the line. I want to say Tom Burton is the Aussie boat. He's too close. I think if you've got 20 seconds, those guys might be over early on the start line, but we'll see. We'll see. Another 15 seconds to go until we get the start. Who else is looking good down there? We've got Kiwis on our end, Germans on our end, Polish down the line. People starting to pull the trigger now. They've got 3, 2, 1. There's the gun.
There we go. And the blanket start there. Rohat and Ponso, a little bit shy of the line, but they're in a nice controlling position there with a bit of space
Sorry
down
to interrupt,
to Leeward.
Louis. General recall.
General
so,
recall.
too many boats over that start line, Jenny.
Yeah, I think that was led by Tom Burton. I think the Aussies kind of started to punch out in the middle of the rest of the fleet. You guys know how it is. You feel like one guy's too close to the line, maybe I'll just edge up near him and see if I can get ahead, and then all of a sudden everyone's over, just like that.
Yeah, absolutely, Jenny. And we all know about the Aussie state of emergency. It's she'll be all right, mate. And you know, he went for it there and pulled a few with him. Rohat and Ponso probably nailed that start, but they were too many boats over, so we're going to see a restart. Jenny, do you agree with me? I like the left-hand side. What do you think?
Yeah, you know, it's hard. Looking up the course here, it's difficult. I think if you like the left in a star, you really want it to be a very long course. You got to be able to, the boats are so very even in terms of their speed up wind that you've got to be able to then get across the entire fleet on starboard on the way back. And I think I'd be just a tiny bit concerned with this super short upwind mark that maybe you wouldn't get quite enough of a lefty to actually be able to cross. But then again, we know we've just had this big right shift. You got to assume maybe the left will come back after that. So I like your thoughts.
Well, I was at a World Championship recently, and there was a boat there called Should Have Gone Left. And, you know, a few of them looked like they were lining up to do that. And we don't know. Maybe there's an offset at the top mark. So, Jenny, you got something? You got some comms from the race? Oh, no, it hasn't got some comms from the race committee. We're waiting for the race committee to decide what they're going to do. Do you think that was the race committee's fault? Do you think it's not a square line, or do you think it was
Louis,
just...
beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. I'm just gonna butt in because we're looking at Torben Grael and Guillaume Diomeda. The race officers are going to reset the line and have another start in a few moments. But Jenny managed to catch up with Torben Grael and Guillaume just before the start of this regatta. And let's have a little profile of these two top Brazilians.
We are here with sailing legends, Torben Grael and Guilherme Almeida. You guys skipped last year, but you're back again in Nassau now. What keeps you coming back to the Star Sailors League?
Oh, it's an event very well organized with very good sailors in a very good place. So it's fun to be here and sail against these good guys.
What do you think of the conditions when you're out on the water?
Well, today the conditions was real good. I think last year wasn't that good, but 2 years ago we had such a good conditions as well. So we decided to come this year with a new boat and to play the game with the right things, everything in shape. Boat, Torben is in a new shape again. He's doing a lot of workout. So I think this year we're gonna have fun over here.
Let's hope so, and let's hope you guys are all in good shape. I mean, we know there's top-level competition here. There's Olympic sailors as well. But you've done a lot of top-level competition in the past with Volvo, Olympics. How does this compare competitively?
Well, I think the big difference is everyone is more or less in the same level of preparation here. I don't think there's anyone very well prepare just for this event. So it makes it fun because it levels a little bit with the guys that are trying a new boat for the first time. You know? I think if we were all sailing as you sail on the Olympic campaign, then your level gets a little higher. It's more hard for the newcomers, but I think the way it is fun for everyone.
And it is physical, especially for the Star Cruise. We hear a lot of you guys are very in shape, but why do you have to keep that physicality up? What's it like out on the water?
Oh, actually, now the boat is really tough, and SSL you can like pump over some wind, so it's getting harder to sail only if you're not in a good shape. So we are trying to prepare ourselves every year to be better.
All right, well, good luck out there, you guys. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Well, Guillaume and Torben.
That's a big man.
We are seconds away from the 5-minute gun. Here we go. We can hear live from the committee boat on audio. Let's keep quiet for a second.
4, 3, 2, 1, go!
4 minutes and a black flag. So, Sharon taking no prisoners in this next race.
Yeah, black flag. So what that means to our viewers out there is that if you are over the line at 1 minute before the start, or any time between 1 minute and go, you are out of the race. Normally, if you're over the line early, you come around the ends of the starting line and you can start again. But in this case, if you are over, you are out of the race.
Out of the race, exactly.
Okay, fair call from the race officer. They were too eager for that false start earlier there, and we saw Tom Burton, the laser gold medalist, really gunning for it, which is really cool to see, you know.
Yeah, we're seeing that on that line, the boats in the middle were the ones who drew the fleet over. And it's a little bit tougher because the guys on the end of the line can see exactly where the line is better than the people in the middle. But once one boat starts to go, the next boat starts to go. And the ones who think, oh, I'm going to be over, but just in case it's not a general recall, I don't want to be stuck in the back.
Stuck in the back. You want to be. Well, I think at this point he's sort of like, I got to pull some stops.
Oh, he's going for it.
I got to go for it. I don't really care. We're gonna push it, and either
blaze of glory.
Yeah.
Now, also, what's really important about this black flag is you have many boats out there that are already carrying a very large, high number score, 25, 17, 18, and you probably won't see those boats, we call it pushing the line.
Exactly.
They're going to be a little bit more conservative because they can't afford an OCS or over the start line early.
Yeah, I think the wind actually looks like it's a little fresh. It's coming back up to about 12, 13 knots, so it's a little harder, a little easier to get through these waves. All the slop, as you say, as it gets more sloppy throughout the day with all these boats in the waves. Interesting to see. There's our Argentinian kid.
Argentinian-Portuguese duo.
Exactly.
Who are doing a stellar job today.
Yeah,
fantastic.
He's been consistently up there in the top 10, usually in the top 6 throughout this whole event. And for a young man, that is an incredible feat.
Yeah, so with his heroes too, so that's good. And he had that great quote today.
Eric Monin, the Swiss match racer, another VIP guest here. Not a star specialist by any means.
But he is sailing with a star specialist. He's sailing with Pascal Rambaud, who is a many-year crew of Xavier Rohard, an Olympic medalist, and he's also coaching some of the top youth teams in France at the moment, just taking some time out from his...
last year.
And last year we saw him in the Star Sailors League at the top of the leaderboard as well.
Now, Jenny and Louis out on the start line. We are super close to this start. We're going to let you talk us through it. Right now, nearest you, you've got Schumann and Borkowski gunning for a committee boat end. Jenny.
You're right, we've got 1:10 to go. I feel like we are having deja vu. The last start was exactly like this. We had Schumann and Borkowski just in front of us before the general in the last race as well. And then we had that huge set of waves that came through and pushed the 2 German boats down the line. I think Schumann will have learned from that. He didn't have a great race as we saw. So even though there's a black flag up, we should be seeing them trying to push the line a bit harder.
Yeah, indeed. Stepanovic is the most forward here on the committee boat end. And having said that, he's just tacked away. I'd say Kuzniewicz and Jutski have got a lovely position there. Bit of space to leeward there so they can speed up if they're too late for the line. Bit of midline sag. How much time we got, Jenny?
30 seconds to go. 25 seconds to go, in fact.
They look early. They look early, Jenny. What do you reckon?
Well, I don't know. I mean, again, I think the boat's near the pin. You could just see them pushing the line very hard. A German gold star and a Brazilian gold star. I think that's Torben Grail. 11, 10, 9. Perhaps too close. I mean, they're bailing out. 7 seconds. Torben Grail did not want to be over early there. And that black flag. 3, 2, 1. That's the gun. Whoa. Possibly Argentinians with an over early. I'm not quite sure. We'll have to see later on with the race committee. They don't let us know in a black flag.
No, exactly. So, yeah, well, I say I like the look of Kuzniewicz and Jutski. They've got a nice controlling position there. Plenty of space to speed up so that they can, alter the angle of attack if they want to come down, pick up speed, or stay high and keep going. Also, Rohat and Ponso, they've got a cracking spot there. Thompson first attack onto the port jibe there. Bad start there from Ho Christiansen. Jenny, what can you see?
Well, I think as well, and I'm not sure that we can catch it on the camera here, but I do think that we saw Torben Grail just spin. So we saw him bail out on the start line, and then I think on port tack he fouled someone. So we've seen them spin at the back of the pack, both Torben and a German boat.
Yeah, Jenny, Torben he was too early. He was gunning that too early, and he was not going to make it, and so he decided he was right on the pin, and he had some space just to duck back behind.
Well, sometimes you just take a quick spin back, you do a jibe, you take a few transom, and you just look for some daylight to get back in line and get your sort of lineage and your lane again. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I mean, if you foul them, Stanjic, he had the same problem.
He hung out at the pin end a little bit longer than he should have, but he didn't have anywhere to go.
Oh, that was so tight. That was so tight. I mean, he was literally, I don't know, what, 2 seconds, I would say?
Yeah, well, it's not much. But I mean, one of the biggest problems they had is that they didn't have any speed going forward. So all of a sudden, when you pull in your sheets and you start to go forward, you're going to slide a little bit and slide you right into that mark.
And you have the boats who are already accelerating before you at full speed going over the top of you, which makes it even harder to get any angle and acceleration.
Exactly.
Well, into our live shot, we're looking at the New Zealanders, Sam Meach and Craig Monk, powering upwind. Looks like they had a pretty decent start. They're on the, I'm not sure where they are on the track actually, but they are.
Oh, they're off to the right.
Off to the right, right next to our camera boat, next to Stepanovic and Šipčić, heading out to the right-hand side. Still a little clump on the left, but Sam Meach, 25, laser bronze medalist from Rio. And apparently, Sam met Craig on a flight. They happened to sit next to each other and they were chatting away, and that's how they got to know each other. And Sam was invited here and he said, look, I would really like a New Zealand crewman to come and represent the Kiwi flag. And that's them getting together. Bow 93, flying the Kiwi flag there. They had that shocking day yesterday, and now they're off the blocks. And
well,
into the rhythm.
we did get a report from the race committee that there's a little bit more wind out there. Maybe a little bit on the right side, which is making it looks like a little bit more of the fleet is headed out to the right side than normal. It looks a little bit more of a split, so it could be a little bit different out there.
Schumann and Borkowski, who had that shocking race just earlier, now in the middle of the pack with Negri and Lambertenghi in a nice position with a lot of clear air. Oletza, the Argentinian, with the Portuguese Melo right in the middle. They've impressed us hugely today. The youngsters, the young guns, and unfortunately for Grail and De Almeida and Staniak did clean back of the bus so far.
Well, we still have probably more boats on the port tack at this point of the race than we've had
all
all day. So something has changed out there. Something's making them go a little bit more that way. It does seem to be a little bit light, but you know what? It's still as bumpy as usual.
Meach just ducking behind the Croatians. I think they're going to have to duck behind the Brits there. Nick Thompson, another laser sailor, 6th in Rio.
Look, you can see the Argentinian just tacking in there, keeping his way up the middle of the course. Seeing something, Sam Mendelblack crossing his bow on port. It's so tight. It is so tight on this race course. It's incredible to watch.
Well, I'm waving the Kiwi flag today. Come on, the Kiwis, with their black bibs. A lot of fantastic bibs and graphics going on in the SSL with the big country flags.
On the stern, yeah, that's pretty spectacular. Cool. I always found that's the nicest one.
Last year we had Hamish Pepper here. He did an excellent job. I think he finished in the top 3 in this event. Another Kiwi, star legend, and he sailed with Bruno Prada. Bruno Prada seems to be jumping around, but always with some of the best skippers.
Well, Bruno won the first SSL Finals in 2013 with Robert Scheid, and he's been top of the Star Sailors League rankings for 180 weeks. And I think it was Fritjof Frieda who said, yeah, he's the, what was it, the Roger Federer of sailors.
Exactly. Yeah, well, I mean, Bruno, look, he's good. He's a pro sailor, so to speak. You know, he's always at all these regattas. He's like a star specialist, so he does go. He spends a lot of time in Miami, sails with Augie, sails with a lot of the younger guys. You know, he's out there a lot, and you know that's what you need in order to keep up the rankings.
Well, Bow 95 having a great duo with Bow 6. It is the Slovenians against the Poles right over on the far side of the track from our camera boat going left up the course. It was Vasily Bogar with Zsombor Birch from Hungary. Vasily from Slovenia is the silver medalist at Rio in the Finn. Fantastic. And
he's done well in the laser as well. I mean, he's a pretty good sailor. Well, again, everybody is.
Well, Slovenia, it's interesting. It's a very, very small country, but it only has about, I'd say, 20 kilometers of coastline. But on that 20 kilometers, you have some really great sailing spots with some excellent sailors.
Good observation, absolutely. And Vasily, I mean, he's a superstar in Slovenia. You know, he's probably their most successful sailor. I think he was the only medalist this year at the Games from his country. He was the flag bearer.
Yeah.
And that was pretty cool. And I had a little chat with him this morning. We reconnected because I filmed a little feature with him in his little vineyard a few years back when he was on the America's Cup circuit, and he had a big smile about that. And it's going strong. That's his hobby. Yeah. That's his passion, and a really top guy.
Wow, literally here they come back into the cone.
So we are looking at the Croatians, Fantella, Adapovic. Virtuali is giving us Kuznerovic and Jitski top of mathematical distance to that top mark. We've got a little way to go before they get to that top mark, but we're in race number 5. We could have another race today. I suspect it is it's about 1:45 local time, so they're going to have enough time to run a 4th race, and we're looking at Grail and Diomeda just tacking away there. Of course, they had that poor start, terrible start, where they had to dip and come around, get a second.
Well, I mean, sometimes you want to, if you can get around to the end and just circle back, but with the black flag up, you can't cross the line, so you have to turn back instantly in order to avoid the DSQ.
Lodon in 24 out of 25 right now. Torben Grail with Guillaume Diomeda smashing along,
close.
Getting into some rhythm on their lilac. But I don't know why he's
well, actually, Lilia is the builder of these boats, and Lilia in Italian is lilac.
Aha! All comes clear.
Yeah, and they didn't really have a good out there. We've seen the past couple of races that there's been a lot more space on the right-hand side of the course. So if you got a bad start, you could bail out and get to the right, even when the left side was more favored. But if you had clean air, you're okay. But in this case, we saw so many more boats this time going off to the right-hand side, which meant that when Torben started after everybody and was heading that direction,
everybody
he didn't even have
flipping.
a clean lane.
Yeah.
Well, it's a super even line right across the racetrack, halfway up towards the top mark. So there's really nothing in it. In fact, if you look at the top sort of 19, it's 30 meters between top and 19th, 20th. So a very even race course, I would say, at the moment.
Yeah, I think today they've already had 2 races under their belt, and the wind is actually back up almost to the velocity that was at the beginning of today. The last race with the wind dying a little bit was a little bit of a mix-up, changing gears, switching gears, and now they've got to switch gears back to kind of what we had earlier in the day. So they've already seen this condition. We are seeing a little bit more tiny white caps out there, which indicates case an even more increase in wind velocity. But this race will probably happen a little bit faster than the last one just because of the increase in the wind speed.
Well, it's interesting as we pull out. We were looking at Kuznierdovich and Jitski right over on the left as they go upwind. And towards the middle, Mendelblatt and Fatih have that gain line, the mathematical gain line to the top mark. So technically they're the leaders at the moment in a bit of clear air. Another super race for the Americans, the winners in 2014. Negri and Lambertenghi doing a sterling job also in the middle. And then towards the right, we've got Thompson and Mitchell, Stepanovic and Sičić. So interesting, it's going to be very, very, very tight at that top mark. Let's go back to Lue and Jenny on the water. Lue and Jenny, let's start with Lue, Mendelblatt and Fatih at the moment in the middle in the lead.
Yes, indeed, DB. And I had a little cheeky chat with Mark Mendelblatt at the end of that last race and asked him about cell selection. He went for the light jib, and that has definitely worked for him in the last race. And he's looking pretty good for this one as well. You know, I want to ram it home. This race means we have a discard. I think that's going to work for Negri and Lambertenghi, who are going to drop their worst race on the last one. But very difficult to tell who's going to win either the left or the right hand side. But at the moment, I would say, Jenny, left hand side.
Yeah, you know, I think you were the one who called it. In fact, left-hand side's going to play, and I think that we've seen that the last couple of races. For us, it makes it harder on the camera boat because it means they're all the way across the course from us. We're all straining our eyes to try to see who it is he's leading when they're on the far left side. We've just played that game a bit here with the Slovenians. Vasily Spogar, far left, looked like he was leading the race early. If it is Mendelblatt now, if Virtual Eye is saying that it's Mendelblatt who's leading, then maybe it was sort of the middle of the course. So perhaps they're playing some shifts a bit more than the other team. I mean, I know in the last race I did the why did they double tack? What was the reasoning for that? Perhaps they had a little 20-second shift that we didn't necessarily see, but they thought was a 2 or 3 boat length gain and was worth it. So I think it could be more of an interesting race course out there than just right or left.
Yeah, and you know what, Jenny, I reckon we're seeing a different wave pattern as well. We had high tide about 45 minutes ago, and you know, I can see a little more confusion in the wave pattern. Mendenblatt and Fatih, they're ace in the hole. They are absolutely fantastic at this top mark bear away, and they like to get that little bit of extension, and that could make all the difference. But I think we're going to have a fantastic top mark rounding here again. Fatigue starting to play in. The guys in the studio were talking about rehydration as well. So you know, maybe the youths are going to come good as well. Let's see how this one pans out. We've got some port starboard action right. I know we're in on Mendenblatt at the moment, but about 100 meters to go until the top mark. Jenny, what do you reckon?
Yeah, I mean, I think, as you said, mental fatigue does not look to seem to be a problem for Mendelblatt and Fatih. We know, as an Olympian, Mendelblatt himself is very aware of nutrition and hydration. As we've said, it is quite warm and quite nice out here in the Bahamas, so the race committee giving these guys plenty of time in between races to try to get to a coach boat, to one of the jury boats, wherever they've got their gear, just to get a bit more water. And as you can see there, Brian Fatih still really hiking very, very hard on board Mendelblatt's boat.
Yeah, indeed. And I know we're going out wide now because we're coming to the crunch moment. And who's coming in on starboard? It's Robert Scheidt. Now, there you go, 13 World Championships. If you're coming in on port, you're seeing him coming in with rights. You're going to see the whites of some eyes here, because you don't mess with Robert Scheidt on starboard coming across you. He's about to engage Rohart and Ponso, and it's going to be very tight, and Rohart tacks right on him. Let's Scheidt go all the way through. There goes Polgar and Coy over as well, and they're lining up, but a nice job there by who's that leading? That is Mendelblatt and Fatih, is it? No, that's a Red Star. Hey, who's that?
Yeah. No, that's Mendelblatt and Fatih, I believe. Bow number 17. They won the last race. They're winning this race again. They're having good moments out there, it looks like. But as we've just said, very, very close behind that. 2 lee bows on Robert Scheidt. He's just managing to hold off the poles as well. Matthew and Dominic getting in there. And I think we're going to see one final boat, the Slovenians, coming in across from the left. And the Italians in front of them, probably with the final leave out of Robert Scheidt's boat. He's almost, oh God, he's almost just taken out Mindelblatt's stern, but he hasn't. He just missed it. Diego with a picking the needle, threading the needle there at the top mark as they round.
Yeah, and as they go onto that starboard tack, they're punching straight into the waves, and there we can see the stall up there at the top mark. That's to do with the wave direction rather than a lack of breeze. The breeze is a little bit down, but look at that. I mean, you know, that is an incredible sight. 16 Olympic medalists all cramming in on one top mark. That, if you're watching this at home, just remember this moment. Okay? It's amazing sailing, absolutely fantastic. Back to you in the studio for the downwind action. It's amazing stuff out here.
Thanks, Louis. Well, we just saw Torben Grael and Guillaume Diomeda. I think there was a little red flag flying from Torben, but they were sliding in there into the middle of the melee. And is that George Zarif or Torben Grael?
No, it's George Zarif that was raising
a flag. We may see some penalty turns. I think somebody's hit the mark.
Kiwis.
The umpire boat on the left-hand side of the shot. Somebody's in terrible trouble. Sam Meach and Craig Monk. They're totally wrapped round the
mean cheat
top mark. Oh man, what a nightmare. Oh dear.
Live.
And they're my favourites. I've been waving them on all day. Come on. Come on, guys. Okay. Well, if we come wider, there may well be
that was one packed.
I'm not sure if George Zarif was waving at them. It's hard to tell, but there was quite a lot of action. Incredible to see
so many boats in one
Grael
spot. Yeah.
and Diomeda just weave through there on their lilac boat.
We've seen,
how did they do that?
We've seen those Brazilians come in there almost every race on port tack and just putting it in there. And you know, because there's so many boats around, it's so difficult to tell who's at fault when it comes to this. And sometimes people just want to keep racing, and they like whatever, just keep going.
I mean, everybody's just yelling. You know, they're just letting them know they're coming in and what they should do.
Commiserations to Meach and Monk having to extricate themselves, and you know, they'll be getting a bit of ribbing in the bar later on. Fair enough. You know, it's a friendly sport here, and they are our VAPs. We're very lucky to have them, but a bit of a shocker for them today as well. So they had jib troubles yesterday.
It's tough. I mean, they're coming into this event like this. Everybody's got high hopes on day one, but I mean, sometimes reality sets in pretty quick.
Okay, well, Stevie Milne.
I think you can definitely see the wind has gotten lighter. It might not be as, I think with the tide change, it's going to sort of maybe let the sea state come down a little bit. It won't be as bumpy downwind, but it's going to be a nice fine touch to the main and the helm to keep the boats just going in the right direction. You might not have enough wind to get a nice little scoot in the wave, but every wave's going to count at this point to make a big difference.
Well, there is Torben Grael, the 5-time Olympic medalist from Brazil, who managed to weave his way around that top mark. Great shape, really super. Bit of helming there with Guillaume Diomeda, his crewman. These guys focused and concentrating downwind.
Yeah, as you're watching Torben pump his main, he probably has not the slowest pump, but he has incredible finesse.
It's methodical. It's smooth. You know, it's effective. It's efficient. All these real key terms. Because again, if you pump it too much, you're going to stall the boat. You're going to lose the air and the flow in your sail. So you've got to be real smooth, light to touch.
Compare and contrast. Robert Scheidt.
Yeah, and he also sits a little bit as a skipper. Sits more towards the center of the boat. You see Robert Scheidt, he's out a little bit more on the deck and rocking just a little bit more, shoulders going out, and you see a lot more in and out body movement with Torben Grael.
Yeah, but and again, he just brings it a little bit more, but Torben's a little more, dare I say, old school, right? He's sort of a stay at ease. Robert's the kind of guy that just, it's a go for it attitude, but again, it's not rough, it's just a nice methodical, but he takes it 5 counts over to the windward side.
In that picture, you're looking at 2 helmsmen, between them 10 Olympic medals, which is pretty
One country.
Yeah. It's a rare shot there, a rare sight in sailing, I would say, in the entire sport of sailing. That's pretty cool.
See, there's a nice little ride right down the way. So Torben's got a great feel for the boat. I mean, the Star, it's been around a long time. So we've got 100 years of techniques that have been developed, right? So Robert coming in sort of in the late stage, the last 15 years, is bringing a new style. It's sort of a hybrid of the fin and the Star and the laser, whereas Torben's been doing it since, I don't know, mid 70s to early 80s, where that wasn't involved. You didn't do that kind of stuff. You didn't pump at all. So his technique is a little different.
Well, Jenny and Louis out on our camera boats, heading downwind. We're just looking at Facundo Oleza, Frederico Melo, the Argentinian-Portuguese duo. Facundo 22, Frederico 29. They're pretty near you, and we can see Oleza really having a super day with his crewmate Frederico. Jenny.
Yeah, I mean, I think as you said, the Argentinians earlier, they had a great race as well. They've really come in on this downwind, at least from our perspective. It's hard to tell in the middle of the race course, but out here, the Argentinians, it looks like they're almost lined up now with the Slovenians who'd rounded that top mark in second. So they're having quite a stellar downwind.
Yeah, absolutely. And, 22 years of age, Oleza, an incredible achievement to be where he is now. But just look at them working that boat there. Federico Melo has a lot more experience in the Star. He's actually been to an Olympic Games, but he's only 29 from Cascais in Portugal. And look at the two of them working there on the jibe. And they've just come together for this regatta. It's wonderful to be able to see two guys come together like this. Jenny, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, we know Oleza as well. He's the youngest here. Facundo, the Argentinian, he's only 22, but he is quite an excellent sailor. He just finished 9th in the Olympics in the fin. I think as a 22-year-old, 9th out of the 20 boats at the Olympic Games is a pretty phenomenal achievement. He got the invite, obviously, to be able to come here to the Star Sailors League to sail with his Portuguese teammate, and he is proving absolutely that he should be invited to this event.
Yeah, and Oleza, looking at him, he's very tall, but he's very wiry as well. He doesn't, he's not one of these big beefy guys that you often see racing in the fin. And, maybe one to watch for the future there. It's nice to see Oleza here. And remember the name. I think that maybe one guy that we're going to see a lot of in the future.
Now we're on the Slovenians, Vasily Spogar. I mean, speaking of Olympians, he has 3 Olympic medals. He just got a silver medal in Rio. He already owned a silver and a bronze, so pretty incredible sailor himself. And I think they have overtaken the lead. Coming into that top mark had been Mendelblatt and Fatih, but again, from our perspective, it very much so looks like this left side looking downwind has paid off, and that perhaps the Slovenians are now winning.
Yeah, they're certainly putting a lot more kinetics into this coming back down. And yeah, I've got to totally agree with you there. I think perhaps when they came over to the left-hand side, that helped as well. But, for these guys to take a bullet at the Star Sailors League final, they're going to go into that yacht club tonight, and there's going to be a lot of high fives for those guys, hey?
You guys getting ready in there at the yacht club, Digby, to high five these guys?
No, but the spirit is fantastic. You saw the Kiwis. Anyway, back to the studio, Diggers. How's it going on Virtual Eye?
Well, it's Bogart and Birch taking the lead, as you say, Jenny, right on our live shot. And we've moved over to Mendelblatt and Fatih now in second place. So, fantastic result by the Slovenian and Hungarian duo, taking it to the Americans here who won in 2014 and who just won that last race. So, fascinating sailing. We are almost halfway around this race, number 5. We'll have one more race today, and it's going amazingly good, close racing at the front. The fleet spreading out as they sail downwind in these lovely conditions.
Yeah, no, it's great. But like you said, or I said earlier, it's getting a little lighter, so it's just becoming just a little bit more. Each pump that's effective is going to pull you a little bit more. If you look at the tracker, you can see they're starting to extend. Everybody's kind of extending a little bit. Mendelblatt's losing a little bit of pace off of the Slovenian.
Okay, we've got Augie Diaz here, the reigning world champion. He just won the world championship this year, sailing with Bruno Prada in his hometown of Miami. And Augie struggled at the beginning of this event, but today he's improved his scores with every race. And usually downwind is his thing. He absolutely loves to go downwind, has good speed downwind. He struggled with his upwinds today and his starts. Today, this race, not a stellar start, but was enabled himself tactically to work his way up the fleet.
Yeah, exactly. No, I remember racing against Augie many times, and that's the one thing he does do well. He goes downwind, and especially in the light stuff like you have in Miami and Biscayne Bay, he's just able to. He's a wily old guy that just keeps getting things going well, keeps the boat moving. He's consistent, and it's nice to see him going well now.
Well, reigning world champ Augie Diaz, he won that with Bruno Prada as his crewman, but today he has Arnie Boltins from Annapolis, Maryland, as his crew, guys. And they're going great. And look at this,
Thompson.
up into the lead. Tonchi. No, it's not Tonchi.
No, I was saying Thompson and Mitchell have a nice little thing going there and sitting in the top 10. So there's just a couple guys, if they can just get in there.
Okay, they're going around the right-hand gate here. I'm not really sure. Do we see any more breeze on that side? Can we tell where the next boat is going to be going around?
Well, it's a little lighter. I don't think it's a huge factor as far as direction. We don't seem to have a huge.
Mendelblatt, Fatih heading around in second place with Zobar and Beric in first, and now the Italians coming through in third position. What a stellar day! Fourth, Augie Diaz, Arnie Boltins, who we just watched go down, and it looked like Scheid and Björning on the far side with the Argentinian there, Aletza in fifth place. So, Louis, talk us through that bottom gate. We're just about to see, I think, 89. Who's that? Nick Thompson, Steve Mitchell.
It's gone a lot lighter at the moment. There's not much cloud in the sky. The white caps are disappearing. We're seeing a compression of the fleet for this race, and it's going to be really interesting to see which side pays. But the long and short of it is the breeze is down, Digby, and this is going to be a much more fluky race. Getting the wrong side of his shift here, you're trying to get back over to the left, forget it. You've got to pick a side or go down the middle, and if you've gone the wrong way, you're done, basically. So I wouldn't mind betting we're going to see a few changes in positions during this upwind leg and the last downwind leg to the finish. Breeze down, Digby, that's the story.
Thanks, Louis. Well, we're looking at Virtual Eye right over the bottom gate. They have another lap to do, these sailors, in the third race of today. It is race number 5 overall in day 2 of the Star Sailors League final in the Bahamas.
No, it's going to be interesting to see. Now's when the knowledge of the Star boat comes into play, because you want to adjust your rig. If you're really tight, the rig just doesn't breathe. It doesn't have the ability to accelerate. So the guys like Augie, the guys like Mendelblatt, they'll know what to do, and they'll be able to make some nice little adjustments.
Negri and Lambertengi tacking into the middle of the racetrack. Diaz and Boltins carrying on the right-hand side of the track. Fantella and Arapovic behind them, with Rohard and Ponceau, Grail and Diomeda doing a fantastic comeback.
Well, they are doing a fantastic comeback, but if you notice their angle there, they looks like they didn't have a great mark rounding, because they're pretty much to leeward of a lot of the other boats we saw.
Yeah, well, I mean, he probably didn't have room, as it looked like he had to let it go back a little bit just to keep him safe.
Well, Tom Burton, Andrew Palfrey, our Americans, our VIPs. Tom, the gold medalist in the laser from Rio. They were gunning for the start. They had over the line for a full starter, and then the black flag came up. But you can see that the Australians champing at the bit, giving it everything they have got. And really the whole name of the game, as we say, is to make the top 10 cut into Saturday. So we have a 5-day competition. We're on day 2. For the first 4 days, everybody gets to race, everybody, and then the top 10 go through in this knockout format of sailing. Very unusual in sailing, and it's innovative. It's been developed by the Star Sailors League, by the sailors themselves, and you can almost see it as a ATP tennis tour style of tournament. And in fact, we're even going for Grand Slams. We had a City Grand Slam in Hamburg earlier this year, which was awesome, won by Rohard and Ponceau, the Frenchmen, who are here and doing really well. We've had a late Grand Slam in Switzerland, which is really cool, at Grandson. We enjoyed that last year, and now we are at the grand final in the Bahamas, our fourth. And now we're looking at Grail and Diomede.
Yeah, this is a team that has been sailing together for quite a while. Torben spends his time sailing with Guillermo Alameda and also Lilia, who is the manufacturer of the boat, hence the purple boat. But they have been practicing somewhat. They have a lot of opportunity to race down in Brazil, and Torben is not always on the Star. He goes around from boat to boat. He's another one of those very well-rounded sailors that no matter what boat he hops into, what format of sailing, he does well.
Exactly. It looks like we have a dropout.
Forgive me, I'm just noticing on Virtual, on the left of Virtualized, Zarif and Prada. I wonder if they've got some gear problems.
Just retired.
Just retired?
Just
okay,
retired
so that's
from the race.
them out of the race. Must have a bit of gear damage or an injury, or we don't know, but they had problems at the top. You can remember in the previous race, they were having a hard time at the first mark rounding.
Exactly. Well, we got something. Well, I just hope it's something they can fix up. But man, is it getting light? You can see some of the crews are hanging over the side, some aren't. That makes a huge difference when sailing upwind.
Okay, getting much smoother out there. Let's check in again with Loué Habib on the water on our chase boat. We're looking at the Croatians now, Fantella and Adapovic, and also Diaz and Boltins. And it's, well, we're talking about light breeze. Loué, you can feel it.
Yeah, we can see it on the water as well, Digby. I mean, quite frankly, you know, the sea state is still pretty big, but there's the breeze is definitely dying. It's interesting, I read Paul Kayard's blog this morning. Paul was a phenomenal journalist during the Whitbread that he won, and he said the breeze was a bit lighter yesterday and today he thought it would be a bit lighter, and I think Kyle got it right. What do you think, Jenny? Oh, Jenny's busy with the, now let me have a see now. Torben Grail, as you say, fantastic comeback, but we're on the Croatians, I believe, and just looking at their angle, I think they'll probably lay it from there. I'd say that Torben's hoping for a header to tack on, but the Croatians going across now, Kuzniewicz and Jutski, but no, the Poles are going to get them here, so good effort there from the Croatians, but they're not going to be ahead of Kuzniewicz and Jutski as you get near the end of this mark, towards the top of the mark.
Thanks,
Jenny. Oh, you go back to the studio, Diggers.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. You can see Jenny helping out our boat driver, just weaving through some traffic there, working their way up. And funny enough, I think we saw Fantella just waving off somebody, maybe a camera boat. But here we go, upwind. We're on the second lap of race number 5, and top of the leaderboard in this race is Zbogar and Birch, with Mendelblatt and Fatih in second, Scheidt and Björning in third. Kathleen.
The Poles are actually having a very good race. They're up there here. They disappeared from our leaderboard for a moment, and they're back up there in 7th position. Very consistent result today, and keeping their speed up with the boats around them.
Bottom of the screen, Grail and Diomede, who, remember, at the start had to turn back and duck out of the start line, circle back round. Is that right in this race? Or
yeah, that is this race.
Yeah. Okay.
The wind has died. It's a little bit slower than we want.
Yeah.
Is it still this race?
Just the way you looked at me just then, Kathleen. It was like, oh my goodness. So here we're looking at Mendelblatt and Fatih working their way upwind. Winners of race number 4. Winners of this championship in 2014. Class acts, and Mark looking particularly strong. He sounded confident when we chatted to him over the phone. There they are, taking it away again.
Yeah, Mark actually came into Miami the day before the regatta. Brian was here for several days before, setting up the boat. He went out in the water practicing with Augie Diaz, whose crew also wasn't here. So Brian had a lot of time getting the boat ready for this event. And then Mark flew in like the rock star that he is and hopped
Yes,
in the
he
boat. Not as much time here in Nassau this week, but he has plenty of experience racing here in the past in the star class. Some great events that you've been at, Tyler.
Yeah, well, I think that's Mark's sort of way. I don't think he's the type of guy that likes to get into the group, talk a little trash in the boat park and all. He likes to stay away, keep his mind, he doesn't want to get frazzled. He's the kind of guy that likes to keep to himself. That's the way he is, and obviously it works for him.
Trash talk.
Well, that's what happens at the boat park. I mean, you hang out. Look, when you hang out with these guys for the years that we've been together, it's like for the crews, it's like a brotherhood. So I mean, we're all pretty close. So
Nice.
even though you have Stanier and Clean, who they're not doing too well, but we're gonna rip them when they come in the shore and say, "Hey, boys."
Alrighty, fair enough. Good spirits in the Star Sailors League. I noticed at the skipper's briefing, just after the skipper's briefing yesterday, just before the first race start, they were all here in Nassau Yacht Club, all 50 of them, and they made a big circle. It was a spontaneous thing. I've never seen it before.
I've never
before
seen
a
it either
regatta.
myself. I mean,
And they
it's
just
really
all
nice.
circle around each other, and just gave each other high fives and hugs and handshakes and good lucks. And it was just a charming thing to see, really charming.
Yeah, I think this is a special event. As we said, many of these guys have sailed against one another for 10, 20, 30 years in the case of Grail and Joachim Schumann and Augie Diaz. And we have people here from different sailboat classes, not necessarily all the Olympic classes, but Olympic classes, keelboat racing, America's Cup, TP52s, you name it, these guys have done it. And there's kind of, as you call it, a fraternity among these guys. And I think they just really enjoy coming here, racing against one another. It's such a rare opportunity to have such talent from so many classes racing together. And they love it. These guys crave racing with the best, and in no other event in sailing do we have so many rock stars out there in the water at the same time.
Well, talking to Tom Burton, the gold medalist in the laser, the Australian, who won his gold in Rio, and he said, there's not an awful lot more that he can learn. He's at the top of his Olympic sailing with his gold medal. So to come out and do some different types of sailing with some of these pros and some of these legends is going to kind of help his game when he gets back into the laser and defends his Olympic title, which he's pretty determined to do. And so it's interesting mix. I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, and also you think these guys, they're on a double-handed boat, and we've got sailors who come from the fin class and the laser class who are always on a boat by themselves. It's a single-handed boat, and it's a different thing to have somebody crewing for you on the boat, giving you feedback and other ways to look at different situations, and you learn. And the more people you sail with, you learn more things. The different boats you step into.
The perspective that each one has, their knowledge of even the area, or how everybody has their little different technique. We talk about tennis. Some are volleyers, some are baseliners. So these guys are going to come in with different perspective, different angles of how they see what's going on.
And different talents in different conditions. And that is part of the philosophy of SSL, which is to have these grand slams on the lake, in the middle of a city, at sea, in the breeze, and in the final here in the Bahamas. So some lake specialists like the good doctors from Germany, Dr. Hubert Merkelbach, he's a European champ on a lake. That's where he does most of his sailing, so he's going to have an advantage there. And some of the sea sailors and some of the light wind sailors, they're all going to have little advantages coming into these Grand Slams. And SSL, the whole dream of SSL is beginning to kind of take shape. It's still early days in the life of the SSL, but Michelle from Switzerland was telling us that the dream is to have 4 or 5 Grand Slams each year in different conditions to suit different sailors, and then we have a big
final
finale
in Nassau,
here
with the big bucks
in the Bahamas, which is a fabulous place to hold a regatta. And already yesterday we had buckets of wind, 2 really quite strong wind races. In our third race today, beginning to get a little bit lighter, but here Mendelblatt and Fatih beginning to come into their own, and they're taking it to Sbergar and Birch. So let's join Jenny and Loué. Loué, we'll start with you. We've been nattering away, Loué. I'm sure you're champing at the bit to get in. What have you seen over the last few minutes?
Well, over the last few minutes, we've seen Zabor and Beretz come good, and they have a cracking lead at the moment. They're just one last tack to the line, and coming at them from the other angle is USA bow 17. Who's that, Jenny?
And I'm not sure if I would call that a cracking lead. I think Mendelblatt and Fati might just get by the Slovenians here. It's definitely going to be a very close cross.
You could be right.
I
Chance.
can't tell who's going to be ahead in this cross.
Very close.
Maybe you're right. Maybe as they're getting a bit closer, maybe it is still the Slovenians who are going to be ahead in this cross. We'll see in about 7 seconds.
Yeah,
I think it's going to be the
waves.
Slovenians. Oh, no. There they go for the duck. Slovenians below. So, all right, lead change to Mendelblatt and Fati. As we said, they're really enjoying the shifts out here.
Now, Jenny, I know you're American, but you've got to be a bit impartial here. I mean, give the Slovenian, the Hungarian guy. I mean, he's going to buy the drinks in the bar when he gets in tonight if he can take this. So what a cracking battle we've got here, though. Just talk us through some of the
dynamics there. I mean, what was interesting was that Slovenia started to go for the duck, and then Mendelblatt went to tack or to lead Lau. So I think Mendelblatt was a bit worried about letting the Slovenians get to his right, but actually now he's almost stuck. He's too close to tack onto starboard with the Slovenians that close to him. So this will be a question as to whether he could pull. He's just pulled out enough. He's pulled out enough to be able to tack across the bow of Slovenia, and I think that's not a foul, although we might see some protesting here by Vasily. We'll see as they come out of the tack whether they raise their arms and yell at the jury, but no, I think that was a clean cross there.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Not a good tack, though, for Slovenia. He dropped his main sheet in the middle of it. So, in 2 seconds, 1 second, top boat rounding, and it's Mendelblatt and Fati again.
Yeah, Mendelblatt and Fati, taking the lead there. We'll see how this one pans out. The Slovenians had a cracking downwind run on the first downwind, and breathing down their neck about 4 boat lengths behind is Robert Scheidt with Henry Boning, and then it's Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertenghi. The Slovenians in a bit of a sandwich.
You're right. I think Brazilians here, Scheidt, just pulling it off very well to get back into third. And Diego Negri, I mean, they are crushing it. They don't even have to think about a discard yet, from what I'm aware. They've got almost all top 5s at this point.
Well, I think that's a very good point. And don't forget, though, you win the qualifying rounds. You get a bye right through to the final. So they'll have one eye on that for sure. It's early days yet. We've still got another 2 days of racing after this. But now we've got the peloton. This is where the battle is going on for those top 10 places. And in there is Rohart and Ponso. In there is Kuzniewicz and Jutski, 2 star world champions. And they're battling out with Olympic golds. This is a very unique event. Here we've got fantastic sailors from different aspects of the sport racing with world champions in their own backyard. Jenny, just talk about this, the mark rounding, the bear away, and what you're going to be doing once you can jibe one side or the other. What do you reckon?
Well, you always, in every sailing race, you always think about which shift you're in, what kind of wind direction you're in when you're going around. And I think if you were to look at this fleet right now, everybody's going out down on starboard tack, whereas the last downwind, everybody almost jibed instantly. So right now we've got a bit more of a left shift. It wasn't quite enough of a left shift to help the Croatians. Mendelblatt just used a couple shifts to get in his favor and get ahead of them. But I think now at this moment, and these star guys, the fact that they're all staying on starboard tack does mean that they think they're in a bit of a lefty, but at the same point in time, you can sail these boats so low and so deep. You sail them like a laser downwind. They S-curve on every wave. You sail them by the lee almost a lot. You're winging out the jib. So really you got to just concentrate on sailing the boat and getting it fast, getting it set up, letting that mast get forward, and then sailing the boat into every wave to try to gain those little extra feet. Just to maybe, if you have that scenario where you are close to someone at the finish line, you've had 2 better waves than him.
Jen, we're seeing Jochen Schumann with Igor Bukowski just heading around. Not their best day, Jenny.
No, they've had a quite a tough day. I mean, we saw them get caught on the mark earlier. It wasn't them getting caught on the mark this race. That was the Kiwis. So the Germans had a tough day, but they're not the last boat. We can see behind them Dr. Hubert Merkelbach. And then I think you're not even going to see in shot for about a minute or a half the Kiwi boat, because they had quite an issue with that top mark last time.
They did. I mean, they're out of it. They're carrying on. They're completing the race course, which is rather good. They decided not to just sit it out, and good on them. I'm waving the Kiwi flag today because they're having maybe not the best day as well in the second day. But good on them. They're our VIP guests, and away they go. So as you can see, Meach and Monk there picking up the rear of the pack. And as we slowly fly our way over the top of this pack, now heading downwind on the final leg, Burton and Palfrey up in the mix there. Grail and Diameda working their way from the final, from last up into 15th. Great Rohart and Ponso, Thompson and Mitchell in the mix. Stepanovic there, Fantella and Apovic, Kuznedovic and Zitsky fighting with the Argentinian Alezzo, Diaz and Boltins, Negri and Lambertenghi. How consistent are the Italians today? Scheid and Björning in third, Zbogar and Buric in second, Mendelblatt and Fatih beginning to show a clean pair of heels to the fleet and just pulling out a slight lead. Zbogar and Birch still in the hunt.
Yeah, we've seen some of our teams be extremely consistent, and that would be Mendelblatt and Fatih, the Italians of Negri and Lambertenghi, Scheit. Right now we're looking at Johannes Polgar, another one of those very consistent sailors, always up there in the top 10. But the first place boat at the final of all of our first 4 days of racing, they get a bye into the very final race. So they'll work very, very hard to get to that first place. And then these guys are just trying to get into that top 10. Yeah. So they are working as hard as they can to get there. But the guys who've been fairly consistent over all these days, they're very happy with a 5th, a 6th, a 7th, or a 10th. And they just can sail a little bit more conservatively if they're out of that first, second place ranking, and they can sail just enough to get themselves in the top 10. And that's what we're seeing with the Germans here. The Poles have got a little bit of work to do. They didn't have a very first day, but today they have 3 great races so far. Yep. And another consistent boat are the Argentinians, just to the stern of the Poles, and they've been extremely consistent and around 6th place throughout the event.
Well, Kuznedovic and Jitsky in 7th in this race, and the Argentina Letza in 6th place. So there we are seeing the 7th placeman, and just coming through into the shot, Facundo Alezza from Argentina, helming on bow 90, just taking it to the Polish team. Really close for these guys heading downwind. And there is the race points, the race leads for race number 5. Out in the front, Mendelblatt and Fatih, followed by Zbogar and Birch, with Scheid and Björning in 3rd, then Negri and Lambertenghi in 4th, and then these guys who are looking just neck and neck almost for 4th and 5th. Well, here's our virtual shot. We'll get a bit of geography, see how these guys are picking their lanes, and you can see the track that they leave behind them. Some straight, some wiggling. Less wave riding now, less breeze, Tyler, so really delicate, taking a delicate touch.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you don't want to disturb the air. Now every little step counts. Every little jiggle of the mast, the sail, will be damaging to your speed and your acceleration forward. So they just gotta, calm it down. It's like a complete different sort of mentality as we had in the beginning of the day. Now, the thought process has to be, I gotta be calm. I gotta be really smooth with every move that I'm going to make on the boat, because when you have the size of the guy, just like Bjorn right here on the bow, it's gonna make a difference if you just do the wrong move, right? So you gotta really think ahead and watch.
Well, Zbogar with Beric there. Beric is crewman from Hungary. On the mast, delicate touch.
And actually, Beric is a 3-time Olympian in the laser and the fin class. No medals, but he's not a stranger to the highest levels of sailing. From Budapest, Hungary, probably grew up sailing on Lake Balaton. Not an ocean by any stretch of the imagination, a lake sailor, but here in the sea, doing a great job today with his Slovenian teammate.
Well, they're 2 Finn sailors. Yeah. So Beric is not a star sailor at all. They're just buddies from the Finn circuit.
Exactly.
And they said, right, come on, let's give it a go. And look at them, away they go. That's showing a pair of heels to some quite a few world champions and Olympic gold medalists in this star, so that's a wonderful result for a VIP guest team to be smashing race number 5 down towards the finish line. We can hear our chase boat beginning to rev up and make their way down towards the finish. All great stuff, and there are a few battles going on further back. The top 3 I think are pretty much decided. Don't quote me on it, but there's some really decent battles going on here. Diego Negri, Sergio Lambertenghi. Look at Diego Negri, really low down in his boat.
In there. Low in the, well, I mean, that's one of the techniques. You come in, you just get low, keep the weight a little bit in the center, a little bit to leeward to sort of initiate the rolls, and then when he has an opportunity to put a little bit of a scoot in, you'll see him just pop up onto the deck.
Okay, well, virtual live, we go back to virtual for a sec. We can just see some of these little clumps of battles as the Armada makes their way towards the finish of race number 5. Still likely, I would say, that they'll try and run a 4th race today. But look at that, Kayard, Revkin, Polgar, Coy, Rohard, Ponceau in that little group of 4. Burton right down there with Canfield and Struby, the Australians against the Americans. And now we're back with Diego Negri taking it to Facundo Olezza. What a contrast in experience in this boat particularly.
Yeah, exactly.
But for super sailors. And there we're looking at the Italian team with the Argentinian flag in that shot. Moving forward, Scheid and Björning.
Nice little extension on the front boat there, just putting a little, you know, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of little puffs coming up and down of the course where this is where the crew standing has to keep his eyes open, looking back from the front. Where's the wind coming from? As they come into the cone here, this is where also the decision for which gate you're going to go around is, where's the next puff coming from? Is it coming from the right-hand side or the left-hand side?
Okay, so down through the gates, it's Bogar and Berech heading towards the finish, and a bullet in race number 5 ahead of Mendelblatt and Fatih. So there they go, the VIP guests, these 2 Finn sailors romping down. Berech just looking behind him, telling Vasily, hey man, take it easy, we are just about to win. And look at that! Big high fives and congratulations as they cross the line. That is a lovely sight. Congratulations to these guys. Totally great result. There we go. The sound effects. And big hugs. They are very, very happy with that. Vasily, well played. And then as we live pan back to the finish, we'll see the second placeman, Mendelblatt and Fatih, heading down after their race win. Very good, super result, consistent for today. One more race, I think Sharon just said from the committee boat. So we're going to see another race after this. And there is Scheid and Björning in 3rd. Robert with his distinctive yellow hat from Banco de Brazil. He's great with his sponsor. Little tip of the hat to the race committee there, which is rather gentlemanly. And then a big dogfight.
Yes.
For 4th.
Here it comes in there. The Italians just probably scooting. But when they get the boat so close like this, you'll notice that if you just keep your eye on boat, each one, look at that scoot that the Italian does right there. Just getting one wave, boom, 10 feet ahead, and then he secures his position.
Sweet. Very sweet indeed. Just after the Italians, Olezza from Argentina with Melo from Portugal.
Croatia. Augie.
We're just hearing Sharon, the race officer, telling everybody, communicating. Diaz, Boltins through. There's another race to go. Kuznetovic and Jitsky. And then Xavier Rohart, Pierre Alexis Ponceau.
Jonas.
Then the Great Dane, Ho Christensen with Stevie Mill. Northern Ireland. And then the laser sailor, Nick Thompson.
Polgar.
Grail Diamida on the Lilac boat.
Kayard coming in.
Josh Redkin, crewman, Paul Kayard.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough out there when the wind dies like that and it's so lumpy. It is a challenge. It is stressful to keep that boat going at top speed. It's not easy.
All right, we got to.
Here's a photo finish. You can hear Sharon calling the numbers out to her.
99, 88, 97, 1092.
Got that right.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Bye!
Okay,
right,
well,
good job.
that is it. Race 5. Another one in the can.
I'm ready.
And some of our back markers just coming through.
Medical team.
Local back, Olesen, Dr. Hubert. Klaus Olesen. There they go, through the line. Oh, you can see a photographer.
Yeah, he's been
sitting
there all
across
day.
the,
He
was on the start line
He was
as
on the
well.
start line, yeah. He's getting some pretty crazy pictures.
Yeah, I guess so. Brave man. Let him go. All right, well, I know that we still have another boat to cross the line. Meech and Monk are brave Kiwis. They'll
Our
be
brave
drifting
photographer.
through, and they are 1 or 2 minutes behind the rest of the fleet. They had that terrible tangle at the top mark after their jib halyard broke yesterday. So, you know, not the best of starts for the Kiwis, but never mind. They're here, and it's all cool. So another
It's all
race
about the racing, yeah.
in
Well,
the bag.
actually, because Bruno Prada and George Zarif retired from that race, we don't know why yet. But they're actually the last place boat. So Meech, even though he's
point.
crossing the line last, has beat a boat.
They finished.
Exactly.
There they go.
True
Well, this
grit.
is going to be a tough. This fourth
smiling.
race of the day is going to be the toughest race of the day. I'm sure everyone is, you know, they're knackered after, you know, 3 coming in here.
Sort of resigned look, I think, for Sam, the bronze medalist in laser.
Well,
Great
everybody's
crewman.
got pride, right? Everybody wants to be
yeah.
on the top. You know, you're coming home, you're coming in here, and you know, I don't think this kid has been last in a regatta in the last 10 years, and all of a sudden now he's feeling this pain, so to speak. His pride is taking a kicking. And it'll be interesting to see. You know, I mean, we got one more race today.
Yep.
This is gonna be, like I said, it's gonna be a tough race because now your energy's down. Some of these guys' emotion is down, and it's lumpy, it's light. You know, you're wet, and all of a sudden it's hot. You know, you're not probably in a good mood. You know, maybe some guys are getting snappy. You know, I guess the Slovenians are gonna be pretty pumped. They're feeling good. So
Big time.
It'll be interesting to see how it'll shake up when we get the results here. It'll be interesting to see where everybody sits.
Well, I was having dinner with George Zarif last night, and he was talking about just being last year from 4th his first time. So you can work your way up, but back down again.
Yeah.
Okay, well, to confirm race number 5, the Slovenians, Zbogar with the Hungarian Berch in the top spot there ahead of Mendelblatt, Fatih, Scheid and Björning. Negri and Lambert Tengi, the most consistent. I'm imagining that's going to see the Italians still overall. We'll find out in a second with the overall scores in a mo. Let's another stellar result for the Argentinian with the Portuguese crewman Melo. Stepanovic and Sicic, Fantella, Adapovic, the Croatian navy here in strong form in race number 5. And then Diaz, Bultins, Kuznedovic, Shitsky, Zebo, Natucci, Rohart and Ponceau. Xavier Rohart, Pierre Alexis Ponceau had a great day yesterday. Ho Christensen, not too bad with Stevie Milne. And Nick Thompson with Steve Mitchell. Great result for them. Polgar and Coy, the Germans, ahead of Grail and Diameda, who had a terrible start, so they clawed their way back up to 15th. And there is Paul Kayard with Josh Revkind in 16th. And Zarif and Prada, of course, down in 24th. So the race committee setting up for race number 4 today. Race number 6 overall. And in just a moment we'll see the overall standings, and of course they have a discard now after 4 races.
Yeah, well, that's going to come into play pretty nice for some of them.
Oh, now here, that's interesting. We're seeing
Dane's still
Negri and
in.
Lambertenghi down into 3rd overall after 5 races.
point.
Mendelblatt and Fatih 1 point ahead in 9, tied on points with Scheid and Björning. Wow, amazing from Scheid and Björning. He won race number 1 with Henry Björning, and away they go. His worst result, number 7. In fleet racing terms, that is spectacular. There we go. I think that was a little warning.
Yeah, 5 minutes to the 5 minutes.
That's cool. Rohard and Ponceau in 4. Let's 5th
Yeah, this
Fantastic.
kid's doing well.
And Ho
Dane.
Christensen
Yeah.
wins 6th, Kuznirovic
Croatian.
7, and Polgar and Koi, here we go. So we've got some great VIP guests up there in the running ahead of some of the star specialists. And that's an interesting mix-up. Very unusual overall leaderboard at this stage of the competition. I don't think we've quite seen so many of the VIPs so far up in the last 3 editions of the finals.
Well, we've seen some of them get into the finals, but they're just squeaking into that 10th place, that 9th place position. And here we've seen some incredible performances from the Argentinians, from the Slovenians, and especially from the Dane. But these guys are coming off us like 4 years of very hard training. Their minds are focused technically, strategically, and they're in incredible form physically. So it's not a surprise that in this Olympic year that we see them just reaching up to those higher heights of our leaderboard.
Yeah, no, and I think one of the aspects of this regatta is that there's no real pressure. You know, it's not an Olympic qualifier. It's not a national team qualifier. It's a fun event. Yeah, there's some prize money, you know, and everybody gets a little piece of the action. But it's a fun event, so I think that takes a little bit of the stress off. You're here in the Bahamas. It's just before Christmas, so there's always that fun factor that's involved.
Well, we can see Sharon Burke working our way back on the committee boat. They're going to do a little bit of course resetting. We are approximately 8-9 minutes to the next race start. They're not in sequence at the moment, so we've got time for a bit more culture from the Bahamas. And this was a really interesting feature that we made earlier, just before the championship, about the slave trade in the Bahamas. And for 400 years it was a big deal. And we went to the Pompeii Museum to check it out and chat to Christopher Davis. Listen to this.
Here we are at the Pompeii Museum, formerly known as Vendu House. Now, Vendu House was actually built in the mid-1700s, and it's a very historical building in the Bahamas. And it had many, many different purposes, but for the majority of its history, it was actually used as a marketplace when all manner of goods were sold, but also our African ancestors were also sold from these very buildings. I don't know if you could notice any of the arches around, but these arches were actually open at the time. So many ships would actually come in to Prince George's Wharf, which is right behind us, and they would actually come in and they would sell all manner of produce in this very building. Pompeii Museum is named after our famous Bahamian hero, Pompey Roll, who is a very famous slave and revolutionary from Steventon, Exuma. Now, this panel right here is based on the triangular trade, also the transatlantic slave trade. Now, the word triangular was actually used because of the 3 major areas of the world that the ships stopped. So the majority of the ships were actually owned and ran and profited from by Europeans. So it would have started here. So the Europeans came down with their goods, and in exchange they got gold, silver, you know, different spices to put on certain foods and all of these different things as well. But most notably, they took slaves. So many of these captives and slaves and things of that nature, after they came to Africa and they traded, they would have took the captives over to the New World. You know, and what happened was after they made things like cotton, tobacco, you know, indigo, you know, and just a whole array of other crops and products that you could think about, you know. And that actually helped to fuel things like the Industrial Revolution with the textile factories in England. One of the key exhibits at the Pompeii Museum is actually the story of the Petermore Well. And the Petermore Well was one of the last slave ships to enter the Bahamas, and this happened in 1860. The Bahamas was actually a hub and one of the leaders in taking displaced Africans who fell victims to the slave trade that was illegal at the time, because England abolished the slave trade in 1807. So the Bahamas was actually one of the leaders in this practice of intercepting illegal slave trips. And then actually what would happen is, like in Sierra Leone and Liberia, many of these Africans would have been liberated into different societies and actually formed very influential subcultures within the Bahamas. The Petermore Well was actually on its way from the East Coast of the United States down to Cuba. And on their way through, they were passing to our famous island of Abaco. And they actually wrecked on a key called Limney Key. And they actually was running away from a ship that they mistakenly thought was an English schooner. Now, what happened was there are about 400 people, mostly of Congolese descent, and most of them were actually adolescents as well. And when they wrecked, 3 of them died upon impact. Now, they were actually stranded on Linwood Key for about 3 days. And then we have some Bahamian men who actually lived in those areas. Henry Sweeting and Ridley Pinder being 2 of them. They actually came there and they helped salvage and they brought provisions for these people so they could survive on this very, very desolate island.
Well, Christopher Davis there, fascinating. I could listen to him all day. Really grim history in the slave trade, but it is part of the history, and
it is part of the history.
You know,
here.
they're telling it, and well worth a visit to that Pompeii museum. So back to the Star Sailors League final in Nassau. This is the 4th final that we've hosted here. The Nassau Yacht Club off Providence Island, and there's Sharon Burke, the race officer, just putting some information boards up for the sailors. Race number 6, 1 nautical mile, direction 120 degrees, course 4, so the same windward leeward course, 2 laps. And it's moved from 90 degrees to 120. We can go out to Louis Habib and Jenny on Louis and Bob Fisher out on committee boats. Jenny, wind moving around, and it dipped a little bit now, maybe picking up, but we have another race to come. Jenny.
Exactly, Digby. I mean, it looks beautiful here. I know that the race committee told us that the sailors are looking tired as they're being told there's a 4th race, but, you know, it's the Bahamas. They can't complain.
Yeah, absolutely, Jenny. And we tried to get an interview with the Slovenian and the Hungarian earlier on, and they said they were trying to fix the boat or something, but they looked like they were absolutely hanging out at the end of that race. I'll tell you something that isn't hanging out, and that's Bob Fisher. He's hanging out on board the boat here. Bob, you said you've enjoyed the racing here. We said more than that. You said it's the best bloody thing you've seen for God knows how long. What, you know, just talk us through some of these sailors that are out here that you've known over all those years.
Well, you know, I may have known them all over the years, but these guys are just so smart. That's what you've got to realise. And they didn't, you know, they're there because they've been smart over the years. But you just see how they handle their boats. They handle them when they have to. And, you know, this is the moves that you make are very, very deliberate. And otherwise, it's no point in making them.
And you were in Rio, Bob. We've got a lot of medalists here from Rio. Who's impressed you?
What, here? I've been impressed by several of the people who got medals in other classes. That's where, I mean, there wasn't any star class in Rio. I can't understand why not either, because this is one of the things, you know, the stars are strong in Brazil. I mean, look at them here. Look at the people up at the front of the fleet here. And it would have thought that would have put a hold on the star class remaining in the Olympic Games there. But nevertheless, I mean, these are the guys. It's the people like, I was having a look down the list. There's so many of them who are good. I mean, I've been watching, for instance, Jochen Schumann. Now, there's a guy who's got around and done it fairly hard. And, of course, Robert Scheidt. Now, there's a man who, yeah, I've been watching him ever since that race in
Sydney with...
no, not the race in Sydney, the one 4 years before that, when they were racing in LA. I mean, this was the, you know, that race when he took Ben Ainsley to the cleaners and got made sure that he got the gold and that Ben got the silver. That was a great race. I think you can see that going on here. Not quite to the extent that it went on there, but you can see it going on here. People have got their eye on the people near them, and they're quite determined they're going to stay in front. that's one-on-one racing, which is, I think, really the interesting part of yacht racing, if you know what you're looking at.
And
I
Bob,
think you know.
Bob, I'm going to just cut in nice that historic battle between this man here, Robert Scheidt, and Ben Ainsley. I think it was Atlanta, wasn't it?
Yep.
And then it was Sydney. So
Back to
Scheidt
back.
got the better of Ainsley, and then Ainsley got the better of Scheidt in that famous battle at the Sydney Olympics.
It was getting his own back. That was the
Getting
real
his
one.
own back, exactly. But now, Bob, quite of interesting, because towards at the end of 4 days racing, then it does come down to one-on-one match battles, because 1 point could mean getting into the quarterfinals, the semis, or the finals, and that's a pretty unusual format in sailing, and you've seen every angle of sailing, Bob.
Well, yeah, of course it is, but you know, that's what's so unique about this Star Sailors League and the final. You bring up the best of people, but by deliberation. They've got to be good to get into the final.
Okay, thank you very much on our camera boat. Thanks to Bob Fish, who's having a great day out. He's only with us today. Unfortunately, he's heading back. He's got other business somewhere else. He's got speeches to make, articles to write, books to write, all that kind of stuff.
Sounds windy.
10 seconds, I think, to the warning. Stay with the audio.
It's Paul Kayard.
Nope. Little.
That's
postponing.
6 minutes.
6 minutes.
Yep, that was a warning to the 5 minute.
Got it. Okay, so we're looking at Kayard and Revkin there from the USA. So, 4 races. Whew. It's a big day for everybody. And as Louis said, you know, he was looking at the sailors as they were crossing their line, being told there's another one. They are going to be absolutely shattered. We're about to have the 5 minute gun. We can see Sharon Burke on the foredeck in that white suit. The guys all checking their watches, ready with the flags and the horns. The start of race number 4 today. 15 seconds to the 5 minute gun.
10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Excellent. 5 minutes to go.
Nice.
Jenny and Louis could be in for another sparkling race. Over to you, Jenny.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's going to be a beautiful last race here. I mean, the breeze is holding quite consistently. It is. It's probably actually up even a little bit from what we saw. The low of the day was probably in race 2. So we have about 11, 12 knots. Just, I think, full drop hiking conditions.
Yes, Jenny, and looks like the top mark has moved further over to the right-hand side of the course as well. Just a few white caps here, as Jenny's pointing out. I think we've got a bit more breeze back in. So again, they're going to be looking at their rig settings. Have they got that right? And you know, this is definitely going to be a race where people are losing their concentration and also losing their physicality. Saw a lot of boats reaching around on the right-hand side of the course, looking at the wind. Just got a gun there.
Louis. Black
Jenny,
flag going
black
up.
flag. What do you see on that one, Jenny?
Yeah, I mean, I think as you said, final race, mental fatigue. The black flag start is the one time when you really do see that fatigue happen, and it might be that people think they're fine on the line and then they misjudge the time and they misjudge pulling the trigger. They make mistakes that they might not make at the beginning of the day. You know, beginning of the day when you see a black flag start, the guys are over because they're jumpy, and by guys I mean sailors, are over because they're jumpy, because they're antsy, because they want to get started racing. Whereas at the end of the day, when you see black flag starts and you see mistakes, those are actually just sort of mental problems. I think sometimes it's really hard to have a long day like this. They've had 3 really tough races, so to go for a 4th race with a black flag start, you got to be thinking about how to approach it just to make sure you stay clean.
Well, it's good news, actually, Jen, I have to say, because we know that they're going to get off to a start, and it's a long day for the teams out here, the 50 sailors. Some of them haven't been in a star for a while. Some are awesomely fit from having campaigned 4 years solid to the Rio Olympics. And we know that one of the fittest people out there is Robert Scheidt from Brazil. We are looking at our 2 VIP guests, Croatia and Hungary. Zbogar
And Berec
from Hungary there. 2 Finn sailors just won the race number 5, and they are going to be on fire and on form. Back, we're just looking at the Australians there. I think Tom Burton, Andrew Palfrey. Let's see how well they can do. Tom, he'll be one of the fittest young guys out there on that racetrack.
Yeah, the laser sailors, the laser are an extremely physical boat, and they're famous for their straight leg hiking. So when they bring that into the Star, they're lighter weight than, for example, a Finn skipper. But it's a different style of sailing, but it also translates into the Starboat as well.
Well, I mean, all these guys, the laser guys, they train like triathletes, so they are super fit. So hanging their bodies as sort of light as they are, so to speak, I shouldn't say it's not too hard, but you know, it's something they do on a daily basis.
Well,
in their craft.
Stanovic and Sitic from Croatia. Just looking around, and I'm going to hand back to Lue out on our camera boat. So we're coming up to about 1.5 minutes to the start. Lue, talk us through it.
Yeah, we've got quite a lot of boats hanging back here. We have got the Argentinian the most forward. I think that's Medenblatt and Fatih. They look like they're at the pin. The Slovenians are up at the pin end. Rohart and Ponso down here at the committee boat end. And I would be surprised if we see people throwing the dice here. They don't want to finish the day getting DSQ'd. What do you think, Jenny?
Although I don't know. I mean, I think as we saw Tom Burton, the young laser gold medalist, pull the fleet forward last time, I think we've got the young Argentinians here going to pull the fleet forward towards the pin. Now, we know it's a black flag, so the rest of the fleet hanging out early, but definitely I think the Argentinians a bit too close. I mean, we've only got 30 seconds to the start, so it's going to be really hard to hold position there down at the pin, and we saw Torben Grail wasn't able to do that on the last start. Whereas at the boat end, we've still got plenty of distance. They've got 2 boat lengths up to the top mark, only 20 seconds to go to the start. I think, as you said, the Croatians in a good spot there. They have plenty of distance to pull the trigger. 12 seconds to go. I'm not sure, Louis, who's going to make it.
I tell you, yeah, and as you say, it's a heavy boat. Don't want to stall just before the line, because you're going to get buried in this fleet, that's for sure. And they are off. Here we go. And yes, the pin end definitely looks like favourite again. They've moved the top mile right over to the right. I reckon that's less than a mile. This is going to be crash bang wallop. What a picture, this one. I tell you, we're going to have 4 short legs, people hanging out. There's going to be mistakes. Some are going to have gains, some are going to have losses. But it looks like the left-hand side is the favourite at the moment. Jenny, I can see the Danes over here on this side. I know we're focusing on the left-hand side, so stick with that. Why left, Jenny?
Yeah, I mean, we see the Argentinians. I thought maybe they weren't going to be able to hold their position there at the pin. They actually are doing a very good job there holding their position out on the leeward end of the line, and I think it's hard to see them now because we're getting a bit pushed out by some of these port tackers. We've got about 10 boats have come out on the port side of the line here. Guys who didn't have the best starts, maybe tacking off early, but also hoping for a little right shift, whereas we can clearly see Robert Scheidt perhaps with some really good boat speed there down at the pin end of the line.
Yeah, definitely popping out. But the Croatians on this end of the line, they look like they've got good boat speed, Jenny. What do you say?
Yeah, the Croatians, that's Tonči Stepanovic again. He's had a couple good races today. I think he's been up there quite a lot. And yeah, I mean, I think you're always happy with that leeward position, just like the Argentinians on the far side. They're happy on starboard tack. The guys here happy on port tack because it means you have clear air, you have a clear lane. You can decide when you want to tack later on. If you get a little right shift, you can make a big gain, but you can see how tight it is with the entire fleet behind them. I mean, honestly, it looks like a drag race with about 20 boats lined up there.
Yeah, and we're looking down the line here at the moment, and we obviously get this image of the Croatian boat over on our side here, but you know what, Jenny, I think, I think Scheidt's looking very good on the left-hand side, but as you say, when he tacks over, he's got no rights, and he's going to have to give way to boats on starboard. So Scheidt is confident he's got the speed to get across them. That's the way it's looking to me, Jenny. What do you say?
You know, I think we've seen the left pay very well today. I wouldn't be uncomfortable on that side. How's that? I wouldn't be uncomfortable. Maybe we'll go back to you guys, Digby. You've got a great vision up there with the virtual eye, which we can't quite see. So we'll see what you think.
Well, Jen, we're looking at virtual eye right now, and as you say, Aletso and Mello had a fabulous start on the pin end.
Yeah.
They just made it. They just held on, and they're poking their nose out into the lead. And the Brazilians also had a marvellous start. Scheid and Björning, and look at the position that they have, the clear air above them. They've got some space below. They've got nobody to windward of them. They're going to rocket away. So it's looking good on that left-hand side as the sailors look up the course to the top of the race course. Burton and Palfrey in there, Zvogar and Berec in there, over onto the left-hand side. And there we're seeing that little left-hand clump heading up towards Rose Island. Scheid there with Björning, bow 98, Scheid with his yellow cap. He's got the Argentinian and Hungarian sailor in his sights. Very nice. I would like to be Robert Scheid right now, I would say. That's a good spot to be in.
Yeah, all the guys that are leading this race right now came out from the pin end of the line. Their bows just stacked one on top of the other.
Yep.
And it looked for the last minute that some of them might not make it, but as soon as the gun went off, it seemed like that end of the line, not only were they towards the favored end, but their bows were punched just a little bit more.
Yeah, exactly.
Meach and Monk just tacking over, our Kiwi friends, back into the battle. And they're up into about 11th, 10th, 11th place. Come on, you
Yeah,
Kiwis.
there you go. He did. Well, it's going to be interesting. The Argentinian kids, they're the one that grabbed the pin. So, I mean, they're good on them. Tough one to do.
Yeah.
Now they're kind of, their only issue is now when can they get off onto port tack, because they're getting pinned a little bit by Payne, Mendelblatt. They got to wait for these guys to flip over to get their opportunity to flip over. I think the course might be a little shorter, so there's not going to be as much runway for them to actually wait that
First
much
shift
longer.
to come back.
The first shift to come back as well.
Of course, Scheid and Björning can flip, can tack over when they want. And now we're coming down through the middle of the pack, in the middle of the fleet, Kaznirovic and Svogard and Berec right there in the middle. And taking the right-hand track is Negri and Lambertegui. That's interesting.
Well, if you're looking at the scores right now on the leaderboard, you've got the boats that are in the middle of the course are actually in the middle of the results. And
Yep.
so the further left you are, the higher up you are. So there's a direct correlation between where you are in the race course right now and where you are in the rankings.
The rankings, exactly. Well, it's going to be interesting. It's light, but it actually picked up a little bit just before the start. So, you know, I mean, it's going to be an interesting race as we keep going on here.
Well, I would say that's classic tactics by the Italian team. Bow number 3, Negri and Lambertegui. You know, they're just at the top of the leaderboard. They're covering their options. They've got choices. They're going for the middle of the track. They're not banging any corner left or right, and they're going to play the middle, and that's fantastic fleet racing and overall kind of strategy for a regatta like this, where you have 4 days and about 11 races where everybody races each other and they're all trying to get into that top 10 cut. So class act, these two as they tack on to starboard. Sergio Lambertegui leaning his weight out. He's got a little harness that he's hooked into. Diego Negri, his compadre, right next to him, and they're chatting away and having a stellar day and a stellar regatta. Scheid and Björning, it's looking like they are nosing ahead, or not quite, of Aletso and Björning. Whoa, it's so close. Jenny and Loué out on the left. The lead is changing as we speak. There are about 3-4 boats right on that lead line. There's almost nothing in it. There's 5-6 meters between the top 4. Over to you, Loué.
Yes, and talking about Diego Negri there and Sergio Lambertegui, they had a nice little game there with the Croatians, where Croatians tacked first over on the right, and Negri and Lambertegui followed after that. Give us an indication. Why would you do that, Jenny? They tacked way before the ley line, and they're now heading back towards the middle of the course. What's going through Negri's mind, do you think?
Well, I'm not sure if it's too far below the ley line. I mean, I think if you go right to the ley line from the get-go, then you are giving away any shift that might happen later on. So if you end up with the right shift, you've overstood. If you end up with the left shift, you can't really capitalize on that either. So I think they've picked quite a good spot to be able to take one more shift back out to the ley line at the top. And ideally, that's what they want to do. They want to get a long righty here and a short lefty right at the end to be able to make them cross that pack on the left. The question is whether they'll be able to do it.
Yeah, and you know the situation we've got a bunch of about 6 boats over there on the Rose Island side. We've got a couple of guys who've come over to the right, but the majority of the fleet are in the middle of this course, and it's going to be a real ball of boats hitting this top mark, or not hitting it. Hopefully they don't like the Kiwis did. Yeah, this looks like we could have a very exciting first top mark, Jenny.
Yeah, I think so as well. We've still got a ways to go to the top mark. We're about halfway up the course at this point. I think probably still we're seeing that left pack come back now on port tack, and I think they are probably going to cross the entire middle pack. I mean, I know we've got the Italians here in the middle coming up on our side, and they're doing what, 3rd overall, they said. So we'll see. Middle pack may be able to pull it off, but I do think that the left pack is looking very strong on port, and I think bar no huge changes, I think they should cross.
Okay, Jen and Louis, thank you very much. Just having a little look right across to the Frenchman, bow number 1, Xavier Rohart, Pierre Alexis Ponceau, right next to Vasily Zbogar and Zsombor Berec, the Slovenian, I beg your pardon, and Hungarian team there, all the way out there on the left. And if we have our camera pull out a little bit wider, we begin to, we're on virtual, thank you, on virtual INZs, Zbogar and Berec, right in there in clean air with Meach and Monk and Rohart and Ponceau. So they're finding their lanes upwind. Scheidt and Björning now coming back into the middle of the course and beginning to ramp up the leaderboard. But right now we have Negri and Lambertenghi in the middle-ish with the lead, but we see the guys who banged out onto the left beginning to come back into the racetrack. Mendelblatt and Fatih, Scheidt and Björning, they're coming back into the racing, and right behind them Augie Diaz and Arnie Bolton.
Yeah, although those boats look pretty favored over there on the left, now that they've tacked back, they're actually losing a little bit of ground to the boats that were in the middle right-hand side of the course. We've seen Stepanovic and Diego Negri, and also, who else? There was Taylor Canfield from the U.S. Virgin Islands. They've made gains as those boats are coming back over. And one of the things Tyler talked about earlier is they've got to find the right time to cross over from the left to the right, and usually they'll wait for a shift. But because this course is shorter, that shift sometimes doesn't come, and they have to go with just a little bit of a shift.
Yeah, and it could have been a little bit more of a right shift that comes in, which is going to favor those guys. So, you know, and I remember Jenny just sort of saying, you know, the Italians coming back across. And all of a sudden, you don't want to try and be too greedy. If you get off on a good start, you get a little shift, a little sort of reach to the right, you feel like you've got a bit of a gain. You kind of have to just say, okay, I got a little bit of a gain. Let me get back engaged with the group. Don't let it get too far because you don't want to lose your leverage.
Well, I think this is a beautiful strategy by Negri and Lambertenghi, the Italians. They picked the middle of the line, the middle of the start line. They obviously decided amongst themselves, look, we'll go up the middle, we can pick left or right, we'll try and do our best. And they found a bit of clean air. They were halfway, you know, the Virtual Eye was giving them 12th position, 13th position. And they were right in the middle, and now they're just beginning to poke their nose out. And it's fabulous fleet racing tactics and strategy. Anyone who races boats around the cans can learn from this.
Well, they can go up the middle because they have the speed to do that. To being in the middle of the race course is one of the toughest places to be, especially in the Starfleet. They like to go to one side or the other where they can build leverage. This is a shorter race course, so going up the middle isn't as costly, isn't as risky. But these guys have the speed to do it. We saw it in the first race. Scheidt kind of went up the middle of the race course, but like Scheidt, they have speed.
Yeah, well, I mean, Scheidt's always got speed, so he's always pretty safe in all his sort of decisions. You can see the results. We've got the Croatians coming up, nice.
Team of Fantella, sailing with Antonio Arapovic.
Okay, well, they're all coming back into the center of the race course. They're more than halfway up the first leg. They're about 3/4 of the way, and it's beginning to get crunchy within the cone, the two ley lines towards that top mark. We're in the fourth race of today, race number 6 in total, and we're in the second day of the Star Sailors League final in the
It
Bahamas.
looks like that right-hand side is coming up a little. I mean, not too. Again, it's right middle. I would say. You know, the Danes are picking up a nice spot. Canfield and Strube, those guys did a pretty good job at where they came off the start line.
Well, Virtual giving us a lovely 3D view with Negri and Lamba Tengi taking the lead line 13 meters ahead of Scheid and Björning, and at the bottom of the screen we've got quite a few people here coming above, well, mathematically the lane line to the top. We can't quite see the wind. There's Negri and Lamba Tengi beginning to tack over, just covering Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltins and Scheid and Henry Björning. So that little group there are going to be first up towards the top. We'll go back to Jenny because it's going to get tasty at the top here, but Virtual are giving us Negri and Lamba Tengi and then Scheid and Björning.
I like that you say tasty at the top, Digby. I mean, I'm not 100% sure that it is. I guess. I think you're right. I think it's going to be Diego at the top, just crossing Scheid, but it's going to be a very close one. I mean, that left came out right at the end, whereas the Danes from the right were able to cross Scheid way on the right to be leading into the pack, at least on starboard. And I think you're right, out of the port side, it's the Italians, Diego Negri, Ciccio Lambertinghi. They're going to at least be tacking onto starboard shortly, Louis, and probably leading this fleet around the mark.
Well, yeah, it's
I'm
getting
so sorry.
very...
I beg your pardon, Louis, to cut in, but that was interesting on Virtual. This is big crunch up from the guys on the starboard ley line. But back to you, Louis. Sorry for the Italians going around the top mark.
Yeah, got round clean. Just behind them, you can see Taylor Canfield. He nearly made Ho Christensen and didn't quite. He's going to really struggle to make that mark now. He's got Robert Scheid holding him out as well. Taylor Canfield missed that by, it must have been half a foot. But he's just squeezing in there, and that's the match racer in him. I tell you what, to get in there like that, well done, Taylor Canfield from St Thomas. If you're listening in St Thomas, he's doing you proud right there. Then we got the peloton. Jenny, there's a big battle, a lot of American flags in there.
I like that you threw to me as 5 Americans around the mark there. And I think it was led by Zabo, I believe, at the American pack. Just behind him, Kayard. Just underneath them, Augie Diaz. Just behind that, I can't quite tell, behind that is Augie Diaz. And then the Brazilians, the second Brazilians, Torben Grail, the gold pennies, you've got Tom Burton, the Aussies. Now the Swiss rounding as well, the match racer Eric Monin in the mix as well, in the thick of it. 2-time laser world champion Nick Thompson with his crew, who's a star world champion, Stevie Mitchell. The Poles, Xavier Rohart rounding in quite a tough position.
Yeah, coming in on port like that, and you don't want to have a penalty and ruin your race. So they were both conservative, and that's put them right at the back of the pack. Two of the favoured teams out here. Obviously, Rohart has had a fantastic season and won here last year, so not a good race for them. Oh no, not last year. The
he's leading the series
the Hamburg,
currently.
The City Grand Slam. It's been a long day, Jenny.
Yeah.
Anyway, a lot of boats jibing over early, Jenny. What's that all about?
Yeah, exactly. A bit of a right shift, as we said. Just was able to get the Danes and the guys on the right back into the mix. And I think as you see, they've all jibed because of this right shift. So quite an interesting setup. I think might mean that the Danes might even pass the Italians. So we'll have to see. We'll get back into that fight and see if we can see that the Danes have passed. I'm not sure if they have.
Well,
yeah, but
Jenny,
it's about
we'll jump into that in just a second, but we're just having a little look at the back of the pack now with Rohart and Ponceau on the mast there of the French boat, and Jochen Schumann with Borkowski, another shocker for the Joker, not having a great day. The Germans, they were 12th coming in to today, and we thought they're looking pretty good, but they're dropping down, and they're not going to be too happy when they get to the clubhouse this evening. And so these are some of the back markers, and we can work our way forward virtually and just see what's happening and who is coming out on top here. Negri and Lambertaghi running away, but here at the back, Merkelbach, Olesen, Schumann and Borkowski, Monin and Rambo standing clean. Rohart and Ponceau beginning to try and find their own air, their own lane. Kuzniedovic and Zitsky in the middle there, the Poles trying to get some clean air behind them. You can see these long tracks that Virtual Eye is giving us, and it's rather illustrative of where these guys are going. Ho Christensen with Stevie Mill having a great regatta, and they're into clean air. But it's quite a big bunch up at the bottom of the screen with Stepanovic and Sicic, and there's Boltins, Diaz with Szabo and Natucci.
Well, the boats on the right-hand side of the course going downwind, they look like they have a much better angle to the mark, and they've gained on this downwind. Diaz and Boltins and Szabo and Natucci, you see right there, they might have a little bit more speed, but they're going at a higher angle, so they're not gaining that distance.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the shifts will take place as they come back into the cone. But one thing's for sure, especially with these type of boats, is when you're going downwind, you want to be on the outside edges, because if you get caught in the middle coming into that gate, you kind of get the outside wheel or pinwheel, so to speak, and it's not a very good advantage. So you want to try and keep onto the outside edges.
It's a great frame with these two American crews, of course. Edoardo Natucci, the Italian. He's the defending champ here with George Szabo on the helm, and Edoardo just putting a bit more movement, I would say, into his boat as we were looking there. And virtually we can move up from Szabo and Natucci and Diaz and Boltins. They are in the middle, 15th, 16th, so that's the battle in the middle of the fleet. Ho Christensen, interesting, having a good race there. Paul Kayard with the 11 on his back. Look at him, focused, concentration. Paul, another consummate professional, and he's delighted to be back. He came, I can't remember if it was the first or second year.
He was here for the first year.
First year, didn't make the top 10 cut, joined us in the commentary and gave us some great insight. And there's Josh Revkin, his crewman, on the mast.
Yeah, you can see Josh right there. You're talking about a harness that the crews have, and Josh, you can see it very easily right there. They hook into a line on the side of the boat, and that helps them get very far out. They still have to do a lot of work with their shoulders and keeping their body upright, hanging off the side of the boat going upwind, but you can see it there right there, and Josh Revkin.
Like a dance, isn't it?
Like a dance. Well, and now it's a slow dance. Right now, it's trying to be how smooth can you be. Today we had a little bit of more ability to be harder on the mast, pull it over. Now it's all about being smooth, timing that sail. You can see the sail backwinds as Josh brings it over. So you got to really minimize that backwinding of the main just to make sure you keep your speed. But especially when you have your little group there, as you see with the three Americans battling it out on this side, of course.
4 Americans, I think, in that one.
Yeah, there it is.
Woohoo! USA. There they go. And Aletsa and Beretz just behind the Argentinian and Hungarian crew, just getting out of there, actually, and trying to find their own little lane down towards the bottom gate. We're still in the first lap. We're in leg number 2. They'll go down to the bottom gate, then back up to the top, and then down to the bottom to finish. Come back in to the clubhouse in Nassau. But up front, still Negri and Lambertenghi, 46 meters over Scheidt and Björning. Very, very close with Taylor, Canfield and Mark Struby, and Vasily Zbogar and Barech there from Hungary.
Yeah, the top 5 boats have a nice lead right now. I think it's the next pack behind them where you're going to have about 7 to 8 boats, maybe even 10 boats converging at the same time.
Exactly, as they come in through the bottom of the cone. It's good to see that the Aussies and the Kiwis are they're actually having a good day, so a good sort of last race, and if they can keep it up, that's good for the spirits. So when you come in, you feel like maybe you have a better chance tomorrow to come in, because we still have, 8 races or so to go.
Very many races to go. We're not even halfway. We're into day 2 of the Star Sailors League final in the Bahamas of the 5-day competition, and for the first 4 days everybody gets to race everybody else. 50 sailors, 25 teams, and some 16 medalists here. Phenomenal number. Out on the water we have Loué Habib looking at feeling the wind and looking. What are you seeing, Loué, right now? No, okay, we don't have Loué right now.
Well, it's just nice.
We're looking at Loué.
Yes, hi there.
Sorry, mate, we just lost you for a second. So we're just having a look at Polgar and Coy as they head downwind. You've been listening to us babbling away for a few moments. Your observations?
Yeah, it's quite interesting. Obviously, Polgar and Coy are a very established star team, past European champions. And if you look at Coy's action, he's right by the mast, and he's most certainly working the mast. If you look a little bit further forward, you've got the Croatians, Stepanovic and Stitic, and he's really working the sheet rather than the mast. So sort of a different play there. The other VIPs, Ho Christensen, spotted that the right-hand side was going a lot better than the left-hand side. He's jibed over. So there's an awful lot of different techniques, different tactics going on at the front of this fleet. And when it goes light like this and they're allowed to pump, it's a proper workout. You know, these guys are not just sitting around smoking a cigarette in a blue blazer. They are absolutely doing their utmost to literally row that boat down the course. And, you know, you've got to be incredibly fit and strong to be doing that at this time of the day. You know, when you're in the heat, you're dehydrated, etc., etc. But, you know, it's an interesting bottom mark here, Digby, and I think we've got a big compression of the fleet in the middle. The pack over on the right seem to be the leading pack, but I guess that Virtual Eye will tell us for sure.
Well, there's going to be a big bun fight for around 5th to 15th place. The top 6 or so, the top 5, beginning to extend their lead down towards the bottom gate, and super sailing by the Italians. But once those top 5 have gone round, it's going to be massive.
It's going to be hectic for sure. It'll be interesting to make sure that they, you know, this is when you got to get the perfect mark around with the sails coming in, mast coming back. Don't mess up with the jib, because that jib starts flapping. We saw a couple of them in the earlier races where they just lose their jib a little bit, gets wrapped up. It's a mistake like that will cost you 2-3 boats, and the catch up is going to be really difficult at this stage of the game.
Negri and Lambertenghi, our race leaders of race number 6. Right behind them, Scheid and Björning. Then the following pack there, Jonas Ho Christensen with Stevie Milne. Another stellar result from the VIP guests there. Right next to them, 2 more VIPs, Vasily Zbogar with Jean-Paul Berech. Well, that is almost neck and neck, down to that bottom. I wonder if they choose the same gate to go round.
It looks like the wind has swung more to the right. We've just gotten a message from the race committee that the little right-hand shift going on. So we'll see which gate mark they choose here, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's the left-hand mark.
Yeah, it's a solid one. The race committee said it's about 125, so that's probably like a 15-degree shift, so that's pretty significant.
So now back to Louet to talk us around the bottom gate. We're just seeing Stevie Milne heading around simultaneously with Robert Scheid, and now it's about to get incredibly close.
Yeah, as you say, Robert Scheid, I mean, he came in, he jibed on that side. I don't think he had a lot of choice. He had to go around that mark with the traffic coming in. With Ho Christensen, he's decided to go right. And as Tyler was saying, I think we've seen a big wind shift. It does tend to go south when you're in the Caribbean and it goes light like this. So it's going to be very interesting, but a massive split now between Ho Christensen here on the right-hand side. Taylor Canfield just behind him as well. Jenny, who are we on now? We're on...
Well, we're rounding the mark here, so we've got USA 8456. Bow number 92, I think, is Caleb Payne and Ian Coleman. So they're finally in the top 6. I think they'll be happy with that. Just behind, I mean, there's a whole fight there. Croatians, German, USA. You can see it's getting a proper fight for that 6th to 10th spot.
Yeah, absolutely, and they'll be trying to keep focused on that they know that, the numbers are coming in now, they can drop a race, and I'd just like to say I think it's, fantastic to see all of these sailors from different aspects of the sport coming in and fully competing with star specialists.
It's amazing, right? I mean, we've said 31 Olympic medals, but we've also got 5 America's Cup wins, 2 Volvo Ocean Race wins. I mean, the fleet is stacked. We talk about legends of sailing, and absolutely, there are some amazing legends here. There are some legends being made in some of the young guys as well. So I'm jealous I'm not out there, especially as it's getting lighter. I think I'd have a chance.
Yeah, quite incredible. And we're focusing there on there's Jochen Schumann. Jochen is certainly nearer 70 than he is 21, and he's an amazing athlete to be out there racing in this fleet and battling away right to the end after a very long day on the water. And looking up the track, we see Ho Christensen has gone all the way right. But it's so difficult to tell here on the boat. Back to you with Virtual Eye, the studio, Dick.
Thank you, Louis. Well,
job.
I would say that the Danes have just taken the lead. Ho Christensen with Steve Milne have just taken the lead line. 30, Robert Scheid perhaps, out on the left-hand side. Very, very close as these guys tack their way up on the second beat. They'll be heading up to the top mark and then down to the bottom again. So Scheid and Björning with the lead line heading far left. Ho Christensen and Steve Milne just heading to the right and now coming back into the pack. Payne and Coleman, Zebo and Natucci, and Pantella and Arapovic, interestingly, heading right. And Tyler, we're seeing quite a mix-up here. A lot of tactical decisions going on the racetrack.
Well, again, you're going to have to make your observations pretty quick here. Jonas, great job in noticing that the wind went right, picking the right side of the gate, coming out to the right side. It's going to be close. I mean, Robert's all the way on the left side. Jonas is almost all the way on the right side. It's a toss of the dice to see what's going to happen as far as is the wind going to stay steady. It's been a little shifty as we get to the lighter sort of side of the day here. But, you know, my money's going to be on the Danes.
Okay, we'll see.
Surprisingly, at the bottom of our leaderboard there, you've got Rohart and Ponceau. You also have the Poles who started out with a stunning day, and it's very surprising to see those guys down there. There's not a lot of racetrack left to climb their way back up to the top, and a result like this, 23rd, 24th, if they stay there, that's going to hurt them in the overall standings. And we have a lot of racing left, but there's not a lot of opportunity. You can't be making mistakes like this in a high-level fleet like this.
No, exactly. It's going to be tough for them, but you know, you can never count them out. Especially if you look at the conditions. It's supposed to be a little lighter tomorrow, probably a shorter sea state. It'll be interesting how it opens up, but we still got much racing to go here.
Well, interested to see Negri and Lambertenghi steaming out towards the left-hand side. We're looking at Robert Scheid and Henry Björning, who have taken the lead now, doing a respectable 5.1 knots, going a bit faster, I think, than Jonas, the Dane, the Great Dane. So maybe a little bit more pressure out on the left-hand side of the course. I'm just having a look at the leaderboard on the left of our screen, and I'm noticing in 8th place the Kiwis, Meach and Monk. So perhaps all guns blazing for the final race of the day.
Digby's still waving that New Zealand flag.
Why not? So Jonas putting a little tack in there, coming back into the race course, second position. He's going to be happy with his work today.
I think Taylor Canfield has got to be ecstatic with this third place that he's in. He's come from the match racing world. Match racing is a very different discipline than fleet racing. You've got one-on-one strategy, and here you're in a fleet of 25 boats. He sails a lot of keel boats, small dinghy-like keel boats, but nonetheless it's a very different format of racing, and he's just started off pretty well, and his first day was good, and the beginning of today dropped down more towards the back of the pack, but this third place on this upwind right now is an excellent place to be.
Yeah, no, he's going to be psyched about that for sure, especially they had a few breakdowns yesterday. Super Cruise Druby putting the boat back together early this morning, and you know, coming up with a really good result in the last day, or sorry, last race of the day. You know, you're going to go home, you have dinner's going to taste a little bit better, your outlook for tomorrow's going to be a little bit better, you're going to be that much more pumped as opposed to the poor guys in the back of the fleet who get there to cram class and Frenchmen.
And that's one hell of a steep learning curve, isn't it?
Yes.
For the Virgin Islander there, Taylor Canfield won the World Match Racing Tour in 2013, and for the past 3 years he's been runner-up, so he's right in the mix, one of the best match racers in the world right now, and there he is taking it to two of the best star sailors in the world, Negri and Lambertenghi. So a good battle developing in race number 6. Let's go back out onto the water and have a little catch up with Jenny Tulloch a great racer herself. Jenny, what have you been seeing over the last few minutes?
You know, I mean, as we said, it was quite a fight at that bottom mark, and I think what we're seeing now is Robert Scheidt and the Danes sort of trying out different sides of the race course. Robert Scheidt we've seen gone left, the Danes coming right. And we don't really know, between Louis and I, we don't really know which side's going to pay. I mean, we've seen little shifts here and there that make one side look much further ahead and then make the other side look much further ahead. I think at this point, I'd give it to the left. I'd give it to Robert Scheidt out on the left.
Oh, you're brave on that. You gonna have a glass of red wine on that one? I do like the look of Ho Christensen, who's got a great battle with Kuzniewicz and Jutski. He'll know them very well from the 4 Olympic Finn campaigns that Ho Christensen, the Great Dane, has done. And you know, at the moment, I think the Poles are probably just about to get in front of him. But there's a great battle going on there. But we'll wait and see who's going to be buying the red wine back at the Nassau Yacht Club afterwards, Jenny. But I think I'll have a glass of ice water first. But I don't know. What does Virtual Eye say, Diggers? We've got about, what, 350 metres to go, something like that?
Well, Virtual Eye is giving us about 45 metres to Robert Scheidt over Ho Christensen, the Great Dane. So right now it's the Brazilians over the Danish-Hungarian team there, and glass of white wine, I would say, would be going against you, Louis. So Robert Scheidt having a stellar race number 6. I mean, he's so cool. He's right up there on the leaderboard. He's come out all guns blazing. He's fit as a fiddle. He's 43. He's just done his 6th Olympic Games, and he's destined to do another one. He's thinking about doing a 7th Olympic Games. He's got 5 medals, and he's one of the greatest sailors in the world, one of the greatest competitors in our sport. And there he goes, bow 98, coming in the lead. Up. Oh, and some lead swapping going on between 2nd and 3rd. So cracking racing. It's going to be good again at the top mark. But at the moment, Scheidt and Björning are top.
Yeah, you can see the breeze is a little bit less. The crews aren't hanging over as far over the side. You can see their heads popping up. They've got a little better view than they have basically
exactly.
for this whole event.
Not more comfortable, I can tell you that.
They might be a little happy about that because this is the last upwind leg. They've got to be tired out there, and they're probably not worried about the fact that the breeze is dropping off a little bit. Might not be as fun downwind, but definitely on this upwind, it's giving them a little break.
Well, we're moving up on Virtual Eye, moving across over the fleet, and a lot of separation between Scheidt and Björning and Canfield and Struby. But at the moment, the left is paying for Scheidt and Björning, but well, Louis could well be right, actually. Going up towards the top, Canfield and Struby are beginning to claw back on the Brazilians.
Well, it would be interesting to see just that last little bit, a little bit more, just 5-degree red shift on the last sort of 25% of the beat will give the Struby the ability to come up through on starboard tack. So we'll see what happens here.
Nice to see in that picture are New Zealanders, Sam Meach, Craig Monk. Look at them in 8th position at the moment, and that's their best result so far in the regatta in race number 6. So beginning to come together for them for a top 10 finish, and I really do hope they get a good finale for the end of the day.
Well, it's interesting. You got Svogar and Beric. They're coming across from the right-hand side, and you might expect them to be a little further back, but they're actually looking pretty good coming into the pack again, consolidating in 4th place.
Looks bumpy, doesn't it? I mean, it looks bouncy. We're looking from our chase boat, our TV catamaran, and it's bouncing up and down, and you can see the waves beginning to pick up and a bit of chop there. So Jenny Tulloch out on our TV catamaran. I guess some tide is beginning to kick in and have some play here on the racetrack.
Well, the tide's going to be a little bit of a factor. It has changed for a couple hours, but it's still, I mean, when you got to have this many boats on the race course, it just gets bumpy, just the amount of turbulence these boats sort of put up on the race course.
Well, we're looking at Robert Scheidt, Henry Björning. Jenny's helping the TV Cat position around that top mark. There's quite a lot of traffic there, and a new driver, and she's doing a few jobs at the same, but we've got her back. Jen, at the moment we're seeing Scheidt and Björning taking out quite a nice chunk from Ho, Christensen and Stevie Milne. But we noticed from your shot just now it was fairly bumpy and tricky, and I'm just wondering if there's any tide playing at the moment.
I mean, I think the marks are probably the right spot to know if the tide is playing or not. I'm pretty sure probably that also helps the boats hitting the marks. We have seen them get pushed down by not only the waves, but probably also the tide. It's hard for us to know on a huge boat like this, but maybe Louis has an idea.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I was speaking to Xavier Rohart this morning, and he said, yeah, there's some east to west tide, and we've just gone past low tide. Dom, our fantastic boat driver, has pointed that out to me. So we've got a building tide over here on the Danish side. They're up tide, so once they actually turn for the mark, they'll be down tide, so they'll be pushing into the tide, and I think Scheidt knows that extremely well, and he's coming in with tide. So I might be buying you that red wine after all. I think Robert Scheidt has got tidal advantage. Sorry to get confusing there, but I think Robert Scheidt has tidal advantage, and I'm not going for more than a glass of red wine there, Jenny. I think I'm going to lose this one.
Unclear. I think some of us got confused on that tidal advantage altogether, but he definitely seems to have picked up a lot of distance over the second, the Danes. In fact, I think the Danes might have lost second place to the Italians, it looks like.
I think
but
you're
yeah,
right.
We've got oh, yeah, Digby, you think so?
Absolutely right. Yep, they're just about across ahead. Lambertenghi and Negri just crossing ahead. We're looking at virtual eye, and now they're up into second place ahead of Canfield and Struby. Ho, Christensen and Milne in fourth, Stepanovic and Sitchich just in about fourth, fifth at the moment, maybe further. But Scheidt and Björning, interesting there, Tyler, they just managed to pull out about 50 meters.
Yeah, well, again, it's one of those things where the rich get richer. He gets pick of the litter as far as where he wants to go. He doesn't have to choose a side. He just goes where he feels good. He's being able to see the wind, sees it's just like an open field, right? He's all alone. So.
Well, you also saw his crew, Miguela, over the side. At one point, most of the crews were sitting on the deck, and you saw Miguela over the side, which meant there was an increase in pressure.
Yeah.
So that could have helped him get ahead there.
Oh, it helped. I mean, and these guys are knowledgeable about the boat, right? So you can see Scheidt's probably sitting in a little bit. It is an advantage to get the crew over the side. Just gives you a little more leverage. Scheidt sits in a little bit more.
Here
just
we go.
Keeps that boat moving.
Well, he's pulling out a decent lead just in those last 4 or 5 minutes inside that cone to the top mark and that little spreader mark. It is all Robert Scheidt and Henry Björning. They haven't raced together before. This is cool. They've come together for this regatta.
They haven't raced in a big regatta before.
Together.
Yeah, exactly. And there were some nice little shifts. I mean, they weren't big. They were only about 5 degrees, but just with the notes we get from the race committee, there was a nice couple shifts in there that, again, when you're that far ahead, you can pick those shifts and just play them properly as opposed to what the other boats are going to dictate to you.
Well, the jury boat's getting a perfect position on that top mark. It's getting busier now as we see Taylor Canfield, Mark Struby heading around the top, just ahead of Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertenghi. So the top of the leaderboard, the Italians still up there, and the Brazilians Scheidt and Björning still up there. Let's go back to Louis as we pull out on our live shot to see the peloton and the big clump head around the top marks.
Yes, Digby. Robert Scheidt with Henry Björning, they're gone. Barring disaster, they're going to win this race. But let's just have a look at Taylor Canfield. Fantastic match racer. He's from the Caribbean. He's just from down the road here at St Thomas, and he's never sailed in Nassau before. He's never competed in a star before. So you could literally see the wonder in his eyes, and for him to get up to second place 2 days into a star regatta, I think that's exceptional. Jenny, what do you think?
Well, I'm just happy to see the Kiwis round the mark somewhere better than the previous races. I mean, we know how tough the day they had yesterday with their jib hired and their pole breaking, and then this morning their main wasn't going in the lock, and then they caught on the top mark. So to see them in the top 10 like that makes me smile. That makes me really happy. We had a wonderful interview with those guys earlier. The stats of how old Sam was when Craig Monk was winning his gold medal, it's amazing.
Nice one, Jenny. Yeah. I'm flying that Kiwi flag too. They are in, what position are they? They are sort of 8th, 9th at the moment, heading around the spreader mark. So this is their best result of the championship. And so as we look at the defending champs, bow number 2, just heading around the top mark, round the outside, not having it all his own way, and quite a big clump up as they go through.
Yeah, well, it's look, now it's going to be a nice little jaunt downwind. The way the wind is actually coming down, we're at about 7 knots right now. It's good to see the Kiwis up front. It'd be nice to see if they can stay in that little bit of a position of the top 10, as well as the Oz. Dog is up there, so it's good to see these guys are going to have a nice little.
And
run
here's Jochen Schumann, bow 99 with his distinctive little cap. There he goes, not having the best of days, but he'll be coming back fighting tomorrow, Kathleen.
Well, it was interesting. I talked to Joachim at the beginning of the series when we knew that the breeze was going to be up on the first day. And last year we had a very, very light event, and he did extremely well his first time racing in a big star event. And so he's a little worried about the breeze, but he had a very good first day yesterday. Yep. And then with the lighter breeze today, where we'd expect to see him do even better, he's struggling.
Okay, so that's the legend from Germany, Germany's best ever sailor, Jochen Schumann. 3 gold medals and a silver, and having not such a great day, but as I believe tomorrow, he'll be back with Ingo. And so we can cut to virtual and move our way slowly through the fleet and just see where the chips are lying on this final leg of race number 6. They'll be heading down to the finish line now. Majority heading to the right-hand side, Kathleen.
Yeah, it's interesting. You saw Scheidt kind of came more out of the left-hand side on that last windward leg, which would indicate that they'd want to go down that side, going downwind. Usually it means there's more breeze or a favorable current. In this case, I think it was probably a little bit more breeze. And then boats that are jibing out of the windward mark, they're going for a clean lane, and sometimes they're just rolling the dice, trying to gain places and hoping that the breeze will shift their way coming back down on this leg.
Interesting that Svogar and Beric have taken a completely different course. They've struck out into the middle of the track and trying to play their own game there, which is pretty cool. Azar Stepanovic and Sincic from Croatia. Negri and Lambertenghi fairly conservative, not taking any big risks. They're playing that middle game and doing a super job of it. Scheid and Björning nearly 80 meters ahead of the Italians. Ho Christensen still in the mix, as is Canfield and Struby towards the front.
It's good to see Canfield up there. I think these guys are going to have it's going to make their night for sure. And it's going to be really, it kind of gets tough when it gets bumpy like this at the end, and it's been a long day. There is going to be some frustrated guys coming through the pack right now. Their day has been long. Some are going to hopefully maintain their positions. It's good to see the Argentinian keeping up his sort of run of good results. Stipchich as well.
Okay, looking at this pack right here, sometimes the camera can be deceptive with how close they are together. But when the breeze does die down like this, you want to stay away from other boats.
Yeah.
In this case, there's not a lot of wind, and when you have a lot of boats together, those boats are all sucking the wind away from one another, disturbing the breeze on their sails. And then when you get a wave where you might want to surf down it and steer up or down, you can't quite do that effectively because you've got boats around you. So it's going to be very hard in these light conditions for those guys in that pack to gain on the people in front.
Yeah, well, everybody's spreading out right now on this final leg towards the finish, and everyone clawing for a little bit of space and air just to see if they get into a pocket of breeze to shoot them down the barrel.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, like you're saying, you want your clear air, you want your own lane to be able to steer where you want to go, depending on the waves are. There's no real sequence to the waves. They're sort of coming from all different angles.
Okay, we're looking at the Argentinian and
Portuguese
duo there, the youngsters. Letza from Argentina having a cracking day so far. He's 11th in this race number 6, easily within the top 10 overall at the end of today. That's going to be a great result for him.
Well, we talked about the Brazilians having such a strong history in the star class, but Argentina is an incredibly strong sailing country as well. We just had Santiago Lange from Argentina win a gold in the NACRA class.
Incredible sense,
and many great sailors in many different, I'd say traditional one design classes have come out of Argentina, particularly out of Buenos Aires, where our team member is from.
Sweet. Pulling out on Virtual Eye from the Argentinian, and we're looking at the top half of the fleet there virtually. This powerful analytical tool, Virtual Eye, really has transformed my understanding of sailing from the 2006 America's Cup, when I really got into it, and Virtual Eye was the key to unlock the strategies going on the racetrack. It's a great privilege to see them in full swing here, and it's going to get tasty on Friday, because there it's all about who makes that top 10 cut, and we'll be running leaderboards and all that kind of stuff, so it gets quite fun on Friday to see who is going to get through to the quarters, the semis and the finals. But right now, Robert Scheid and Henry Björning are doing a fabulous job of winning the overall regatta at the moment, and they are going to come into the clubhouse exhausted but extremely happy with their day's work.
Yeah, we were wondering if on the schedule today there was a function, a dinner for the sailors, and I'm not sure too many sailors this evening will be.
No, you know where they're going. They're going home. They're getting liquid. They're going home, and they're going to bed, because we're up early tomorrow, and it's going to be a challenging day tomorrow. We'll discuss a little bit of the weather at the end of the day, but it looks like it's going to be light. So that's going to open the door for a lot of the new guys to be able to compete just a little bit beforehand.
Nice point. Nice point. Some of the slightly lighter crews and some of the lighter air specialists.
Well, it just opens the door up for the technicality of the boat. And again, we have lots of races left. I mean, you could put 2-3 bad races, it changes the game completely.
We think they're going to run 11 races, if they can, in this first 4 days of qualifiers. So we are effectively halfway through the qualifying stage, the first 4 days, and then we're going to have 3 races on Saturday for the quarterfinals, the semis and the finals, where effectively we have 8 boats, 6 boats and 4 boats. Whoever wins the qualifying round gets a leapfrog to the final. Whoever's second gets a jump to the semis. So a lot of impetus to make that, because it's kind of guaranteeing a certain chunk.
Yeah,
exactly. Prize money.
I was just thinking, if you win this qualifying round, and you're racing to the top 4,
that's
you're
it.
closing
Boom.
in on 20 grand right off the bat.
Happy days.
Well,
$200,000 US prize money in total. It's a cool thing for fleet racing. I think it's just about the only fleet race that has a good prize pot, and $40,000 US to the winner. And at the moment, the defending champions are down. Szabo and Natucci in 17th place in this race. Perhaps in the lighter air, George Szabo will come back into it. But here we're looking at Negri and Lambertenghi, Canfield and Strube having a
neck and neck.
Yeah, there's
battle.
just 2 meters separating two of them, and it goes back and forth every second, changing who has the lead. And it's going to be very interesting coming in here. They're both on the same tack. Right now you've got the U.S. Virgin Island boat having the right of way, being the leeward boat. But Diego Negri, tons of experience. He's been here before.
Yeah, the clear veteran in this one, but I mean, I think Taylor's just a little more softer, and it's really hard. The angles change so dramatically when you go from 9 knots to 7 knots downwind. You'll see that a lot of the jibs, they come down. They sail with the jibs a lot lower. A lot of the guys like Negri will sit in the boat just to give a bit of a leeward heel. The angles change. That means it makes a huge difference on the knowledge. You can see him a little bit ahead right now.
Well, Louis Habib out on our TV catamaran. We're looking at a very nice duel between Negri, Lambertenghi, Canfield, Strube for second place. And I wonder who's going to get that one, Louis.
Well, I have to say, Strube is doing a fantastic job at the rig there for Taylor Canfield. Taylor Canfield, he can't weigh more than about 70 kilos, so trying to pump that mainsail for him at this stage of the day must be very difficult. It's interesting to see the different style Negri and Lambertenghi. Negri sitting down the boat. I mean, he went to Sydney as a laser sailor. He competed there and I believe came in the top 10. So much more a sort of a laser style for him. And you can see Lambertenghi there working the rig, and he's looking really fit. He's got very fit this season. There we go, Negri jibing over, and that's almost certainly to cover the St. Thomas Canfield. Wasn't the best of jibes there. They didn't keep the boat going that well. Probably better to have waited for a wave, but I think Negri's under pressure here from Clanfield, and he'd love to take second here. So yeah, it's a cracking little battle. Lovely to see the different techniques there as well, Digby.
Thanks, Louis. Well, we are in the closing stages of race number 6. Robert Scheid and Henry Björning crossing the finish line in the lead, 80 meters ahead of that battle for second place.
And they're also going to be the first to the hoist. Remember, these guys are pretty far out there in the bay. They've got a long sail back to the docks, and then there's only one hoist, and they'll have to get in line. So they have just crossed the line. Not only their first place, we think, they're probably waiting for the horn.
Okay, so now as we pan back, let's have a look for that battle for second spot in race number 6. Oh, it looks like the Italians have got it. Very nice. Great sailing.
They've increased their lead by 10 meters at least.
Yeah, they've got 2 boat lengths now over Taylor Canfield. But he's going to be happy. Mark Struby, Canfield.
He'll take it.
He'll take it. Absolutely right. It was interesting. We did see Robert Scheid kind of look to the committee boat, wondering why there wasn't a horn, wondering if perhaps he'd been over the line or anything like that. I'll put money on it that he wasn't. It looked like a clean line.
Clear start.
They were all cool. We just didn't get a horn or a buzz or anything like that.
No, I think the tightest race is back in between 9th and 11th place boat. We saw them very, very close, only meters away from one another. They're coming just after this pack. You can start to see right here, very close.
Yeah, the Danes and the Croatians just battling it out. Every point's going to count at this point.
Oh well, Zug, Bogart and Berec had a stunning finish there, just ahead of Mendelblatt and Fatih. Oh man! What was that?
It looks like that. I put my money on the Danes.
Yeah. Okay. Sweet.
See, that's
Photo
just the
finish.
one little roll of the wave. Just one little roll. It was. The timing is everything on that one.
Those are tired faces.
Yeah.
They're happy to be going in for the day.
Yeah.
And then 3 of them have to be weighed, so they're not going to be able to.
Okay, here's the pack I was talking about.
Oh, the Argentinians, just on the inside of the pin end.
Well, just before them, it's Meach and Monk.
Yay!
Woo! Nice one, Jenny. Meach and Monk crossing the finish line. Best result for the Kiwis. And right behind them, what a bunk fight, Jenny.
Guys to actually pull off a better race, I think. But as you can see, the Argentinians drop back there. I think just got ahead of boat number 10. Argentina ahead of the Germans, and then just behind them, a very tight race with Croatia, USA, Brazil, Croatia.
Yes, Jenny, yeah. I couldn't reel them off quickly either. I tell you, it was interesting to watch the Argentinians just come through. The work they put in down the left-hand side, just pumping away the pair of them. And that's youth and a lot of experience. But we can see the peloton just going through the line there. We've got Morin, the Swiss, just coming through. It's just a few seconds, isn't it, that's separating these fantastic sailors.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about every foot counts, every point counts. I mean, you can tell there's 10 boat lengths now between that German and the next German, but prior to that, some of those boats crossing almost instantaneously. So you really are fighting for every single inch or centimeter that you can out on the race course, and I think it's really hard to keep that concentration when it's this light, this hot, this long of a day out there.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the leaderboard after the discard in, see who's in the top 10, see who's in the ejector seat. I want to get in and see what's going on, Jenny.
I think we'd love to see an overall scoreboard as well out here. We do know that Scheidt's got to be leading the day now. He was going into that race 1 point behind Mendelblatt and Fatih, and now with that convincing win and Mendelblatt deep in the race, I don't think I even remember speaking about him. So he's going to have a lead at the top of the leaderboard. I bet Diego Negri and Chicho Lambertini maybe moving up to second there with that second or third place that they took.
And this high pressure, the drop in the wind speed, we saw it last year. A lot of the VIPs did well in the light. Has this light air come early? Are we going to see a big change around over the next couple of days?
Well, we were expecting the light air to be here on Friday. So yeah, valid point is that the fact that we've had this light racing today doesn't mean that the forecasts we're seeing are that accurate. We were expecting sort of 13 to 17 knots today and tomorrow. So I don't know. Let's hope that we get enough breeze every day. I think Friday is the day that looks like it might be more like 6 knots. And I don't know, for these guys, I'm not sure what's harder, whether the breeze and the hiking and the moving really hard in the waves downwind, the really physical action is more difficult, or whether the really light air mental action is a tougher game. At the end of the day, it's all pretty tough.
Yeah. Well, Jenny and Luay, you were asking about overall results. We can show them now over the picture of the committee boat. After 6 races, as you say, Jen, it is Robert Scheidt and Henry Björning 2 points ahead of Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertenghi. Some stellar scorelines in those top 2 rows. Mendelblatt and Fatih in 3rd on 14 points. Ho Christensen with Milne. Jonas, the Dane, the Great Dane, in 4th position. And then what a marvellous result for another VIP guest, Aletsa with Melo, the Portuguese crew, on 35 points. Stepanovic and Sičić in 6th. Rohard Ponceau 7th. Polgar and Koy 8th. Zbogar Beric in 9th with that race win. Kuznirovic still consistently up there in the 10th. Pantella Arapovic. Zebo and Nutucci beginning to climb up. Canfield in the running, within sight of the top 10. And here we're looking at the bottom half of the leaderboard. Kayard beginning to... he's not had a best scoreline, a 13, 17, 17, 15, 16 and a 13. So he's not going to be happy with that, but we'll see. There's still plenty more races. We've had 6. We'll probably have another 5 over the next couple of days. Just below them, the 2014 world champ Staniek and Klein in 20th, with the doctors Merkelbach and Olesen in 21st. Jochen Schumann with Igor Borkowski in 89 points in 22nd. Burton and Palfrey, the Australians, in 23rd. Monin, the match racer from Switzerland, with Pascal Rambaud. And then bottom of the leaderboard, unfortunately, for the second day running, Sam Meach and Craig Monk. But look at that, an 8th position, a top 10 result to finish the day. They can come in with their head held high. So I'm going to wrap it up here. We're going to wrap it up. It's been an awful long day for the sailors and our technical team. Well done to everybody out there on the water, particularly Adam, running that big camera all day and doing a great job. And thank you very much, Kathleen and Tyler and Luay and Jenny out there and all our team. Join us again tomorrow for race number 7. Different conditions, we suspect, into the 3rd day of our 5-day championship, and we could see quite a big change up on that leaderboard.
Well, I mean, you know, again, we look at the top of the rankings. You still see the usual suspects, but I think when you come back down, sort of 8 to 13, that's when you want to really see some mix-up tomorrow. If you can get in there, just get with striking distance for the last day. That's what's going to be important.
Well, I was actually surprised at how much mix-up we saw in the results today, from race to race, and we saw a lot of new faces in the middle of the fleet, top of the fleet. We saw people like Grail sinking down to the back of the fleet, and it'll be interesting tomorrow when Zarif and Prada get back out on the race course. They've got some stellar first day, not a good day today, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see him jump back up tomorrow.
Well, Torben Grail and Jochen Schumann, 2 of the biggest names in sailing, not having such a great day today, but great champions, as we say. They bounce back, they pick themselves up off the floor. Let's see what they can do tomorrow.
Yeah.